YouTube, this thing that we're using through Discord, it'll be the show on through YouTube.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Hopefully. Yeah, so it looks like yeah, we got the everything working there. Looks like your audio is in check.
My camera, good height and stuff for you?
Yeah. And
awesome.
And it looks like we are in the house now. So you know how I got to do it, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know I always got to start with that song, baby. Starting a little bit late.
In the summer, lighting up, she's smoking
Wait for some people to trickle into the room.
Of a man she hasn't seen, and there's no real one emotion. She can say what she needs.
I'm munching away here on that lamb. Little pepperoni cheese.
Do your thing. People will trickle into the room. We'll go here right quick. A lot of mercy.
All the guys, they go through hell. Taking your phone, she'll hold to morning, then put back on your shelf. But fucking, she's crazy and I love it, and I want her myself. Same was hard with your day, with you now. You open the door and the man walked out. He said he got tired of the games.
How else can I promote it, do you think?
I'm gonna do it. I'm going to share it on. One second. Mute it immediately. All right. Cassie's always number one. Cassie's always the first person in there. Here we go. We got the people trickle in. So I'm gonna share this on. I'll share this in the Discord right quick. Oh, Linda's in there. Hey, who's the redhead?
Yeah.
All right. Who's the redhead? That's hilarious.
I'm like, how can I listen back to... I can't listen to anything you're playing though, can I?
Oh, you can't? I guess not, huh?
Yeah. It's cool. I was also thinking like there was a way for me to see like all the comments and stuff, so I just opened it up on my phone, the YouTube drive.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. All right, let me turn this down now. What's up, my brother? Good to see you, man.
How you doing?
Ah, man, I'm doing really good, dude. Really good. Obviously. Finally got you on the show.
We live?
Yeah, we are 100% live, bro.
Oh, dang.
So we got a couple people in the chat so far. Cassie, Jen, Matt, Caesar C. Your wife Linda is in the chat. Cassie's always the first person in the room, man. Cassie's on it, man.
Hello, Cassie.
So, man, how you been?
Good.
All right.
Doing pretty good, man. I was a bit nervous for this morning. I don't know why. I woke up at like 3 a.m. last night.
Yeah.
And I haven't been back to sleep since. I was like, because I'm only talking to you, so it's fine, you know, but I don't know. Every time I have to do something like this, it always turns my stomach. Talking about yourself is amazing. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I talk about myself all the time. I'm sick of it.
Yeah. I listened to the show yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was saying, dude, you talk about me too much, man. I'm like, you got a girlfriend now, and you talk about me more than you do her.
I talk about her all the time, man. I'm thinking sometimes she gets sick of it, me constantly bringing her name in the conversation. But no, you know, part of it is like too, when I get a topic, when I get something that I could talk about, I like try to stretch it out, you know, because I try to make the I try to make the show fit into a 2-hour window. So it helps when I have like something and I can just bring up Stiofán, you know, as a default.
I know.
But yeah, so I've been playing I'm on my way every start of every show, end of every show. And the more I listen to it, man, I just love it. I love the song. There's just something about it. The beat, the lyrics are so what the song is about, like a loose woman, right? Or am I or like you basically like
Now, let me tell you that. So I'm on my way is that was a song where I was just like let's just write something that's pretty catchy, pretty funky. And so Taylor, the producer that I worked with on that track, my buddy Taylor, he just like, so a lot of instances I would write the song before I would go into a studio,
right?
And I would have like the lyrics and everything done. But then other instances, as you know, because you've been in the studio with me, they'll do the music first.
Right.
If I'm working with a different producer, a producer will do the music, and then I'm like, I get a vibe off of that, get a feel off of that, and then I would write the song to that. And I'm on my way. I was like, damn, the only thing that keeps coming to my mind is just a bit of freaky deaky, you know what I'm saying? Bit of freaky deaky, a girl that's just like crazy, obviously going into the past, taking some inspiration that probably isn't the most mentally stable, but you know, if she gives the green light, you're over there first.
I'm on my way with the Superman cape.
Exactly. Putting on my pants, it's all good. I'll put on my socks, on the shoes, and go.
I love it, man. Yeah, I use it for the theme song, but then, you know, people think it's catchy and, you know, they listen to it, they know it's catchy, but I'm like, if they really listen to the lyrics, I'm not on my way to the YouTube channel. I'm on my way to, you know, get down.
Yeah.
So that was something that you just wrote in the studio, right?
Yeah. So that was one of those songs where I just kind of try and do it in the day, and you just kind of get it out of you, because with those types of songs, like, I'm always going to be a lyricist at heart, so I'm very proud of the lyrics and the songwriting. But with those types of tracks, the melody kind of takes priority, and you want to make sure that feel of when you first think up of that idea is executed. And if you like wait a few days and come back to it a week later, it's never really the same, you know? So you just try and bang it out that same day and kind of get it out of your system.
So like you do a lot of the writing, like the 1-day sessions and things like that. And I was wondering, is that a thing because of studio time costs money? So you just want to go in, or is it like just your process?
Depends, man. Honestly, as I said, some songs, I think the heavier songs I will usually like think up of ahead of time. I'll have a notion of what I want to talk about. Maybe there's something that is just weighing on you or weighing on me, and you know, you just kind of want to get it out of you. And then with those kind of 1-day sessions, it's usually just like you're going in to work with a producer, or you know, they say that they want to create a certain type of song to possibly pitch to a bigger artist. Can you do this? So, you know, I've been in the car on the way there, just listening to whoever that artist is, that vein of sound. And when you don't have that, I think for me anyways, when I don't have that much of an attachment to the song personally, it's very easy for me to just like bang it out, you know? Just because you kind of look at it more from this is bread and butter to me. I hear something, I hear the music, I know melodies, and I'm like, okay, I can just think up of a quick melody here on the spot, and all I gotta do now is, now that I have the da 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 da, I just have to put in the words to fit the jigsaw puzzle. That's it.
Yeah. When did you? So, because obviously, like songwriting. Singing and songwriting is not something that you just pick. You just say, "Oh, I'm going to be a singer and songwriter today." You're like, nobody just chooses to do that, you know. At what point in your life did you know you had this skill that no one else had?
Well, I think a lot of people have it.
Oh, you
I
think so?
think
Shit.
I, I I think there's a lot of great songwriters there. I think there's a lot of great singers. There's a lot of great songwriters, but I think if there was one thing that I could do well, because I'm like, you know me, man. Let's be honest. If the world ended tomorrow, they might as well put a bullet in the back of my brain because I'm not gonna help civilization take back off again. I can't grow a crop. I can't build anything. I'm the worst when it comes to DIY. Linda just when we buy all the furniture, she's the one that makes all of it, puts it all together. Dude, I'm fucking terrible, right? So if there was one thing that I ever found that I could do really easily, it was just write songs.
Right.
It's something that really take pride in, you know, especially nowadays. I have sessions with other artists where I write for other artists, and I have like mini little writing camps, and I always feel really good when I say to them when they get here, or if I have to go someplace else, I'll tell them straight away out the gate. By the time you leave, you'll have a song,
Yeah.
you know, and that can be pretty, uh, what should I say, crazy to hear when they first meet me
Yeah.
because they're like, yeah, there's no rush and anything, but it's like I take pride in it. It's like, no, I'm like, this is how I work, and just get it out of the way, you know.
Was there a certain time in your life, you know, a certain age that you hit that you realized that you were a little bit different than everybody else? You know, was it like were you a young kid, or was it in your teen years? Like when did that start?
A little bit different than everybody else. I think
Yeah.
it started when my mother was standing in front of the microwave a bit too long, I'd say. But that's when I think it was the wheels were set in motion. But no, in terms of music, man, I'm like, if I like to be honest, if I was to say something, it's just when I was younger, we used to write songs, and I used to always do that type of thing. And like when I was in what you would call, what's the school system before high school over here?
uh, I mean, there's elementary school, junior high, and high school for the most part, and some places have just like I think it's like that. When I was in Arizona, it was three separate things. It was elementary, junior, and high.
Yeah, so like I'd say like junior,
Hmm.
like when I was pretty young now, maybe like 9 or 10. Um, I remember I created this like boy band with like this one guy and this other guy, and I would like write our songs, and we would get up in front of the class and we'd sing it in front of the class. And looking back, I was so proud of it. I was like, this is my boy band, you know, and I was looking back, I'm like, everybody in the class, bless them, they were forced to sit through that of us like doing our song and our performance and stuff. And you know, then you go through puberty, and no longer is it cool to do like the performing arts. You want to do the sports and stuff, but
Yeah.
I always had the passion for music, and got together with a buddy of mine from home, and he was actually meant to be a joke. We were hosting a talent show, and we were two of like the kind of clowns, like just wanted to make people laugh.
Uh huh.
And we decided that we would do like a rap version or a cover of a rap song, "Where Is the Love" by Black Eyed Peas. And we like totally committed to the characters. And we got in the studio, and we even like messing around with recording. We had such a blast that we decided to kind of explore it, and we started releasing all these songs. And obviously, at the beginning, it was predominantly rapping and stuff, and then I transitioned away from that when he stopped making music, and I started being exploring my own sounds. Moved over here, and I don't know, kind of fell into singing and fell into writing as many songs as possible. I'm rambling, am I?
No, no. I'm trying to post this on Instagram right now. I forgot to do that. But
It's all good.
so do you remember like the first song that you ever wrote?
Jesus.
It was about Jesus?
No, first song I ever wrote. I don't remember the first song I ever wrote. I'm sure it was like in one of those like boy bands
Yeah.
that like I was in when I was a kid, like coming writing those songs. Oh my God, there's a video uh, that my father sent me on a few months ago, and they have all like my father used to take videos of us when we were younger, like VCRs. He used to have a camera,
VCRs.
and he's all this. Yeah, like like handheld video recorders,
Yeah, yeah.
and he used to take a lot of the stuff, and he was going through it recently, and they have this video of me where some kids would do certain things for the parents or whatever, like when you're like 3 or 4 years old, and they'd be doing like if you went to taekwondo, they would do like their taekwondo stuff, right? I used to there's a video of me where I like step in front of the parents and I just start doing this and I like start reciting something. It's like a song,
Uh-huh.
but I'm not saying any words. Like you could see in my performance that I'm like so into it, and I'm thinking like I'm after writing the greatest song of all time, and I'm just going like yada 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 do 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 do. And the parents are all laughing hysterically, but I'd say I was writing songs before I could form a sentence, I'd say.
So a couple years ago. So so like for some of the audience who doesn't, because I know most of your backstory, what's a little bit of the history of Stiofán? Where were you born?
I was born in Ireland in a city called Cork. I lived in County Kerry until I was 9, and I moved to Cork then. Um, and I stayed there until I was 22 or 23, and then I moved over here to LA.
Wow. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's just crazy. Like you stayed 2 decades in a different country. And where you were from, was it more like country or was it more like rural? I mean,
Where
city
I
or
lived?
rural?
Out in the country, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I remember.
Is
I
my
think we
is my
talked.
screen frozen for you?
No. Is your
Oh,
screen
okay,
frozen on
good.
your end?
I can see you moving, but I can't see me moving, and it's a bad freeze on my behalf too.
Oh, okay. Nah. I don't detect anything there. It looks fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not.
Okay,
You're looking
good.
good. You look good.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? I was like getting ready for today. I was like, oh damn, man. You saw me. I shaved off my hair recently,
Yeah.
and I was like, I was feeling so comfortable with like the bald head,
Yeah.
like the real crew cut look. And then my mother was like telling Linda, and she was like, make sure he grows his hair because I'm going back to Ireland in June for my sister's wedding.
Yeah.
And she was like, make sure he grows his hair. So now it's at that point where I'm like, it's not long enough to the point where like I like it if I'm wearing it long and I can put gel through it and stuff. And then it's also at a horrible length where I'm like, I just want to shave it all off, you know?
So like that must be the dilemma as an artist in a lot of ways. I mean, I know from me, I've had my hair the same way. I don't want to worry about it. I learned this from my sister. My sister has really nice hair, but she always ties her hair up in a bun. And I asked her one time, like, why don't you do something with your hair? And she's like, it's just one less thing I have to worry about, And once I thought about that, I was like, yeah, it's just one less thing I worry. Boom, done. And now I worry about everything else. But like as an artist, do you consciously have to think about what your image is going to look like?
Yeah, you do, man. And like we've had multiple conversations about that too, and it can be pretty overwhelming too at times because like something that I hate to do is social media. I despise the social media game, with passion, and I hate posting photos of myself. There are people out there that would say otherwise, and they're like, "Ah, lad, you got all those selfies," and so you're lad, you come on, like come on. But I hate it, man. I hate posting photos of myself. I hate like the look at me
Yeah.
thing, which makes this thing like I'm probably like super fidgety. Like this is why like this type of thing like makes me super anxious. It's like, I will talk smack all day long with like fantasy football and like playing Call of Duty or something. I'll be like, I'm so much fucking better than you with this type of stuff. But when it comes to stuff that actually really matters, like my music or say my relationship and stuff, like talking about that stuff, I just feel uncomfortable,
Right.
and especially when it's in the sense of I'm great at this thing. You need to think that I'm great at this thing, you know?
Right.
And it's like with music nowadays, it's so easy for someone to put their music up online that the hard thing is getting people's attention and getting people to listen to you. And you need to kind of have a egotism about you
Right.
in order for them to take notice. You need to have that Tekashi 6ix9ine attitude, or like
Like a
have that
look at
new
me,
Kanye
like
West.
peacocking,
Look at
you know?
me, I'm the fucking yeah, I'm the shit,
Right.
and that just it goes against my nature, well, who I am now,
Right. It's almost
so
like
that's
how
still
I don't like one-on-one conversations with people, but I have no problem talking to hundreds and hundreds of people. But like if I sit in a room with someone, I'll be kind of like quiet at first, until you get to know me, then I don't shut up.
yeah.
So it's almost like that. Like you'll put your music out there for thousands of people to listen to, and you're very confident in that. But when it comes to like people knowing you and seeing you, you're more like,
Oh man, and it's like it's one of the reasons as well why I haven't been playing live,
right,
and that drives you crazy, and it drives all the team crazy and the people I work with crazy, because they're like, you need to go out and you need to perform live. But it's just like, if I write and record a song, I can do it without like anyone looking at me, you know what I mean? And I can put it up online, and I can forget about it and just forget that that's a real world out there. But like the whole all eyes on you thing, and like poking the monkey, entertain me, entertain me, entertain me.
right.
And I'm like, I don't know where to put my hands. I don't know where, like do I have dirt on my t-shirt and stuff? And I'm not like a very self-conscious person in a lot of ways, but it's like it's I don't know, it's super, what should I say? It's super confusing for me, because like I've been working in the service industry for as long as I could work, and I'm dealing with people all the time,
Right.
um and I chose a career where that is a necessity. You
Right.
need to do that. Um
Well, in a way, like
but
I always feel like for me to start to do what I was doing online, I had to create a persona, and luckily I had fell into West Side Weed Smoke, and so once I started establishing
yeah.
West Side, it's like I was telling my girl the other night, like that guy, like we were watching one of my streams, I was like, I don't know this guy, I don't know this fast talking witty guy.
Yeah.
Because I was watching my stream, I was like, damn, that was a quick joke. How'd I write that? I don't know this person. This is a persona. That's Westside. You know what I'm saying? Like Johnny is someone completely different, who's like humble and introspective, and I'm constantly like overthinking everything. I don't just blurt things out, in my personal life. And part of that is like when you're in the service industry, it's like I have that shield of being a waiter or being a server or being a cashier, to where that's not me. That's whatever that says on the name tag. That's just, I'm just an employee here, so I'm able to be more outgoing. And so as Westside, I could be more kind of like crank up the dial to 11 and be this other person. But like if you look at my personal Instagram, all the like selfies and stuff of me are all promoting Westside. But like as for, I would never like take a selfie of myself and post it and say like, hey, look at my outfit today, or look how cute I look. Like I would never do that. It's just not in me. But Westside loves to be like, look at me, And, I kind of get that, and just kind of discovering that persona of separating Stiofán from the artist Stiofán, I lost your audio. Hold on. I lost your audio, buddy. Talk. Check. Exit out the call and enter the room again. Let's see if that helps. Oh, wait. I heard something. Hello?
Hello.
All right. I got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But your screen
Okay,
froze.
awesome.
Oh, shit. Now I'm fucking up. All right. All right. We're back. But your screen is frozen. Let me see here. All right. Make sure you turn that camera on again.
Yeah, the camera's on.
It's taking a minute here. Hold on. Let me see it on my end. Let's see. Try turning your camera off and on one more time. Sorry about the technical difficulties, folks. We're all new at this.
Yes.
Let's try to disconnect the call and pop back in one more time.
Okay.
Technical difficulties. Hey, we're new at this. What are we going to say? All right. Now turn your camera on. Boom. There we go. Back in the house. All right.
Awesome.
That LA internet. Oh, Brenson.
I'm telling you. Oh, there he is. Brenton. That's Brendan, my buddy from home.
Oh, okay. Ireland.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to give it a little shout out, say something in Gaelic to your Irish fans?
They're all good.
Yeah.
Connisatatu.
I love to hear you talk Gaelic. To me, because it's not like any other language that I know. You know, when people speak French or, you know, German or you know, Spanish or any of the kind of Romance languages, you could pick up things because we kind of know Spanish because we live in LA. You have to know Spanish. It's the law. But like Gaelic is something so it's almost like Navajo, you know, like it's like a code to me. Like I can't pick up words, you know.
I know, man. You know, you would forget it too. I've been over here for so long that, you know, I wouldn't have to use it. Well, then again, you wouldn't have to use it back home either, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's English is the primary language, but people speak Irish. It's mandatory in schools.
Oh, so they
in order to keep the culture alive.
Is it Irish or Gaelic?
It's
Either
called Oscuelga, which is Gaelic, but it's like we commonly say Irish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just like you know, Navajos are really called Dene, like the tribe is called Dene, but we still call ourselves Navajo. We still call ourselves Indians, you know, like
Yeah.
me and the family.
Linda just said, "What's the crack?"
What's the crack? So yeah, you lived in, you said you stayed in Ireland until you were 21, 22?
I think I left Ireland when I was 22 or 23.
Okay. And so like what was that decision like, you know?
Yeah, crazy, you know. I went to university for 4 years. So after I left high school, I did 4 years of university.
You get a degree?
And I kind of that was just not a good experience for me, you know. Some people love college, some people love everything about that, you know, and that's the best years of your life. But I was one of those people that I just hated every minute of it. But I was also going through a lot at that time, you know, and I was in doing something that I didn't feel like I had any interest in.
What were you doing?
And I did a bachelor's degree in commerce with a major in marketing.
Hey, I mean, the marketing can help you out at this point in your life.
Yeah, you know, I'll always say having the degree behind me, it helps open doors. You know, you can get some jobs and people tend to take you more seriously when they know that you're a college graduate, you know?
Yeah.
So from that aspect, you know, I don't regret it, but it was also one of these things where like making music wasn't a good career option. You know, there was nobody before me that I could have turned to my career guidance counselor or my parents or my friends or anything and be like, look, they did it, I can do it too. It was a very unsafe option. It's just like, okay, you know, you dabble in music and you say you want to do this, but like it's going to be a terribly hard life for you, and you kind of understand that the people close to you then try and steer you away from it because they don't want to see you struggle. But I felt like, you know, my realization was over that time that the more I was trying to do things to kind of make other people feel more comfortable about my plans and my future, the less I was feeling comfortable within myself, and I felt like I was wasting my time. I felt like I was kind of doing a disservice to myself. And so it was just a struggle throughout college, man. I like was drinking too much, was fucking fighting and not going to lectures, and kind of, everything was just a bit of a shit show.
Yeah.
And once I graduated, I was always great at doing the study the morning of the tests. And for some reason, it always worked for me. I would like do an hour of like skimming through all the semester's courses the morning of an exam, get all the key points. For some reason, my brain can just like retain key information, and then just ramble, and it helped me pass every exam. And I graduated, and I was just like, okay, in my mind, I was kind of thinking to myself, okay, I did everything that which everybody else wanted me to do, so that they would feel comfortable about my future, and now do something for yourself,
Right.
If doing the right things isn't making you happy, do the things that you think will.
Yeah.
And as you start to do those things, the people that do love you the most and do care for you the most will be happier in the long run, because they'll see you being happier,
Right.
And that's what I did. I was took a year after college just to, well, it wasn't all year, but it was almost just to work. And I was like, I want to make music, and decided to go to where all musicians and actors go to, which is Los Angeles. And shit, bro, haven't looked back since.
Right. So like, and I feel like that's a common struggle with artists, is we try to just do what society, parents, or the people around us want for us. I know that when I was growing up, like my dad was always just like, just get a business degree, and I was like, I don't know I don't even know what that entails, but it's not what I want. It wasn't what I was put on this earth to do. And so while I was moving that direction, I had the same problem. Not showing up to classes, being late, always doing things at the last minute, and just kind of trying to satiate everybody else around me, and I was being more withdrawn because I wasn't happy in what I was doing, and I think that's a common struggle for an artist. And the other struggle is, being an artist, you need to be around other artists to get inspired, and I didn't even know being an artist was something that could pay the bills until I moved to, God bless LA. When I first moved to LA, my goal was just to work at a Starbucks or a coffee bean and tea leaf, and just move up the rung. I'll start as a shift supervisor, then I'll be assistant manager, then I'll be assistant manager, and then I'll be a manager, and maybe one day I'll be a district manager, and I can work in the corporate office, and I would end up by, I'd go to work high, I'd go to work hungover, I'd show up late, because it wasn't something that I really wanted to do. And it wasn't until I started, I moved to Mar Vista, almighty Mar Vista, and the Bolero, now over by Sunny Grill, was a kind of old school bowling alley. And I would hang out at the bar, and I would realize that everyone who was sitting next to me, everyone was an artist in some way. Hey, what do you do, man? Oh, I do music promotion. What do you do? Oh, I do screenwriting. And then I would talk to people, and they would tell me, like, that they're making a living doing these things. Of course, everybody has a side hustle. You can't not have a side hustle in LA. But it was the first time in my life where I met other artists who were making a living, and they were happy, and they were still able to afford a certain kind of life. They were still having fun. And I was like, okay, I need a pivot at this point in my life. Because at this point, I'm a little bit older than you and most people. But I was just
that's not what your bathroom closet says, man. All those facial creams and everything.
Hey, man, I got to keep looking nice, man. Somebody mistook me for 28 the other day. I was just like, all right, the Lancome is working.
I'm aging like bread, and you there with your Native American complexion, bro. You're just staying in the same year.
They say
fine wine.
They say black don't crack. Well, red ain't dead. All right. But yeah, it was the first time in my life where I was able to see other artists, and I was like, okay, you know, like I'm still, even though I was in my 30s at that time, I was like, you know what, I still have time to kind of make this change in my life, and that's when I started really studying screenwriting and throwing myself into learning all the kind of aspects. And you know, sometimes as an artist, it's hit or miss. I always tell people, like, if you do have a creative output, just go into it, because as you're into it, you'll meet other peers, and then you might veer off. You know, say I want to be a video director, but while you're being a video director, you'll meet other people, and you'll be like, oh, I actually want to do editing. I actually want to do you know, the photography or something like that. So if you just embed yourself into some kind of creative form, you'll kind of find your way. There's so many people out there who are, you know, in these industries, and they'll kind of like, you'll learn and you'll say, oh, I like that job. I thought I liked this job, but I like that job. So yeah, LA is kind of a magical place for that. As grimy as it is sometimes.
Yeah, man. Like I say all the time, like LA, it's full of batty people, like the fucking craziest of people. But it's okay because, you know, when I came over here, it was the first time because I was convincing myself, like by the time I had left Ireland, I convinced myself I was fucking nuts, man. Like I packed 2 suitcases and was willing to move across the world without anything planned, no accommodation, no job, not knowing anybody over here, in pursuit of something that everyone told me was never going to work, you know. And that's why I went all through all those years of college and like just kind of self-abuse, man, where it's just telling myself, what are you doing, you know? And I convinced myself I was crazy, man. And when I came over here to LA and start talking to people within the industry, and they're like, no, you have something here, you know, you have some talent.
So
It was
like,
the first time where I felt.
so like when you moved out here, like, was it literally like a 2 suitcases, clothes on your back type of situation?
Oh yeah, I had 1 suitcase of recording equipment, I
Uh-huh.
had 1 suitcase of clothes, and I didn't have any job organized. And I had booked myself for like a couple nights at a hotel in Hollywood. It was like a little hostel, and that was it. I was like, you know, you come over here with a small bit of money. I think I came over here with like $1,000 or something like that, and I was like, okay, I'm giving myself until this $1,000 goes to find a job, to find income, and then just start hustling, you know. And shit, man, like I've had this conversation with you, but I bounced around from place to place. I lived in like 4 or 5 different hotels. I stayed in the Cecil Hotel for over a month.
That's like
Because it
the murder
was
hotel or something, like, right?
that's the murder hotel. I lived in there for a month,
There's a
and
Netflix
that's when I
documentary about that hotel, right?
yeah
You stayed
yeah
there?
I stayed there for over a month because I obviously didn't know it had that story background to it.
Yeah.
I just knew it was a super cheap place that I could kind of bide my time. Um, I slept on floors, crazy situations where people were like inviting me to like help pay some bit of the rent, but not telling their boyfriends that they had like invited another dude to move in with them, and then them kicking me out like a couple days later. Hostels, everything, man, like absolutely crazy until I got a job at Sunnygrill where I met you. Um, and that was yeah, man, just wild. But
What
going
was
back in LA, as I said, it was the first time where you would have a conversation with somebody at a bar, you know, after a long day of job hunting, you have a conversation with somebody at a bar, and you're like, they're interested in all different types of music in the industry and stuff, and you play them your music. And I used to write copybooks, like I used to write uh, what you call them over here, hard copy written books or something. We call them copybooks at home, but like journals of lyrics and journals of songs. And I had all these lyrics, and it's like very poetic, right? How I used to do it. And I was like showing them all these different types of ideas. And then that first conversation, people are like, you have something here, you know? And it's like, I'm also in the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm just some fucking randomer you met at the bar. Like, stop puffing up my ego. But it was also like, I'm getting the sense of the tone from the tone of their voice that they don't think I'm crazy either. You know, that they actually take me seriously, and that um it's something that, you know, made me kind of validate the kind of artistic career and life that I wanted to um pursue. Because it's tough, man. Like, as artists, you have to deal with a lot of setbacks, a lot of rejection, a lot of negativity, and I'm still trying to make it, you know. And there's a lot of things that have happened which we can discuss about, like me being invited to do the Voice of America and stuff twice, and me not being able to do it because of my status and stuff from over here. Um, but just to be in a place where I felt like I could reinvent myself and kind of be an artist and be a musician first and foremost, dude, that was fucking awesome, you know.
Yeah.
And but on the other flip side of the coin, as I always say, I don't also have any ill will or feel any type of negative way to people back home that I felt didn't allow me to pursue that artistic journey either, you know, because it's like this. It's like I was a fuck up for so long, and I got into like so much trouble all the time. You know, so it's like they knew me as Joe Soap from down the road, and it's hard in such a small town, a small place where I'm from too, to like once you know somebody for something, it's hard for them to then like be like he's changed or he's trying to do something. Let's take him seriously when he was the guy that like was thrown out of the pub like 3 weeks ago, you know, acting the prick, you know. It's like, so you gotta see both sides of it, and I'm like, I understand from that point of view, and it's tough, man.
It's
It's
all
tough,
about,
you
yeah,
know.
it's hard to reinvent yourself if you're from a small town. You know, you can't just wake up one day and say like, all right, everybody, you're going to call me by this name and you're going to respect me as this now. They're going to be like, no, we're just not going to do it. You know, sometimes you have to move.
Exactly.
So like, what was the decision like when you did make the decision to move to LA? Cause that's a huge deal, you know, to do all that. Like, how did your parents take it when you told them, you know?
When I first initially started talking about it, you know, you would say it in a joking way to kind of test the waters.
Uh-huh.
And I remember I used to say, I'm gonna move away to go chase my music, and they would have the response like over my dead body and all of that type of stuff, you know. And you keep saying it enough to the point they're like sick of you saying it. They're like, well, then go,
Well, good,
you know,
just
like,
fucking do it already.
but not thinking that you're actually serious, but thinking that you're just like throwing a strop or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, but I would say it, and I had a manager at the time in Ireland around towards the time that I left, and he was in Bristol, and the plan was is that I would move to Bristol in the UK and pursue my music there, but he had a job that was taking up all of his time, so he couldn't really commit to the music. And I was just like, if I'm going to move over there and not really be able to do anything with him, there's no point in me even going. So why not go to Los Angeles, you know? And that's when I was like, I want to go to LA. They had that reaction again, like, over my dead body, you aren't.
Uh-huh.
But you know, you start saving up money. You keep saying it over and over again. You book the tickets, and then it's just like, look, I hope you understand that I'm not doing this because I'm trying to rebel, or I'm not doing this because I want to make you feel bad. I'm doing this for me, you know. And you have that conversation, you know, and you treat your parents with respect and love, and do like everything that that I have because of you, you know. And I have this college degree because of you. I did it because you wanted me to do it. So now I just ask, give me one chance. Let's see if I sink or swim. Because also, as I said, man, like the running theme of my young adult life, late teens, early 20s is just, dude, I was reckless, reckless. So like, it was one of these things where I needed to take the safety net out from underneath me, because it's very easy for me to get in trouble all the time if I know there's people at home waiting for me, you know, going to pick up the pieces and kind of laugh it off, or say like lads from home, I would go out and I'd like get into a fight or something. They'd be like, "Lad, you were just having the crack, like you know, you were just having the crack. It was a good night, like." But it's not. But you know, in reality, it's not acceptable. You
They're
know,
not
it's
holding you accountable, you know.
not holding me accountable, and they did, you know, for a lot of things. But it's just one of these things also that the point when you're not really doing anything that you can't hold yourself accountable and you kind of try and make excuses for yourself. So I had to take away a support network. I had to take away a safety net and be like, okay, what happens, happens. Just you're going to be the result. Chicks dig me. I love it. Yes, they do, sir. Yes,
My girlfriend got me this, so.
Of course you did. You're a beautiful fella.
Oh, thank you. You too. So was there a point like,
Yeah.
I mean, there had to be some fear behind that. Was there a moment when you like have your suitcases and you're in the airport and you pass the security gates and you're like waiting for your plane? Is there like, were you fucking just tapping your foot, or like, were you just like going crazy, or was it like a weight's being lifted? Like, I'm finally doing this.
Yeah, man. It was a mixture of both. It was a mixture of like, okay, now I have a chance to kind of be the architect of my success and my failure, you know, and there is a bit of egotism that comes with it, because I was always the type of person at that age that I was like, oh, I would love to just make everything happen for myself and just give me the credit for it,
Yeah.
you know, because I just had that resentment at that time, you know, just to the world in general. It was just like, you're making me do things that I don't want to do, and I'm not happy, and I'm like, I should be on a stage in front of people and, you know, and entertain people. And it's funny because now I don't want to be on a stage at all. And I'm like, you know, you just the definitely it was a mixture of two, man. It was a mixture of relief and excitement, and then the other half I was like, shit, this is not getting off to a good start, because the night before I was intended to fly out, they had a going away party for me, and I got shit faced that night. And there's like videos of me that night where I'm like, I can't even lift up a glass of water up to my face. I'm like, and this is when I had like all my closest friends and family came. Like, it's super embarrassing, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like looking back, I'm like, I could have gone. It could have gone horribly, you know. I just was so immature at that time.
Yeah.
And I think I still was immature for a couple of years into my journey here, and I had to kind of just keep picking myself up, because, you know, I had a lot of things that were wrong as a result of my own doing, and then things that happened that weren't my wasn't as a result of my actions. And you know, you kind of have to take those L's and take that defeat and kind of keep brushing yourself off and be like, you know what, I'm maturing, you know. And I'm like, I'm getting through it, and I'm like, if I don't get my act together, I'm not eating. So it's like, it's a different level of kind of accountability, because I'm like, if I don't get this job, and if I don't go to work, I'm not making rent next week,
Right.
you know. So it's different, and so it forces you to grow up a lot faster. But dude, yeah, like everything about this journey has been wild, you know, wild. And I think when you met me, you can even attest to the change of me from when you first met me to now, because we've known each other for about maybe 5-6 years, you know.
Yeah, easily. And I remember,
longer.
I mean, even physically, you know, your hair was down to your shoulders when I first met you, and you were, even though you're still, you know, fair skinned, you were very, very light when I first met you. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have all that LA sun baking you. And I remember you got the job at Sunny Grill, and I remember what you were talking about, all the places, like in and out of this place, a hostel, a room, a bed, you know, and it was just like one shady situation after another. And I don't know if we ever had the conversation, but I knew from living in LA for a while that anybody who lives in LA, for the first 1 to 2 years you live in LA, it will be a struggle. There's something that they call the LA struggle. When you first move to LA, you're going to struggle. unless you already moved there and you're already rich, it's almost like moving to NYC. You know, you're gonna struggle. It's just that's it. You know, and you went through the LA struggle. You know, working at restaurants. I mean, you've been a bouncer, a bartender, a waiter, all of it, right?
Waiter, bartender, security, private bartending, fragrance company, which was like a weird fucking thing as well. It's just a bit of everything, man. Everything, as you know. But like as you said, I tell this to people all the time. It took me about 2-3 years to finally get settled.
Right.
Because there's a lot that needs to take into account when you're completely starting from scratch. You need to find a stable place to live, which isn't just as easy as signing a lease to some place, because you need to make sure that you've got like job security. You need to make sure that like there's other things which I had differently to other Americans moving to LA, for example, because I'm going there with no credit.
Right.
And credit is like the social currency over here. You need credit in order to like apply for an apartment. I had zero credit. Social security number, didn't have that. You know, you're coming over here without like a mailing address, so you can't really even set up anything in the first place to be sent to you. And you're just writing down the name of the hotel as your mailing address in all your job applications. And it's a horrible look, you know. And it's like also, like I went over pretty confident because I worked in restaurants back home and I bartended back home, and I'm like, this is fine. But when you go to America, you have different certificates that you need for the American restaurants and the American bar, and you need to like pass exams for like bartending and stuff. I hadn't any of this done.
Right.
And I was trying to just learn everything on the go, and it's wild, man, wild. And obviously, take into account still at that time, at that age, going through like the first couple of years is still when I was super immature still.
Yeah.
And so I'm here fucking like, even as you could see with my image, I had like long blonde hair, thinking, you know, I'm going to LA, I'm going to look like a movie star. Going out, you know, you're just hoping that a hot girl will like walk into the bar and you start talking to her. And like, then you're like drinking, and then you're like meeting people, and you find yourself like going to places with people at like 2-3 in the morning, and it's just like you only met them a few hours earlier, and it's like it's so like it's stupid, you know, like you're wasting your money that you don't have to waste, you know. And it's wild, man.
And especially immigration status plays into getting a job and things like that. I remember that was always a concern of yours, is like, man, like what if they do a background check? What if they do this? Like, I'm not going to get the job, you know. Luckily, we worked at Sunny Grill, and, you know, me will just hire anybody off the streets pretty much. Come in tomorrow. We'll try you out, you know?
Yeah. You know, and there's certain people, like, that you come across, if you're lucky, throughout those that hard time when you first move out to a place like LA, that make it somewhat a little easier. Like, me, it was a godsend.
As much as I've like had a back and forth with her, thank God for that woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kept me fed, kept me alive, and treated me like a son. You know, even though she worked me hard, if there was anything that I ever needed, if it was just like, hey, I need $200 for rent, boom, she'd hook it up. You know, if I was just like, man, if I was, you know, how it is in LA, you go hungry. You know, it's just like, can I just get a bean and cheese burrito or something? You know, and she'll hook you up. You know.
And that's why when I first tasted pizza rolls at your place, man, I was just like, this is blowing my world. I was on like fucking beans and whatever, just shitty like a Carl's Jr. burger, like from the fucking dollar menu for years, man. And then I come across pizza rolls, and I'm like, if this what cheap food is, I can't believe I didn't find it earlier.
It's a backstory for that. I invite Stiofán over to my house, and I'm not a chef, but I consider myself a fairly good cook. And one of the things that I like cooking is shepherd's pie. He's Irish, so I was like, yo, man, come to my house. We're going to watch football, and I'll make you bomb-ass shepherd's pie, you know? And I wanted you to taste the shepherd's pie and see if it was anything like what you had at home. And I go through all this work making the shepherd's pie, but when you get there, I made some Gino's pizza rolls or Totino's pizza rolls or whatever. I'm like, okay, this will be the appetizer. And that's all you gave a fuck about. I was just like, man, I just slaved away on this shepherd's pie. Have some shepherd's pie. You're like, no, mate, the pizza rolls, they're so good. Where did you get these things? I was like, are you serious?
Oh, lad, they were so good. And a bit of mayo as well. Put the mayo on the plate and dip the pizza rolls into the mayonnaise.
You and the mayonnaise. Oh. This dude has mayonnaise with every meal. Dipping the fries. So good. Dipping the fries in mayonnaise. Yeah, I remember when...
I can't believe people don't dip fries in mayonnaise.
Well, we do, but we don't... Like, people will dip it in Thousand Island, which is, basically mayonnaise and ketchup mixed together. We just don't like to admit it, Ketchup, we like the sugar. Americans like sugar, so we like to dip our fries in some sugary substance. Ketchup, perfect. But yeah, I remember when I first met you at Sunny Grill and you got the job over there, and it was just like, you were handing out the CDs, and I was just like, oh, here we go, another guy coming to LA trying to make it. I don't even need to learn his name because he'll be gone in a couple months. But I remember when you gave me the song "Wait," you handed out "Wait" to everybody, and I took it home and listened. And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like he's different than the other people I've met because he had talent, And that's when I immediately started, even though I didn't know you very well, I would tell people about, hey, I know this dude. Like, listen to this song. Like, and to this day, I still and fully support you as an artist because there was that talent that was very, very obvious, and the song "Wait," actually, you know what? Let me play a clip of "Wait." I know you can't hear it, but I'm going to play a clip of "Wait" real quick just so people know what I'm talking about. This is the first song that I ever heard by Stiofán called "Wait." And then we'll talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
If my haunting past won't burst, then I won't be okay. Hey kid, you're 5 years old, a young man with a mind of his own. Pillow forts, no pictures and phones. You're a boy, but you can wait till you're grown. Mom and dad's teaching things about life. Don't give up, get back up on that bike. Learning numbers, you wonder at night. You're hearing people tell your parents that your future is bright and it's great. They tell you to wait. Now once will you come home with no food on your plate? You go to school, pack the lunch that you eat on your break. And on your worst days or your birthdays, they'll have bought you a cake. What it takes to make you smile so you know that you're loved. And for them to give it all and just hope's enough. Understand, let's sell a house if you say that you're stuck. Money will never be a problem, but you'll always be tough. You grow up in your head now, things start to change. You're causing most of the trouble, but you're never to blame. Guilty feeling in your stomach, you can stomach the pain. Always say you're playing around, emphasis on playing. No sense of how you're feeling lost in the dark. Think you try to make them laugh, think you're lost who you are. Think it might become a danger spending days in the bar, but they demand a certain man that can drink on par. Till one lonely summer spent swallowing down. You get a phone call from Carney, you're just joking around. You're hearing nothing but his breath and then you're begging for sound. And what he utters from his mouth, he says the William has drowned. He said he did it himself.
So that line about William is drowned. That's when you listen to the song, it sounds like obviously someone's speaking from like experience. There's like experience there. So what is some of the backstory on that? It sounds very like when I listen to it, it's like very heartfelt and almost heartbreaking, because it sounds like you're really pouring it out there.
Can I ask the most Irish question of all time before I get into it?
Sure.
Can this be the beer break?
You want us? It's only 11.
Let's just start.
All right,
Hold
on. Let me finish this coffee.
It's evening, 6 o'clock somewhere.
All right, let me go grab a beer, and we'll talk about.
I'm going to grab my Stone Cold Broken Skull IPA.
All right. He's not wearing shoes. I'm wearing sweats, so I'll play the song for a second. All right, we'll play the song, and we're going to go take a little beverage break. You guys can listen to the rest of the song right quick.
Damn, I look like a hobbit in the screen,
For
the
real?
camera. I'm like,
And you're ashamed of how you feel.
I'll be right back.
Changes in
One
the
second.
panic, and the panic turns to drinking. The longer you go on, the more you see yourself a villain. See a person in the mirror who you hate, and it's a prison. Pity party on yourself, cause you despise what you become. Can get up in the morning, you can venture in the sun, and it just begins to tighten like your heart becomes a taunt. Think your time is finally over, all this pain is almost done. Always tired, but when you sleep at night, you're having dreams of apologies and making it right. You make a real big effort to be living a life, but all you are is just a kid.
I was just looking at the comments of people.
You be lying to the end, saying things are always good, but they know you're a mess. Last night they heard you crying, stains of blood in your desk. They'll always press you for answers, but you'll never confess. Slam the door.
Slam the door. I love that part.
Find your photos as a kid, place them out on the floor. Writing letters to yourself, reaching down to the core. But all these words just to comfort till he opens some more. Still he can't. So you continue to dance with the devil in your ears as the death is a blast. Knows how much you want it, so he dares you to ask. Say that we can make it easy if we plan in advance. That you promised. This is painfully honest. The day that William died, you had pledged to live on with any thought that you might have that your life isn't worth it. Knew to feel alive, you must get out and earn it, so you wait. Like you were told as a kid. Carry on regardless, be it heartless or hid. Become what's now the artist, make what classes you missed. To graduate from college with some knowledge in this, that you survived. All those years in the ledge, to be what they expected, not the person who bled. To be the child of loving parents who once tuck you to bed. To be the person you admire, not the devil you fed. You're seeing light. Coming home, the plane ticket. Mom and dad, I thank you for this life, I'll go live it. Once upon a time I was in trouble, I admit it. I wish I could take it back, but now changing how I did it was the comfort in the feeling. Know that you knew me, knew that I could be some trouble, knowing that you wouldn't leave. Knew that I could have this problem, knowing that you couldn't see. Knew if I gave up on living, knowing that you couldn't breathe. You take their hand, and you kiss them both goodbye. I'll call you when I get there, I love you and I'll try to make something of myself, to find some peace up in my mind. To chase a dream that I was destined to achieve until I die. Heavy plate. You're just a victim of fate. Doesn't mean that you're a failure if your life's starting late. You find yourself being happy with the more you create. Well, funny as it happens is they told you to. Wait.
Ooh, that is a fire track, my man. That is a fire track. But right?
Thank you,
Mitchell
bro.
Wayne's like, that drop.
Thank you.
I mean,
I'm telling you, man.
And so like, was that's probably like your first like big song.
That was my first properly recorded, produced, mixed and mastered song. Yeah, because up until then, when I was back home, I was recording, mixing, and mastering all my own stuff.
Yeah.
But on like the most basic home equipment.
Right.
That was the first time. That's the first time I ever paid for studio time and to get everything done.
Was that out here? Was that in LA?
That was here in LA. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so,
Yeah.
you mentioned William a couple times. If you don't mind bringing that up. Who's William to you?
No, that's good. William was a friend of ours back home.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. One of my close friends back home, and yeah, he unfortunately took his own life back in 2015, I think. You know, it was just a tragic story, man. Such a bright lad. Super close with him, as I said. There was like a nucleus group of a few of us. Brendan, who was listening to the shows, one of us too, and you know, we all go out together and see each other every day at school, and you know, you'd spend a lot of time with each other, and sometimes you just wouldn't know that someone's going through something.
Right.
Especially at that age, everybody's got their own problems, and you know, it's just Irish culture too. It's, you know, it's all like, it's grand, it's fine, it is what it is what it is.
And Irish are kind of known for shoving things down, you know, like
yeah. So like, it is what it is, and you know, it just like I won't speak on it too much, just because it's not my story to tell in terms of him.
Right.
But yeah, you know,
but you were able to use that as kind of an inspiration to kind of push.
Yeah, because it was a big thing in my life. Obviously, I lost my friend, but as I touched in the song was like it's the deepest song I'll probably ever write for the rest of my life, just because it was therapeutic. But basically, as I said, I was going through a lot for a number of years, and I was within me, I was struggling for a long time because I always thought I was meant to be somewhere in life. I thought I was meant to be making music and, you know, meant to be famous or successful. And you look up people's Wikipedias, you look people up on the internet and be like, what age did they see? And just all of a sudden, my age is getting older and older. My years are going by, and I keep passing the point at which other artists got successful.
Yeah.
And you start to kind of loathe yourself more, and then you have all these external factors, people around you telling you, trying to not push you towards the music, or trying to direct you to a different lane, and feel like there's so many obstacles that keep being put in your way, and you just want to make music, and it's just like you get so unhappy. And what happened to William was terrible. And I was working in Killarney, in Kerry at the time, and I come back to Cork after I hear the news, and we're inside in his house, and it was just his father and sister in there, and I remember looking at him for the first time, and this was like really a chain reaction for how I would behave for a number of years after that. I looked at him, and like quite shamefully, the first thing that I thought was, that's my friend. But I also had anger towards him, and it wasn't the anger of how dare you do this and not think about everybody else. The anger which I had to accept, and why I was so kind of fucked up for a couple of years, was, how dare you do this and take this away from me? I felt like he stole my spotlight of what I could have done.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, it was incredibly fucked up. And I hated myself for the longest time, because in that moment, I couldn't even put all my thoughts towards my friend. It was selfish.
Right.
And so, like, you took this away from me,
And it's fucked up, when someone, does
so
that to themselves, and then you're thinking of like, how dare you steal my spotlight? Like.
Yeah, being like, I was going to do, like, I didn't have any concrete plans or something. Like, it's so, like, it's hard to talk about it now, man, but it's like, because, you do the work and you move past it and stuff. But it was like in the back of my head that was always like on the cards, and after that happens, it just, I can't talk about it with anyone, because I feel like if I talk about it, you're a fucking terrible person. And I felt terrible within me, I felt like terrible within me. And so I'm like bottling this up, and all of a sudden me drinking isn't me enjoying a drink anymore. It's me like trying to put my mind at rest because of how I felt at that moment. And then you're missing your friend, and you're just like, I'm a fucking asshole. And you convince yourself that you're the worst person in the world, for the longest time. And after a while, you just have to accept that, there was some glimmer of light from what happened, which was I got to see through that day and through him everything that it affected on all the people that it hurt. And that was kind of like a promise to myself that I would never do anything like that.
Yeah.
Because I saw firsthand how it devastates people.
Right.
And that song is just pretty much all about that. It's as direct in terms of the lyrics as possible.
I think most artists would kind of live their whole lives hoping that they could come up with something that deep and introspective, and and especially, it's definitely one of your fastest, like lyrically fastest song. And when you think of, it's a 4-minute song, all lyrics, and I can only imagine what it looks like on a page. It's just like, like, every single word, every single line, it's very poignant, and you could tell that it's coming. It's not something that you can write for someone else. It's not something that you could just write because you want a pop song. That's something that's just like I have to write this to get this out of my head, get this, these emotions out. And I feel it every time I listen to it. And the little lines about, thanking your parents for the birthday cake, kissing them on the forehead and saying goodbye to them and using, William as inspiration of how you're going to, like, all that is so, it's just true. It's like from the heart, and it shows up in this freaking amazing song. And the production is just dope too. like Mitchell Wayne was saying, that drop,
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I mean, it's definitely like,
I was very lucky with all the...
It's very pop. It's very, it's a head bobber, but like it also has like, if people are into lyrics and people are into introspective songs, it has all that,
Yeah, I think it's something that, like, I know when I listen to it, if I'm looking at it from a purely aesthetically, sound aesthetically point of view, I'm like, there's other rap songs and stuff where, like, if you listen to like an Eminem or a Macklemore, like a J. Cole,
yeah,
they hit the beat a lot better, and it's like there's other songs which sound more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
In terms of the melody and the delivery, but in terms of writing, like, it'll be one that I'll probably be the most proud of.
Yeah.
Just because, it was an opportunity for me to be like, okay, I won't ever talk about this, never have, and I probably never will, obviously, bar today. But like, this is kind of like why I was so fucked up,
Yeah.
And why I was causing so much trouble and stuff. It's just because, I just didn't think I was a good person.
Right.
And
but it's definitely like a song that it's a song that an artist writes. And that's what like really hit me to you when you gave me that CD. And by the way, it was like, we met back in the day where it was still okay to give someone a CD, like you give someone a CD these days, they're like, where do I put this? Like my computer does not have that slot. But yeah, it separated you from the pack of people that I had met in LA, because there were so many people I met in LA that would give me CDs, and you'd listen to the music and you're like, hey man, you're going to go far, but that, like, I was like, oh shit, this dude has the production and he has the lyrics, but he also has the artist's mind to tap into emotion, cause I mean, even though it's not my song, I could equate it to my life, and there's parts in that song where I just, like, I feel the emotion, like I feel welled up. I want to, tear up, because it's just like, dude, it's so deep, So, definitely good on you. And that's what kind of propelled you, into, I guess, being an artist in LA, definitely in my eyes.
Thank you, man.
So what are you drinking?
It was heavy. Oh, an IPA.
Straight out of Portland.
Straight
baby.
Out of Portland.
What you got?
This is the one I was trying to tell you that I love.
Uh-huh.
It's Stone Cold Steve Austin's Broken Skull IPA.
Oh, okay. El Segundo.
So do you know he has that podcast, the Broken Skull Sessions?
Yeah.
Through WWE. Yeah, he has the beer through El Segundo, which is based here in Los Angeles.
All right. Well, cheers, mate.
Yeah. And cheers, brother.
Cheers, my lad.
After that very deep explanation of weight.
Here's to over 6 years of friendship and from listening to that song and you handing me that CD to where we are now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, cheers to all that.
Wow.
The journey has been incredible, man. And it's been really, like, incredible being your friend and knowing, not just being your friend, like I said yesterday, like, just being your friend has been a blessing in my life. You know, even if you weren't an artist or anything like that, just being your friend has, like I said, you're one of my best friends at this point. We've had some remarkable times and great conversations, but watching your growth as an artist is like a bonus, because it's just been so cool to watch that growth, physically, mentally, and artistically. Like, you've just completely fucking like a stock, you know what I'm saying? And and I only see better things.
Goes without saying, the feeling's mutual, man.
What's a CD? Oh, G Illuminati, R.I.P. Razor Ramon, man.
Oh shit, man.
Scott Hall. What'd you think about that?
that was that sucked. That
Yeah,
sucked
right.
yesterday.
Really.
Yeah, when I found about because I heard the news like a few days ago about him having the heart attacks.
Uh huh.
And yeah, when I found out he died, it sucks, man. Because when somebody like obviously we've been speaking a lot about people having their tough times, whatever, and doing the work and getting themselves better. That was a guy that was through a lot in life, and he was a well-known partier, and um, he was after getting better the last few years,
Hmm.
and broke his hip, went in for surgery, um, ended up getting a blood clot from the surgery,
Yeah.
and three heart attacks, and that's it. And it's like after all of that, after all the years of trying to like put his life back together and do the good things, a broken hip, a fall, and breaking your hip is what and ended up, taking him away. So
Yeah, it's crazy. Like such a strong dude, a healthy looking dude gets taken out by, like you said, a broken hip and a surgery. It's crazy.
yeah,
And he like to me, I first came in, I first knew him as Razor Ramon because I was a huge WWF fan, and
me too. Yeah,
a friend of mine had posted on Instagram, you were Tony Montana before I knew who Tony Montana was, and like I didn't see Scarface until I was probably like 18 years old. Was the first time I saw Scarface. So I was like, why is Al Pacino doing a Razor Ramon? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why is he trying to be like Razor Ramon?
yeah,
Uh, I can't say like he was a big inspiration in my life, but he was definitely someone who I think back was like, that's part of my childhood was Razor Ramon, and the toothpick flick and, just his swagger. It was just like incredible, part of what made like retro wrestling, like wrestling in the 90s, like fun and cool were characters like Razor Ramon, man.
yeah. One of my first memories of WWF was back when obviously before like boxes and like multiple TV channels. My father used to he used to record over with a VCR with video
Yeah.
like the wrestling pay-per-views because we were so young at the time. We would have to go to bed and we would be able to watch it the next day. And the first memory I have is like the 1997 Royal Rumble. I think it was the Royal Rumble that Shawn Michaels ended up winning,
Yeah.
and Razor Ramon was on the card, and he was facing Jeff Jarrett. And like just for some reason, all the matches from that card like stuck in my brain. And I remember Jeff Jarrett like saying how Razor Ramon had like a yellow back, and he was because he was like such a coward and all of this. And I was like, the dude seems so cool,
Right.
Um,
The Razor's
what's up?
Edge.
Yeah,
Such a cool finisher, man.
yeah,
Yeah, I love.
that's a legend.
I love if people don't know a little bit about Stiofán and me also share the well, I was kind of out of wrestling when I had first met you, and I remember it was you and my cousin G Illuminati who like reinvigorated my love for wrestling. I had completely stopped watching it, and then once you started talking about it, and my cousin was doing a super card, playing a wrestling super game, and I would look at the cards and I was like, oh shit, I remember Mr. Perfect, I remember that. And then I started watching the pay-per-views. I even subscribed to WWE Network, and now I watch it again as an adult, and I'm like, why did I stop watching this? You know what I'm saying? I think because it was uncool at the time, and then you get to a point where you don't care about being cool, and obviously, I love wrestling. Like I couldn't deny that. I couldn't deny myself of that love.
I'm telling you, see what I'm wearing? I saw that you were wearing a wrestling tee, and I had to wear the Bad Bunny Royal Rumble tee.
Bad Bunny Royal Rumble tee. Yeah, I got the certified G. I'm 6'3", and you can't teach that. Talk about a fall from grace, man. Enzo and Big Cass, like they had the world in their palm. And then
they're back though. They're back in the independent scene doing pretty well.
oh, okay. One thing I haven't done yet is get into the AEW wrestling, which I know I'm missing out. I know I'm missing out because I keep seeing clips and I'm like, I gotta start watching this.
I can't wait, man. The day before I go back to Ireland in June, AEW is coming to LA, They're at the Forum,
Yeah.
and I'm getting tickets to go. I can't wait.
Yeah.
If you want to join, let me know.
When is it?
I'm going with that. I'm going with Lauren and Denny.
Shout out. Let's give Lauren a shout out.
Yes.
Does she have what's her company or social media or something that we can just kind of promote right quick?
So just to give people a backstory, so lately with my music, I am so beyond grateful that was able to get a small team of people together, who are all working towards the same goal. And for that, I am incredibly grateful, because
Respect.
this industry is so fucking hard. As I said, everyone can make music, which is great, and everyone can release music. But now, because of the competition, it's so much harder in order to get your music in front of people. And so you just need people that can help. You need a team, and because I don't have a label, having my little team means the world to me. And Lauren is the most incredible digital marketing consultant. She has her own marketing firm called Bite Size Consulting.
Bite Size Consulting.
And ever since Bite Size Consulting, and ever since I started working with her, that woman has been absolutely incredible, an absolute godsend. And Johnny Westside here is also a part of my team, and for that I am forever indebted to you, my friend. Believing in my music like the way you do. And I'll give a quick shout out to Dean. I'll give a quick shout out to Shane.
Shout out to Dean, Playback LA.
Exactly, Mr. Dean Earls from Playback. Shane from back home in Ireland.
And Shane's the guy I met, right? Or am I thinking of a different Shane? When we went out to LA downtown and partied, or no?
No, that's Shane Kenny. You're thinking of my buddy from New York. Yeah, okay. He has his own ice cream. Shout out to Big Shane's Ice Cream.
What? He has his own ice cream now?
He has his own ice cream company. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I remember when I went out with you guys, me and Stiofán. This is the tumultuous, whatever. The relationship we used to have was very because we drink, and we'd go out and drink, and we'd begin the evening as friends, and then we'd end the evening as like enemies. I remember that night, like we wanted to kick each other's asses. But it's all part of being immature and wrestling with demons, and alcohol doesn't help as we drink at 11:26 in the morning. But
that's what I'm saying, and I'm like, I've been the one that's saying I was reckless, and I'm the one bringing it up. I will also preface this that I hardly drink nowadays.
Yes,
I only drink once every few weeks,
right.
And it has to be a special occasion.
And this is a special
occasion.
occasion.
Drinking with you special occasion, 100%, and I am at home, so I can't fight anybody. It's just me in the bed.
Exactly. So shout out to Shane with Shane's Ice Cream. Who's the other Shane again?
Shane is also a part of Gold Mines Management, which is Dean's company too.
Oh, okay.
And Shane has been fantastic. He's going to be attacking the Irish market as well. And I know you've been a part of our meetings, and we're looking heavily into promoting my music and marketing my music back home in Ireland as well as over here in America.
Yeah.
And so far, I know a lot of people haven't seen anything of note, because we're working behind the scenes, doing a lot of work in terms of preparing and doing the foundational work, so that when I do start releasing music and content, we'll just have stuff that'll keep on coming and keep flowing out, which you're aware of. And I just want to make sure, I'm at that point. As I said earlier, for the longest time, I was the worst for looking at Wikipedia pages and looking at other artists' journeys and seeing when they became successful and what they did in order to become successful. And I'm just getting at that point where I'm like, just stop looking and focusing on what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
Focus on what you're doing and just do it. Stop making excuses. Stop procrastinating. Put your plan in motion. Stick to a plan. And having yourself and Lauren and the team to be able to be like, this is your goals, these are your goals, these are your deadlines, do it.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping then that the music will speak for itself, and that everything else will fall into place, you know.
Yeah. The key is, you know, having the talent, having the drive, being able to put the blinders on and not listen to any critics and know that you're doing the right thing. But another key is, and which you're finding now, is to surround yourself with the right kind of people, which I really, really am feeling like you have right now, especially with Shane, Dean, and Lauren. And I don't really factor myself in the equation, but
you are more important than you think you are, man.
You definitely have a great team around you, and just sitting in those meetings, you know, it's just like, oh shit, we're about to crank out something real.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, and also on the note of the Wikipedia pages and seeing where artists made it, I always use this man as an inspiration for me, because I personally believe that other than Wait, one of the greatest songs ever written, to me, I think that the greatest song ever written, and I know this is up for debate, but to me, the greatest song ever written is Lean on Me. When you listen to the song, it's very simple. You know, it's almost a cappella.
Yeah.
You know, the piano's very simple. The lyrics are so heartfelt. It's Lean on Me. It's fucking Lean on Me. It's going to be in the archives forever. Bill Withers was 31 years old when he wrote that song. You know, which, and I mean, if you think back in the 70s, 31 was like 65. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You know, you were pretty much, that's a midlife crisis. Bill Withers was 31 when he wrote that song, and he had been an airplane mechanic, and people would always hear him humming at work, and they were just like, well, Bill, why don't you just, you know, make music for a living? And he literally like made cassette tapes and walked around the Hollywood Hills putting cassette tapes into mailboxes, and it was Lean on Me. And so if he had compared himself to other people and said, well, you know, all these people were in their 20s when they made it, there's no room for me in the music industry, we wouldn't have Lean on Me. We wouldn't have Wonderful Day. We wouldn't have Ain't No Sunshine. We wouldn't have Grandma's Hands. We wouldn't have the career of Bill Withers. And it was because he pivoted at 31, which even these days, by these days standards, you know, an artist becoming an artist at 31 is, you know, inconceivable to a lot of people. But it just shows that you can't give up, and don't compare yourself to other people. If you have that drive, if you have that talent, it's going to speak for itself, you know? So shout out to Bill Withers and not giving up.
Shout out Bill Withers. And that's what I'm hoping for. You know, the hope is that I think as we're getting older, and we've had these conversations in the meetings and stuff, I think as I'm getting older, I'm starting to care less about my image. If that's like, I still try and take care of myself, but like less about getting my image across and more so about getting my message across, and more so about getting my story across, which is why I've been more open to having these types of things, or doing these types of things, even though it makes me pretty uncomfortable, and where the beer helps and stuff to just like loosen me up. Because I feel like the first hour or so of this thing, I've been like fidgeting, and I'm like trying to find any way to like squirm out of stuff. But that's just the way I am. But you know, I think as long as I can try and get people to understand that there's stories to why the way I am and how I am, and you know, the songs reflect those stories, and for everything in life, you know, I know I can write songs, and I like it's one of these things where you like almost like I beg the world, just let me play you my music.
Yeah.
Like just listen to my music and make up your mind about me then. You know, don't make up your mind about me before. Listen to it and you might have a better understanding of me before.
Right.
You know, it's one of these things where like when, as you said, when we first met, tumultuous relationship and stuff, but once you get to know me, and I feel like the music helped a lot, because you're like, this guy, like he's like Marmot, you either love me or you hate me.
He's a prick,
Uh,
but I can't deny he's got great music.
he's a prick, but it's like, but there's heart, you know. And I'm
Yeah.
like, listen, you know. Um, so it's like I hope that what we're doing will allow people to listen and
Yeah.
kind of get a handle on where we're going, and that there is big plans in the future, and that
Oh,
we are
definitely.
hoping to do something big. And I take this very seriously, and it's like music isn't a hobby. It's not something that I do at the end of the night. You know, it's like this is something I'm thinking about all the time. Besides my wife, shout out Linda, who I absolutely love
Shout out
and
Linda.
adore, and most important person and thing in my world. But besides her, you know, my family too, of course. But like music is the one thing that I know is just always constant for me. I can always record. I'm grateful now that I have a position where I can record music at home and stuff. I'm like, pick up my guitar, work on a few songs, and I'm good, you know?
Yeah.
That's it. It just gives me instantaneous happiness, you know?
Right. You know, there's I think it was John Jarrell, uh, my writing teacher, who had said like writers don't write to make money. Writers write because they just have to. You know, creatives
Yeah.
they create because they have to. They have to get it out of their system.
Yeah.
You are a musician and you have to create music. I was going to talk about something before we start getting real hammered here. Not hammered, but tell us a story about the X Factor or The Voice.
Oh, The Voice?
Yeah,
Yeah. So there's been a number of opportunities that I was offered, or what should I say, that were brought to my attention since I've been over here, that I couldn't take or I couldn't fulfill because of my status. One of those was The Voice. I was here with about maybe 3 or 4 years, and I get an email from a casting producer from The Voice saying that they saw one of my videos on Instagram of me doing a acoustic rendition of my song "You're on My Brain," and that song is strictly like it's just super raw, and it's just focused on my vocals, and I'm just really like giving it my all in this video. And he said, "Would you be interested in participating in this year's Voice, etc., etc.?" And I'm like, "Sure." And he gives me a full breakdown of what it entails and what I do or what I would have to do, etc. And basically, you know how they have like the open audition round
right.
for The Voice? He was going to have me skip the whole open audition round
Damn.
and do a closed audition in front of the casting producers, but them to kind of that's for them to kind of brainstorm about how to market me, as opposed to if this person is going to participate.
Right. You were
It's
in.
like as if it was like in his mind, okay, I was in, but we want you to come to the audition on this day, just so you, like, to meet the casting, do 2 or 3 songs, and then we'll market around it. I get there. When I'm there, as I'm signing in, they hand me a sheet of paper, and on the like a load of terms and conditions. And on 1.1a was, I hereby declare and state that I am a lawful legal citizen of the United States. And I was like, at this point, either I perjurize myself,
Mm-hmm.
and if I do participate in the show, it's going to come out eventually,
Yeah.
and it just like it could compromise everything that I've worked so hard for since the time that I've been here, or I just walk away,
Yeah.
you know. And unfortunately, the only thing I could do was walk away at that point.
Right.
And so I emailed the same casting producer who's my contact, and just said, I'm sorry, you know, I didn't explain why. At the time, I was embarrassed, you know, and I just said, thankful for the opportunity. I showed up. I just couldn't kind continue with it. I hope you understand. And he said, we'll keep you in mind. The next year, he contacted me again. And it was one of these things where I just didn't even respond to the email. It's just like, it just sucked, you know, because it could have been something. But also, nowadays, I think how they cast for The Voice now is like you send in online things. So it's changed in the last couple of years. But yeah, you know, who knows? But fuck it. Everything happens for a reason, I suppose.
I remember when it first happened, and I know you were heartbroken about it, but like not only you, but we were all heartbroken because, you know, we loved you, and we still love you, but it was just like we share each other's successes, and it was just like, yo, Stiofán's gonna be on The Voice. Stiofán's gonna be on The Voice. And then when it fell through, we were all like, oh man, like that sucks, man. We knew how much you wanted it, but we wanted it for you as well. So yeah, it was really a bummer when it happened, but like you say, everything happens for a reason. And you know, maybe
And that's just the industry in general. I feel like obviously my situations, my exact circumstances have been different because of my previous status and stuff. But there's been numerous things since I've been here and within the industry that's just happened. You know, I was contacted by an A&R from Columbia Records before, and that ended up falling through because of where I'm from. And remember the time I met Big Boy at that party?
Yeah.
And for people that are listening, like Big Boy is like a big radio DJ over here in LA.
Huge,
and he, like
huge, physically huge. No, no, but like in LA, he is the man, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, he listened to my music, and he wrote on my Instagram, and he just said, like, it was a pleasure meeting you. I checked out your songs and stuff. You got talent. I was like, I hope to see you someday soon. And he said, I think I will. And like, he had like such immense faith, but then like I would send him my new stuff and then he wouldn't respond. And it's just like, it was like a constant flow of opportunity, and you get your hopes up and then it comes crashing down.
Right.
He still by the way, Big Boy still follows me on Instagram.
Shout out to Big Boy.
But I'm like, it's going to be one of these things where I'm just going to have to like bust the door open one day and be like undeniable and be like, dude, I told you years ago.
Right.
Like, why haven't you been messaging me? Like,
well, it's also like the test of an artist, you know, not just in LA but anywhere, is how are you going to handle these constant series of ups and downs and the disappointments? Are you how many disappointments is it going to take to break you, you know? And a true artist is going to say infinite. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep breaking me down.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep standing up. You know, I'm going to keep fighting back. And that's what you've done. And like I tell my audience all the time, like, I know this guy named Stiofán, and he is about to break out. And honestly, maybe the time just wasn't right at that point. You know, I think where you're at now as an artist is really a great time for you to break out, because you've put in the work. You got the 10,000 hours. You're cranking out the material, and like we talk about the you know, the drinking and the partying, and not so much partying, but like drinking and the recklessness of it all. You might have not been able to handle it, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, you know, but now you're in a place, and I know we're drinking early in the morning, but me and you both have that struggle with drinking. You know, I'm Navajo Indian, you're Irish. I talked about the Native American and Irish connection on the show yesterday.
I heard that yesterday. I know I was going to talk about it today, but you covered it yesterday. I was like, you know, it's a beautiful story, man.
1847, man. You know, and we're still working together.
Beautiful, beautiful story.
But we have.
That's why I wanted to tell people in your audience too that I'm looking into starting a brewery with Mr. Westside Weed Smoke here and creating our own beers.
Yeah.
And we're going to market it on the premise of that Native American Irish connection that's been there for years.
1847 brew.
Yeah, I mean, we could call it 1847. I was also like thinking of like A Tale of Two People and just marketing, just like tell stories and through the beer and through the marketing and the branding, and it'd be sick. I always
Definitely.
wanted to have my own beer too.
I'll drink that. I'll drink to that.
Exactly, because
Cheers,
you'd be
brother.
making money off of it, 100%.
Well, let's talk about drinking for a second because me and you have had that same
Yeah,
struggle, and I feel like me and you have kind of our drinking paths have kind of followed. So like when me and you first met, I talk about the time that I met Shane. We went out to the club, and of course, we get fucking hammered. We start the evening as
yeah,
friends. We end the evening as enemies. I remember like you guys left the club, and I was like, "Where the fuck are they going?" Like you guys had met some girls. And by the way, like going out drinking with Stiofán and Shane, like Shane's like what 6'5", cut out of freaking marble. And I'm like, I can't compete with this guy. Like he goes into the club and immediately like there was like two beautiful women in like black mini dresses and he's just walking out with and I remember being on the balcony smoking a cigarette and I'm like, where are these fools going? These motherfuckers just left me at the club. And I remember you guys went, and I remember going from bar to bar, club to club, looking for you guys. Not because I wanted to join you, because I was like, no, I'm going to fight one of these fuckers. And I remember like they wouldn't let me in the club, and I was yelling at you in the door, and the bouncers were like, "Yeah, get out of here! We're going to call the cops." And I was so pissed at you. And we've had other times where but that's how. I mean, I think we almost fought a couple times, and like you always said, like that's what happens when we drink, like we get we get fucking rowdy, And I mean, I told
it was.
what do you say?
I think it was just a specific time as well. As I said, it was just like I was still very young and immature at that point.
I wasn't very
Um,
young, but I was still immature.
yeah, and it was one of these things, and like you definitely weren't the only one. Um, I have this within me. Like I'm a very kind of unaggressive person
Yeah,
in
right.
general,
Me
sober.
too.
But then there's just like, yeah, it's just that there's this thing though. Like, say if there's something on my mind that day, say if like I see a news article and I'm like pissed about it, and it just like it boils my blood for whatever reason,
Right.
and I'm like, but I'm not gonna allow it to ruin my day normally. But if I'm drinking, then I'm like, I'm still thinking about that, and then all of a sudden someone says the wrong thing or whatever after like a shit ton of drink, and I just, I'm just like, time to make your ancestors proud, man. Like this is like,
The Fighting Irish.
put them up, yeah, put up or shut up,
Yeah. I tell
But
the story
it's
about the first time we hung out or hung out at my place.
yeah,
We had always been talking about how much we could drink. And by the way, Stiofán had never really been into NFL football or American football. And we watched the Super Bowl together. That was the famous shepherd's pie pizza roll day. And I remember we went to the store, and when you're a drinker, but you're hanging out with other people who don't drink on par with you, there's a lot of times where I'll hold back, But I remember it was just going to be me and you. And I was like, yo,
yeah,
like, let's get enough beers that we'll be satisfied. And I remember we grabbed a 30 rack, and I knew that wasn't going to be enough. I was like, I'm going to drink 20 of those. How many are you going to have? You're like 20. And I was like, okay, well, let's get a 30 rack. And what was it, like an 18 or something like that? Or
and
12?
then because you were happy with the 30 rack. I remember you were like, I'm happy with 30 rack, and I'm like, but dude, we gotta have beers that we enjoy too, because you were getting like the light beers,
Right.
the light like PBRs, or I forget what light beer
I think
you
it
had.
was a
Like there was
30.
like a
I think it
PBR,
was a 30 rack of like light, like MGD Miller Light.
Miller Lite or
Yeah.
something like that, and I was like, but dude, they're just the beers just to kind of
Fill our stomach.
suffice us between a good beer and another good beer.
Right.
Like we'll drink one good beer, three shitty beers, then a good beer. And I was like, come on, we got to get a good beer. And I remember, let's go get an IPA. We'll find
Yeah.
something that we like. And then I was looking at one box and I'd be like, we might as well get two. And dude, man, that was a wild night.
Right.
I had the best time, but it was a difference of like three beers.
Right.
It was just like it's like I could have had the best time, and then I like remember, keep going,
Right.
like just keep going, because at that point in that time of my life, drinking, I could never say no.
Right.
I like, and I would still struggle with it from time to time nowadays, but like I wouldn't be chaotic with it.
Yeah.
I also have rules and regulations with when I drink nowadays that
Right.
I'll only drink as long as it's like a good occasion
Right.
and as long as I'm around people that I can trust.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
they'll take care of you and as well.
that
But like, yeah,
take
when we
care of me
first
and that.
met, we like our drinking. I'll admit it, my drinking was out of fucking control. Completely out of control.
Yeah.
I would drink, like 10 beers somewhere, and then go somewhere else and say like, the buzz is not good enough. I need to start having shots, and start taking shots.
Yeah.
And then, everybody else around me is like, hey, you've had enough. And I'll be like, okay, well, I'll go somewhere else where they're not going to judge me. And I'll go somewhere else and drink more.
Exactly.
And then end up making an ass of myself.
No.
I mean, how many times did me and you call the other person and say like, oh, what did I do last night? Am I okay? Like, did I embarrass myself? That we talk about the guilt of waking up not knowing what you did, and the embarrassment having to call people, and like, which leads to depression, because you're like, fuck, I was such an asshole last night, and you get depressed over it, and it brings you down. So like, you could have this night where you're drinking and you're just like at an all-time high, and then boom, you're down here, and like for the whole week you're just reeling in your head like, what did I do? What did I say? And it starts to
Because
wear
you
on
have
you.
those Yeah, because you have those precedents of the times when you were acting like a maggot in
Right.
previous times, and you would like the only time you'd ever be bad drinking would be like, for me, it'd be like 1 in 100. I'd be like, do something where I'm like really not proud of, but because I was drinking so much, that's not like that's quite a lot, right?
Right.
So I was like, I would feel bad, but like those nights where I would do something really bad too, I would be having the best time of my life. And I remember there were so many good things that would happen from a night, and you'd meet so many people.
Yeah.
And you would create these connections, and these people tend to like you so much too.
Right.
Because like now I'm just a very reserved, like I'm a very like private person. I'm not the most sociable when like talking about myself,
Right.
self or whatever. So at that time, like, you're feeling it. You're like, okay, like everything is going great. They're like, they like you, and you're like, I like being liked,
Yeah.
and then but you keep going and you're just having a great time, and then just one too many,
Right.
and like the fresh air hits you, and it's just like, and you forget and you black out and you wake up the next day and you're just like, I hope I didn't fuck anything up.
Right.
And that was always what got me, because in my heart, I'm like, I really, as much as some people irk me, like, I really don't want to hurt anybody.
Right.
Like there's been many an occasion where I got into a fight or whatever on the night out, and I'm like, I wake up bruises or whatever, and I'm like, the more damage that I used to see on my face like years ago, I was like, okay, that's good. That probably means I took more damage than I gave. Which you kind of feel okay, because the worst thing in the world, I feel, is that you might have seriously hurt somebody
Right.
and not know about it, and you can't take accountability then. And so like, sometimes when we would go out, I'd be like, dude, like I hope I didn't like make a fool of myself in front of you, because I care about you as a friend,
Yeah.
and I love you as a friend. And if I did do something, like, just tell me so I can apologize.
Yeah.
And understand that that's not who I am.
Oh, I mean, we've had so many times where we apologize to ourselves, to each other the next day. But I will say, for anybody who's worried about us, even though we are drinking right here at, before 12, even before I left LA a few years ago, I saw the change in not only me and you. Our drinking had gotten better, and we got to a more mature place, especially when you started working at Art Bar. Shout out to Art Bar LA. LC, the man. When you started working over there, our drinking, we had like pretty much cut out hard liquor, and we were more about having a good beer rather than having 30 beers. It was more about having a few really good tasting beers, whereas when I was a youth, or not when I was a youth, but when I was younger, it was just about getting as much alcohol in my system as I can. And then once we started, hanging out at Art Bar and you really became a beer connoisseur at that point, tasting the different beers and getting almost like a wine tasting, having those different notes and trying a different selection, and not really going for the buzz of it all, Yeah,
it's my greatest curse in life that I love alcohol.
Yeah.
Like I love beer. I love, as you said, like I over the last few years I became seriously enthusiastic about beers and the process and brewery process of beers.
Yeah.
And the difference between every type of beer. And I actually love liquor too. Like I love bourbons and I love whiskeys and I love learning about how it's made and everything. And I think, but what changed for me, I don't know about you, but when I decided, or when I felt like I was becoming different, was my reason for drinking.
Right.
It wasn't because I was drinking because, okay, it's a Friday, I have to go drinking, or I'm not feeling great, let me have a drink. It was everything else is going okay in my life.
Yeah.
I'm at peace within myself. So I'm like, me having a drink there's a drink that I really wanted to try, so let me try that.
Right.
And guess what? I would have the drink and nothing would happen. I would go to bed after and I could have 3 or 4 beers, 5 beers. If I was really enjoying them, 6, it would be once every 2-3 weeks. And nothing would happen. And I would feel really good about it. And I was like, that was a lot of fun. But it was when I started doing the work and kind of taking care of everything else, then I got it under control, and I think, once again, a shout out to Linda. I'm like, since I met Linda, I started the work before, but since I met Linda, I'm never like aggressive anymore again. And it's always about, okay, I know I've got someone to come home to. I know I have responsibilities, and there's a person, you start thinking about, and I don't know about you and your girlfriend, but you start thinking about a family and stuff like that. And I'm
100%.
like, what type of father do I want to be?
Yep.
And I don't want to start doing the work when I have a kid. I want to start doing it now so that it's easier then.
Yeah.
So like now I do the things that I should have been doing years ago. Like before when I get home, have a few glasses of water, make sure if I'm drinking, make sure people know where I am, who I'm with, make sure that the people I'm with I can trust, make sure that the drinks I'm having, I space them apart, all that type of stuff,
Yeah. It's definitely a growth, and it's going to be something that I deal with my whole life, unless I decide to cold turkey 100% stop drinking, which for me isn't really an option because I do enjoy it. I enjoy the taste. I enjoy the buzz. I enjoy the social lubricant that it gives me, but I just need to always be aware of, the downfalls and surround yourself with the right people. My girlfriend right now, she doesn't really drink, so I'm not going to sit and have like 5 drinks when she's not having any. So it grounds me, just like you're a much grounded person now with Linda.
Exact same. Linda isn't a drinker either, so it helps very much.
Right. Speaking of which, are you going to grab another beer?
Yes, sir.
All right. So before we do that, I do want to give a shout out to Mitchell Wayne. My man Mitchell Wayne in the chat is going to give away an NFT to anybody who is watching the show today. We're going to randomly choose someone who is part of Stiofán's Discord. The link is in the description of the video. So make sure you go over and join the Stiofán Discord. And then later on, Mitchell Wayne is going to go through and we are going to choose someone at random and give away a free, we're going to give away a free NFT. Hey, buzzword these days, NFT, green beer NFT at the end of the show. So shout out to Mitchell Wayne. Thank you for helping me out and providing that NFT for us out of the goodness of his heart. So
Yeah,
on that
thank you,
note,
Mitchell.
with all this drinking talk, I am going to play another song by Stiofán while we get up and grab a beer. Let's see. I think "Let Me Handle My Pain" is going to be a perfect one for this one. All right. This is "Let Me Handle My Pain" by Stiofán, a song basically about drinking. And I'm going to go grab another beer.
About drinking, right?
All right. I'll be right back.
The sun is calling out for life, but I'm still shy of cape. A tiny drop would ease the mind, but one won't last a day. Get a little me, double S to the Y. Take it to a bar, take a beer, take a lot. Take it to a point where the world won't burn and burst the flames. Settling, when a man will pray, I pray. Said to a man, you stay, I stay. Left to my own, my heart won't be to blame. When a man will call, I call. Cause the curve, I fall, I fall. Lost in this earth, nobody heals the same. So let me handle my pain.
Let me handle my pain. Oh!
What I know, what I know, what
I wish I could hear it.
handle my pain. They like, hey Steve, you're the bestest. Like a King Kong banging on his chest is. Like a one-south penny and we kept it. Dipping in gold, just dipping in gold.
Dip it in gold.
That said you are reckless. Like a one-stop tour upon regret this. Like a two shots in and call it breakfast. Taking you home, we're taking you home.
2 shots in, call it breakfast.
V double S to the Y. Take it to a bar, take a beer, take a lot.
V double
Take it
S to the
a point
Y.
where the world will
Awesome.
burn and burst the flames. Settling, when a man will pray, I pray. Said to a man, you stay, I stay. Left to my own, my heart won't beat the blame. When a man will call, I call. Cause to the curb, I fall, I fall. Lost in this earth, nobody heals the same. So
Let me handle my pain. Another banger by Stiofán, ladies and gentlemen.
What I know, what I know, what I know, let me handle my pain.
I put you on the TV up there, so when I can't hear the music, I can just switch it off to here and I can hear it.
All right. If you're watching on YouTube, there's probably going to be a lag, but
Another little battlefield is here. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Don't be afraid of me. I'm chasing all my demons out.
That's one of the songs that I don't really
promise.
listen back to
I'm
a
too
lot.
ashamed to sleep. When a man will pray, I pray. Said to a man, you stay, I stay. Left to my own, my heart won't beat the blame. When a man will call, I call. Cause the curb, I fall, I fall. Lost in this earth, nobody heals the same. So
let me handle my pain. It's a banger, man. And yeah, I remember you put this song together when we were at the height of those times, you know, right when all right, I'm gonna cut the song off. That is "Let Me Handle My Pain" by Stiofán, who has graced me with his presence today. Thank you again for doing this show, man. I really appreciate it.
I'm having fun now. Now I'm feeling comfortable.
The hook is deep and painful. And that's another thing about your music is it's very a lot of your music is very deep and painful, but it still has that pop sound, you know. So it's just like it hits both sides of what you want out of music, which is like you want music to touch you, but you also want to dance, you want to sing along, and I think you've always done a good job about that. Cheers, my friend.
Thank you, my man. Yeah, no, so I actually tend to play my own music at the bar from time to time, which is weird, but it's like a good, like say if I'm playing good music, like a good playlist throughout the bar, if, say my music would fit into it.
Yeah.
I like just to throw it in amongst other songs just to see what people think, you know, never tell anybody it's my music, but just like to see if people still are like nodding their head or like still listening intently or, you know, and not thrown off by it. And there was a guy at the bar last week. I played one of my songs. I think it was My Parents' Son. The song that I wrote about my parents.
I love that song.
Yeah, I really like that one because that was also about, craziness about drinking and stuff and the
Yeah.
lyrics. And this guy turns to me and he's like, "Who's this artist?" And I said, "Why? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" And he said, "This is so incredibly poetic." And I said, "Well, that's incredibly kind, sir. It's actually my music." And he said, "No, it's not." And the whole, that whole thing where you're like trying to get across because you are like you do feel genuinely happy, but you want to make sure it comes across that you're incredibly humble
Yeah.
too. So you do the whole like, "No, sir, but it is," but like, "Thank you, you're so kind," all that type of stuff, and it keeps going on and going on. And he just said, "I wish." He was after a few drinks now too, so mind you, I take everything a little bit less seriously. But he said, if there was more poetic music like that in the world, there would be no wars and stuff. And I said, that's such an incredibly kind and sweet thing to say.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Since you're talking
Uh,
about that song, that's one of the songs that I highlighted of yours. I'm going to play that a little bit for the audience right now. I'm just going to play it until the hook, but this is "My Parents' Son" by Stiofán, which is another song that you wrote. It's from the heart, and it's so beautiful.
Thank you, man.
I'll send these texts, it's almost midnight. Just saying goodnight, my love to mom. I've had a week, I've gotten more fights. I drank too much, I acted wrong. And there are times I get in trouble. After drink, I forget myself. I used to sit upon your shoulders, but I'll always need your help. You can see I get these tattoos, but it won't change my love. 'Cause when all is said and done, I'm still my parents' son.
It's so beautiful, and like sitting up on the shoulders, and it's just very heartfelt, and like, I don't know, it's very easy for people to connect.
Lately I have a girlfriend.
Thank you, man. If people are wondering why I keep looking up here, it's because I've now put the live stream on the TV up here. So when you play music, because I can't listen to it, so when you play music, at least I can mute this and listen to the music and stuff, so I can kind of get in the
There's a way
headspace.
that you can patch the Discord audio so you can hear it live, but we'll worry about that on the next interview.
Yeah, different time. Is it still playing?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off right now, but it's the second hook.
Yeah.
I'm still my parents' son. Like this is a song, like if you are like everybody who's listening to it out there, like it really brings out emotion in you. You know what I'm saying? We all have parents, and yeah, it's all right. I'm gonna cut it, but yeah, it's just one of those songs that you can't just write that for another person. You can't just go in the studio and say, "I'm going to write a song about, that's going to have this mood." It's like, it has to come from a place of true emotion, And a lot of your songs are like that. The next James Taylor. Yo, Doobie Wah 420, man. The next James Taylor.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a compliment.
I can't see any of the chats, so let me know if people are saying stuff because I can't see any of it right now. My phone just died.
Okay.
But it's really kind. So thank you. Who said that?
That was Doobie Wah 420, says the next James Taylor.
That's really kind. Thank you. I'm a huge fan of James Taylor.
Unfortunately, Brian Joel says we need to get this on vinyl. Doobie Wah 420 says, I think we have a winner. D-Grade says there's not enough likes in the button. Yeah, let's get those likes, folks. Yeah, I think we just hit 19 viewers a moment ago, which is, for a little channel like mine, that's great. And I'm sure that we're going to be sharing this video, and more people are going to be watching this afterwards, and we'll chop this up and turn it into shorts and stories and all kinds of stuff. But
that's what I was going to say. Well, the team will have us making sure that we chop this up and use it for everything we can.
Yeah. And, yeah, we got a lot of Yeah, so thank you everybody. I normally am very in tune with the chat, but I'm just trying to have the talk with Stiofán, and sorry if you feel like I'm ignoring anybody in the chat, but yeah, I just want to have this conversation with you, buddy. So I know we were talking about the X Factor earlier. I mean, The Voice. Fuck, why do I keep saying X Factor? Dick. And one of the
By the way, sorry to interrupt you, but I do like that people like My Parents' Son, because that song for me was just like, that was one of the things that I felt was like under the radar for so many people.
Yeah.
When I wrote that, I like sent it to a few people, and they'd be like, "Did you write that today?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I wrote and recorded today." And they're like, "Oh, that's cool." And I never felt like the reaction from like people I sent it to was like that strong. But like I feel over time, people tend to like it, you know, because sometimes you just hope that people have the same reaction to a song or the same excitement towards a song that you had initially when you thought up of it, you know?
Yeah.
Or when you first recorded it.
Well, especially because your music is so eclectic and diverse that, you know, I remember the first time I heard Wait, and I was like, oh, this dude's going to be an Irish dude making kind of pop hip hop music. And then the second song I heard from yours was real folksy. And I was like, oh shit, what is this guy's style? You know what I'm saying? And I wanted that other banger, you know, because I'm a hip hop head. So I was just like, man, where's the banger? And then it took me a while to kind of understand, like, first of all, how talented you were, but where you were going musically. And now it's just like, now I just wait for the next song, because I'm wondering, like, shit, what's this one gonna be? What's this one gonna be? You know? Yeah. And it's also, you know, just a sign of a great artist that you could, you know, flip the script on people like that. Cassie says you should try The Voice or American Idol or the Songwriter Show. Oh yeah, there is a Songwriter Show. Or is that still on? I don't know if that's still on, but
yeah, there's a Songwriter Show. I'm not sure if it's still on, but you know, my buddy Taylor, he actually had that Kelsey Ballerini song from that Songwriter Show.
Yeah.
Better Look Next Time was the song that he produced for her.
Oh, no shit. And shout out to, you want to give a shout out to Taylor?
Yeah, like he knows he's fantastic at what he does. So Taylor, his name is Taylor Sparks, and he's a really good friend of mine. One of my best friends here in the States. And he's a really successful producer, best in my opinion at what he does. And he's produced a number of my songs, like Four Letters, which is a song I love. He did Numb, which is a song I love too. Like pretty much all the poppier stuff.
Yeah.
He's produced.
I'm gonna play Numb later on. Maybe well, I can't play it on the outro. The outro has to be I'm on my way. That's how I end every show.
I'm on my way.
But Numb was another song that I was just like, dude, where's this guy coming from? You know, like you had this hip hop song, and then you have this pop song, and then you know you hit people over the head with the folk songs, the James Taylor's type of stuff, and it's just like, dude, this guy is like, he could do any form of music. I remember when we went to the studio, shout out to Playback LA and Dean, you went in with nothing written. The only idea you had was you wanted a couple sounds in the beat. You were like, I want this this Kanye West kind of beat. You wanted to take the elements of one of Kanye's songs. You were like, I want this. Mm-hmm. Was it? It
was the No Church in the Wild.
Was that the one?
Yeah. What's the? But that's right. It was the slaves.
Oh, New Slaves.
Yes. Yeah. So I had that idea, and I was like, yeah, I want to do something like this.
Yeah. And I remember, like, I had never been in a studio before. You know, I do my little writing. Shout out to fucking Pokey Mango. They can't all be Pokey Mangoes, Stiofán, you know.
I love Pokey Mango, man.
And I remember, you know, first of all, just being in the studio. Shout out to Jameel Carter, by the way, who's, you know, another one of our friends who's just doing his thing, another go-getter. I remember we hit up the studio, and we had the drinks, and I remember me and Jamil were rolling blunts, and we even asked, it was Dean and I'm sorry, who was the producer? Austin. Amazing. Like I'd never really seen like this kind of scene where you go into the studio and you say, I want this, and you would hum something, and he could just get on a guitar and start playing it, get on the keyboard, start playing it, go get on the computer and start cutting it up and just creating this beat on the spot. And you're just kind of orchestrating the whole thing, just co-producing everything, and then, this is all happening live on the spot. And meanwhile, me and Jamil are just sitting there eating Fritos, smoking a blunt, like, what the fuck is going on? This is crazy. And then, Nothing written down at all. You just kind of had a blank page, and then you start listening to the beat a little, and you start writing a couple things down. You're like, okay, I'm ready to go in the booth. And I'm like, how could you be ready to go in the booth? And you go in the booth, the beautiful, beautiful studio they have there with the purple light. And you go in the booth, and you just start laying down vocals. And I was like, he made it look so easy. I remember he made it look so easy. I was so... honestly, I was so jealous. I was just so jealous. I remember just being like, God, I just wish that I could, like, first of all, what you did was accessible to anybody. Anybody could pay for studio time and go into the studio and live that out. But to be able to produce like that and come up with the concept from start to finish. And I remember, like you said, like, we're going to create one song today. And you worked the whole time at it. Actually, I got to give you a shout out to that, because I wrote part of Pokey Mango in the studio there, because I was like,
I remember.
I was like, yo, this is kind of, because you were doing kind of like a strip club banger. And I was like, yo, I kind of had like, and Pokey Mango came from the having like a booty song, So shout out to Playback LA and Austin, and that was inspired me to make my hot track, my number one single, my only single, Pokey Mango. But yeah, it was really like.
By the way, if people haven't listened to Pokey Mango, they need to.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel embarrassed by it, because like during COVID, so many artists made so much poignant music and art. And then I tell my sister all the time, like, oh yeah, this guy made this beautiful song during COVID, and I made a booty rap song about
still art. It's still art. It's like I feel the same way embarrassed. Like, say you just played a song like My Parents' Son, which I feel like is a very, like, objectively, if I was to take myself out from the person who wrote it, like, it's a very emotional kind of folksy song, right? But then I also have a song called Fuck You in the Morning, which is like, it's in complete contrast to say if the first song you heard from me was My Parents' Son, you would have an image in your head that this is this type of artist. But then I have a song called Fuck You in the Morning. It's like, who is this person? You kind of feel embarrassed then when people are going through your catalog and they're like, what?
It's playing right now.
Dude.
But it is like, it's a sexy song.
Ooh, yeah.
What'd you say? Brenson is Brendan?
Brendan, yeah.
Brendan says F you in the morning next. Straight up.
I need to listen to this one.
Like, a lot of people who listen to if you listen to My Parents' Son, you're gonna say like, oh, he can't create a song like Fuck You in the Morning.
Pull up in a black Mercedes, run it down, I'll be a steady. Born to fame, you bona fide. Ooh, my lady, marmalade. Waiting on, I'll be outside. Take the makeup off, we'll be all night. Love out loud, we'll be alone. Sweat sometime, we'll see the sun. Shaking.
You got range, my friend.
Tongues will break the bars and pillow front. Every breath you take a knee. That's okay, I'll take the lead.
I gotta put this on my my bedroom mix. Fuck you in the morning. I love it. I absolutely love it, man.
You know what I think? That's one of my favorites, man. I'm not gonna lie.
It's awesome. You know, it's absolutely awesome, and it just shows like your range as an artist is just like you could make heartfelt songs and then hit us with "fuck you" in the morning. You know.
Well, I think, you know, it's because it's not expected. And I'm just the type of person, I'm very much a type of person that takes pride and takes enjoyment from doing things that people don't expect from me.
Yeah.
You know, it's an ego. Like I have always been you think I can't do something? Watch me.
Yeah.
You know, that type of way. You know, like when I first started, I know we talked about this last night. I'm not going to go into it too much, but you were asking me about would it be okay if I talk a little bit about my family, about rap music and stuff. And I'm like, when I first started rapping and stuff, a lot of people back home were like, you shouldn't be doing this. You know, this is not your type of music. It's kind of embarrassing. You looking like you rapping and doing that type of stuff.
Do you think there was like a little bit of inherent racism or underlying racism there where it's like you're making black people music or?
I don't know. I know it was more I don't think it was racism.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like I know the people that were saying that they're not.
Okay.
You know, I just think it was more a thing of look at you. Like you're not going to be able to make rap music. Right. You know what I mean? And then I started rapping and you release enough songs in the rap format that people now expect it of you.
Yeah.
So then when I like released Wait and stuff, they're like, this is who you are. And that little tiny bit at the start of Wait where I'm singing was like my way of being like trying to get the audience or the listeners, potential listeners, to be more comfortable with me singing.
Yeah.
And after that, when I didn't get any like negative feedback, I was like, okay, my next song is gonna be all singing.
Yeah.
And that was my little test. But then when I started singing, I had a lot of people saying you shouldn't be singing. Stick to rapping. That's what you do.
And I was probably one of them. I was like, well, you're a rapper, dude. Why are you singing?
Exactly.
But so we tend to put people in boxes, you know, unfortunately.
Exactly. And I'm very much a person that says, watch me.
Yeah.
Like I remember my father. I love my father, you know, but he said, you can't call yourself a musician because you don't play any instruments. And I'm like, okay, watch this. I'm a master of the guitar. So I fucking learned how to play guitar. Obviously, with his help, he paid for a lot of lessons. But, you know, even after my lessons, I don't think I was that good. But like, I put in the work, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be a master of my craft, the guitar. People are like, you can't sing, stop singing. Took singing lessons, paid out of my pocket. Took singing lessons, kept doing it, kept going back, do my skills, my exercises every single day to this day. And I'm like, you know, I want people to say that guy can sing. They're like, yeah, but you only play one instrument. You can't call yourself like, and then I'm like, okay, I'll play the piano too. You want me to play piano? I'll play piano. You know, and I just take pride in when people say you can't do stuff. And say I love like all different types of music, and I love like R&B and stuff, and I love like artists like I loved the music of R. Kelly. I don't like the artist R. Kelly, but like I loved his music catalog, and I would like listen to some of his stuff, and I'm like, you know, I actually get inspired to do some of that stuff. And they're like, yeah, but that's so out of your thing. And I'm like, just watch me. I bet you I can write something like that. Then I would get contacted. I would talk with a friend who's in the industry, and you know, they would be a bit more in the higher echelon than I would in terms of connects, and they'd be like, they need to pitch something to an artist, and they'd be like, okay, we're pitching something to like Kehlani. I'm like, allow me to help you, and they're like, yeah, but all your stuff is like, I'm like, I bet you I can write you a Kehlani song.
Right.
And it's like that's just my story.
And
like,
can you also give her my number and let her know she can call me anytime?
Exactly.
And I want to fuck her in the morning.
That was before I met my wife.
Of course.
I'm gonna keep interjecting Linda into this. I told her that I'll keep shouting her out because I was like, I had a funny feeling like you'd bring up like lilies and daisies and talk about that, and it's like I just want to make sure that people know I met the love of my life, and that is Linda. And she will be. She needs to be recognized as being the love of my life.
100%. But like even you could kind of go back and say like, even though maybe another woman was an inspiration for a certain song, like that's your song now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and by the way, I mean at the heart of the matter, Lilies and Daisies was inspired kind of by Mia. You know, in a lot of ways. You know. But yeah, it definitely was. You know, and shout out to Mia. Also, let me say real quick, I want to welcome my man Lobo to Welfare to the room. What's up, Lobo to Welfare? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Sorry, I've been ignoring people, but you know, when you talk to Stiofán, you know, I just want to talk to you. I talk to people in the chat all the time. Shout out to Linda. What did I walk into?
What did Linda say something there?
No, she just said, "What did I walk into?" We're just having a little chat, you know. We're talking about all that. But speaking of Linda, like
only saying great things about you, Linda.
Let's talk about a couple things. So we were talking about The Voice earlier and how the status in the immigration status was just holding you back. So just to let the audience know, you are no longer an illegal immigrant. I said the other day, like, whenever we think of an illegal alien in this country, if you showed, you know, this YouTube video to someone and said, which one is the legal alien? You know, you would say, oh, the brown guy, obviously, the brown fucker, you know, the Mexican. Like, you shatter stereotypes left and right because you were illegal in this country for a while, you know? And just to let the audience know, you're here. You're in the house now.
Yeah.
You got the card.
Yeah.
How did all that come about, and what was the process of you getting the visa?
Yeah, like I won't touch on it too much, just because I don't want to compromise anything.
Of course.
For future purposes, but yeah, when I first moved over here, obviously I came over here legally, which was very important to me, just to my status now.
Yeah.
I came over here using my degree, which was another positive from the degree. I came over here to pursue more knowledge in my degree. Ultimately, I wanted just to make music, but you know,
that's get the foot in the door.
I did what I had to do in order to get over here.
Yeah.
I took a chance on myself and I overstayed. Little did I know how difficult it would be. After I did that, I kind of shot myself in the foot, and I was saying, like, I'll give myself a couple of years, and if I don't make it, I'll go home, you know. If I do, if I get signed to a record label or something, they'll sort it out. I ended up meeting my wife, and you know, it's difficult when you meet someone in that aspect, because you have to make sure. It's almost like you have to be double sure, because you know people are going to be bringing up that you're only with someone or because of certain things like that, you know, because of a visa.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to, like, when you start dating someone and like you're like, I really like this girl, but then you have to make sure that you internally rationalize it within yourself. Like, are you with this girl because of a certain reason? And it's like there's like twice the pressure on your relationship than it would have been for a normal person, because I'm not just dealing with normal relationship things of when you're with somebody and having to go through like the getting to know someone and kind of adjusting to life together. You have to continually check yourself and ask yourself, are you doing this for the right reasons? And so when I realized, you know, that I did love Linda with all my heart, and I'm like, I need to stay here, because first and foremost, my future is with her. I need to make sure that when I have that conversation with her, where I tell her the truth and tell her everything, that it's for the right reasons, and that you don't expect anything, but leave the ball in her court and be like, and hope that she what should I say, hope that she believes you're telling the truth, that when I say I love you, it's like anybody else in a relationship and they say I love you, because there isn't a family saying, is he only saying that because he wants his green card? You know, and it's like really fucked up, because you have to deal with all these things on top of every other life issue that you have to deal with as a person, you know, and on top of every other new relationship issues that you have to deal with as a couple, and dealing with each other's insecurities and everything. But you know, we got through all of that. Worked together for almost 2 years, and we ended up coming to the conclusion that our life wouldn't be what we wanted to be without each other. So we ended up getting married, and I can honestly say it's been the best decision of my life, you know.
For sure.
Having her a part of my life is the greatest thing I'll ever do for the rest of my life.
I've seen a complete change in your kind of emotional maturity, and we talked about, you know, our partners grounding us, especially as, you know, being wild people. I've definitely seen that out of you, and I've seen it reflect in your artistry. Is, you know, now it just like everything, and by the way, Stiofán probably has like 10 songs that are unreleased, and he'll just say like, oh, I wrote this song the other day and it's still really raw, and I'm listening to it, I'm like, oh my god, this is a banger, oh my god, this is a banger, oh my god, this is, you know what I'm saying? It's like now it's just like you're putting together music because you're so kind of in tune with your emotions, and you're so mature, and you also are even though we're men and we're masculine, women kind of the women in our life, or any partner you have, it's like a shield. It's like we feel protected and loved, and even, you know, when we have to put on the front of being the strong person, like at the end of the day, that's the person who hugs us and protects us from all the other bullshit out there. And I could see that you have that now, like, you know, and it's really reflected in you physically and mentally and emotionally and creatively, you know. And, you know, shout out to Linda. Linda says the best decision was marrying you with a heart. Beautiful. Like, and yeah, I remember when I first heard about it, you know, I didn't know what to think of the situation, because I was just like, what? Stiofán's getting married? You know, the guy who wrote Fuck You in the Morning? But when I had the opportunity to hang out with you guys, which was like one, you know, my trip to LA last year was just such a fun trip for me. But,
yeah,
you know, to go out to dinner with you guys and hang out in your apartment and see how you guys were living, I was like, this is like the goal. You know, this is what we all kind of strive for, is having this nice space that, you know, once you open the door and you go inside those walls, like, even though it's an apartment, it's a home, you know. And she's really good for you. I always say, like, people in relationships, like, you want to find someone who, like Rocky says, hey, you know, she fills my gaps, we got gaps, you know, and she fills the gaps, you know. It just like my girl, like the things that I'm lacking, she fills in for me, and that's how, you know, a relationship becomes like a unit. We become one in a lot of ways, you know, without being codependent, of course. But yeah, shout out to Linda, you know, and did we just get really emo there for a second?
We got really emo. She knows it though. She knows. She's fantastic, man. And like what you said about making a house a home, that's all because of her.
Yeah.
And she knows that. Like, I'm not, like, I don't want to keep going on because like she feels awkward talking about her, and I like talking about a relationship and stuff. But you know, she's honestly the greatest person in the world.
Yeah.
You know, in my eyes, and will always be. And there's just certain things, like you and me were very similar for a lot of ways. And I think we just needed a partner who turns out are pretty similar, which is just, someone that like cares and loves us regardless, without condition, and understands the faults that we have,
right,
and accepts them, but also expects more from us because they see more within us.
Yes.
And I think that is very poignant. I think the moment I met Linda, she could see my potential, and she could see the person I could become, even when I couldn't see it myself.
She says, shout out to you too, Johnny. Thank you, Linda. I can't wait until the day that me and my girl can go down there and we can get some Korean barbecue and,
Oh, I'm telling you, man.
And we could all hang out, man. It's definitely going to be an epic moment.
I would love it.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about all like the emotional things, but like in terms of everything else, like my life has just gotten so much better.
Yeah.
Since the day I met her.
Yeah.
Like you've seen where I live, you've seen like my quality of life is just so much better,
It teamwork makes the dream work, and there's nothing like having not only, we say girlfriend or significant other, but it's a partner. It really is a partnership. You enter into a partnership, and there's a lot of things, especially the way America is structured. It's really hard to do by yourself, especially if you're at street level. But once you have a partner, you can get better. You have a couch, I have a TV. We could sit on the couch and watch that goddamn TV.
Sharing the load.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, what are we gonna watch? Well, we'll split Netflix. We'll split the bills. And then next thing you know, you're working together and things around you get better. Your living situation gets better. Your bed gets better. You get more pillows. You know
what I found more than anything? Everything smells better, man.
Oh my God. For real. Everything's
It's not even up for discussion. Everything smells better. I thought I knew how to clean my clothes and how to wash my clothes until this woman walked into my life, dude.
Right.
Apparently I've just been a hoodlum this entire time. I've just been a sour rat, a fucking sewer rat this entire time.
Well, I remember like when I first met you, you were like
quarters in.
I remember the first time I met you, you were like, "Do you use soap?" I was like, "Yeah, of course I use soap. You see my bathroom, And I was like, "You don't use soap? Irish Spring."
No, dude, I just started moisturizing because of her. Over the last year.
You gotta moisturize.
Dude, there's never been a problem with like my personal hygiene, but I was always like the type of person I'd like go in for a shower, I'd like have body wash, and I'd have shampoo, and that would be it. That would be my personal maintenance, right? And I would like put gel in my hair, and that's it. Since I met her, she's like introduced me to like the necessity of like moisturizing, wearing colognes every single day, to like making sure all my clothes have to smell a certain way. I'm like, it's a new world, man.
Yeah, it's a better world.
And always coming into a clean bed as well.
Yes, always. It's they tame us,
They tame, and you know what? When I was when I was struggling over here, something that you'll never think about is our air fresheners.
Right.
And as you know, I had a dog for a while, and I'm like, the apartment smelled a certain way in my old place. Ooh. You were over there,
Yo.
And my dog was, she was letting loose,
When I had to hang out in your apartment and you took a shower, it was like the worst 25 minutes of my life. I was just like, I didn't even put my feet on the ground. I didn't put my feet on the ground.
Dude, let me tell you this. When you introduced me to the world of air fresheners, I'm like, I don't know what to do anymore. It's like walking into a packet of Starbursts. I'm like, everything just smells fantastic. It's like walking into a Willy's Wonka factory.
Right?
Every single day.
The air wick is your friend. The air wick is your friend, man.
Man.
The
Glade. I'm a whole new man.
The Glade plugin is, forget, the microchip, man. The Glade plugin is the pinnacle of human civilization, man. I'm telling you.
Did I tell you I'm Mexican now since I married her?
You're Mexican.
I'm literally Mexican now.
Yeah.
We always like argue about this. She's like, "You're not Mexican," and I'm like, "No, I'm Mexican now. It's settled." She's like, "No, you're not." I'm like, "I can literally set up a cocaine empire and be cool as fuck now."
I mean, for
She's
people
like,
don't know, like you are an Irishman from Cork, Ireland. You know, you come here to LA and you meet, like not to like be a dick, but like or say a stereotype, but you met a Latin, a Mexican girl from East LA. Like that is, you know, like, because in LA we all know, like, East LA, that's where the Mexicans kick it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you went all the way from Ireland, came to LA, and you met a Mexican chick from East LA, and you're married, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like an improbable situation, you know, but it's just like storybook shit. It's like storybook shit, man. Straight up. I love it too.
You know what's funny? That when I was back home in Ireland before I ever moved out here, there was like a radio show that I was on a number of times, and one of the episodes they asked me to make a plan for the next 10 years, and I said on my 10-year plan, they said, like, give me 5 things that you want to do, and I said I move to Los Angeles,
check,
be like the biggest artist in the world,
check.
Release a song a day, and then like fourth of the 5 was meet a Hispanic girl.
Yeah.
And I'm like, shit, man, I fucking married one.
It's, you know, it's so cool, man. Like, I just think it's so cool, you know? Do you know any Spanish?
Me too. Sorry?
Habla español?
Oh, sí, poquito.
Yeah. Mi gente está.
Her mom doesn't speak English at all, so I have to speak Spanish with her mom all the time.
Yeah. Did you recently, write a song in Spanish or something? Or, we don't have it. It's not released yet, but.
It's not released. So pretty much over the last year, I've been like learning Spanish.
Yeah.
Incessantly. So like I do lessons every single day. It's part of like something which you know about me. I'm big on small tasks.
Yeah.
Make big rewards. So like I do, like I militarily regiment my day pretty much every day. Apart from today, I said I'm giving myself the day off. I'm just going to do this and
same here,
have a few beers and relax. But I usually regiment my day, and I have all these small to do tasks every single day, and doing Spanish lessons and other things like voice lessons and stuff every single day. And so I'm like, a big thing was that we would do a Spanish song, myself and Linda. I would like have the melody, and I would like say some things in Spanish and like get her to better say it, pretty much. And we've been working on it, and I'm super excited about it. We just need to finish it. That's all. We just need to finish it.
Yeah, I remember hearing, you know, the rough track of it, and I was just like, it's so improbable, your journey, and for you to, you know, I don't know if it's ever been done where an Irish dude, you know, like you could speak Gaelic and you're doing songs in Spanish now. It's just like,
I would love it, man. Like I'm a big fan. As you can see, I'm wearing a Bad Bunny t-shirt, man. And I'm a huge fan of Selena Quintanilla.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's just some artists.
My girlfriend loves Selena, dude.
Hey, I got Selena t-shirts too. I got 2 Selena t-shirts. My big thing is that I was telling Linda, I'm like, if we have a girl, I want to name her Selena. She was like, no. I said, why not? And she's like, that's the most racist Mexican shit of all time. That's the most stereotypical thing. And I'm like, I want the Selena, and I say it all the time in the house of her mom, and it cracks her mom up the whole time.
That's so funny.
And I'm like, because I love Selena. I'm always singing Selena songs like Amor Prohibido and fucking See You Una Vez and Bitty Bitty Bom Bom.
Bitty Bitty Bom Bom.
Oh, dude.
Kareem says Selena is my idol.
Oh, man. And it's funny too because the owner of Art Bar, one of the owners, Pete, his wife is an actress who plays Selena's mom on the Selena Netflix TV show.
Pete from the MMA studio?
MMA gym, the one
Oh
that I trained at,
shit!
yeah. His
Shout
wife,
out to Uprise MMA.
yeah, shout out Uprise MMA, but his wife is a really famous actress named
No
Sadie
shit.
Lopez.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, and she plays Selena's mom in the Netflix show Selena, and she was also in the Jennifer Lopez movie Selena, and she played Selena's either sister or best friend.
Holy shit! I didn't know, dude.
Yeah, so
What
it's
a
funny.
G.
I got like these little small connections to Selena, man. That girl, I love her. She's amazing.
Do you still do any training?
Not really at the moment, man. I was up until a couple of months ago. You know me, I got like an addictive personality. So when I was doing it, I was all in.
Right.
I was doing like 3 classes a day, which is like 3 hours out of my time.
It's
And
a
then
commitment, you know?
just got to the point where I was like couldn't afford it at a certain point, and take a couple of months off, and then your addictive personality turns to, I want to write 2-3 songs a day.
Right.
So, and it's just hard to get back into it.
I feel you. Let me know when you're ready for a refill.
I'll be ready in about 2-3 minutes.
I feel you. Yeah, for the people don't know,
I'm now just I'm starting to have fun now. See,
exactly.
I'm like, I should have been doing this from the beginning.
Well, we gotta, like I said, we wanted to do at least the first hour of us doing this, straight, and have some emotional stuff, and not, loosen up, and then we could take this other stuff, and there's different climates to this interview, so obviously.
Global warming, I understand.
So yeah, I feel the same way. Also, as like the interviewer and the host, I start to kind of lose my focus a little and start to kind of veer off into tangents, which I'm all about the tangents, but so like I had my list of things that I wanted to talk about, and I got I got the check marks through all of them except one thing that we'll talk about as we move forward. But I wanted to be a pro and hit those marks before I start to get loose and we start talking about, we'll get into who Father Murphy is and
Dude.
But yeah, I wanted to, stay straight because I'm trying to be a pro. I'm trying to do the channel right and do the audience right. But yeah,
how's the comments looking?
Let's see. Somebody said something about the comments are all over the map like us. Somebody said something about a off topic, but I'm training my boss's kid at work. He's 12, has no idea how to use a corded phone. Then somebody says, does the phone have buttons or a spinny dial? And I just want to say it's not a spinny dial. It's a rotary phone. It's called rotary. And I don't think rotary phones work anymore on the current system. Corrine says, Selena's my idol. She says, Bad Bunny is my crush. Going to see him on the 20th of this month. When are you going to let us try to make Stiofán blush? I don't know if you could tell if Stiofán blushes or not. He's got the... once we start drinking.
Dude, if I took off all my clothes and laid down on the beach, I'd be camouflaged. You wouldn't see me, man.
You sandy bastard. All right, I'm gonna go grab another beer and let me pick a song for us to play here. Let's see. I'm gonna go play "Numb" for the people who haven't heard "Numb." Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a beer. You grab a beer. I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom as well, but so give me about 90 seconds. But while we do that, this is gonna be "Numb" by Stiofán. We'll be right back.
For miles in the blink of an eye, 2 hearts that will stumble aside. so chased, yet I roll on my sleeves. Every step with a chance I get hurt. And then you walk right past. I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? In so fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb. Walk right past, I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? In so fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb. Numb, 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 numb. Makes my body, makes my body numb, 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 numb. Makes my body, makes my body. Walk right past, I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? In so fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb. Hey, hey, there's a changing in me. Just a dream of your kiss and your touch. You know, there's a place that I see where you and me can be both deep in love. And then you walk right past. I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? In so fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb. Walk right past, I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? In so fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb. Numb, 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 numb. Makes my body, makes my body numb, 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 numb. Makes my body, makes my body. Walk right past, I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? In so fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb. Numb, numb. Ooh. Let it all be ours if we both say so. Walk right past, I wanted to ask, is there someone you love, love, love? So fast, I want her so bad. She makes my body numb, numb, numb.
Another banger by Stiofán right there. Man, you gotta love it, man. Let's see. Kareen says nacho fries are back. Oh, yeah, nacho fries are back. I just saw that at Taco Bell the other day. I went to Taco Bell the other day. You know, I love tipping the people at Taco Bell. I was having a kind of a drab day. Went through the drive-thru, and I had a stack of ones for my tips. And I just remember, like, the girl came to the counter. They were so nice over there. I was just like, hey, you guys are allowed to accept tips, right? She was like, yeah. And I was like, boom, gave them a stack of ones. And just the look on their faces, because no one tips them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was maybe like $4 for everybody who, worked there. But I love tipping the people at Taco Bell, man. Doobie Wise like, MMAT up 19%. Oops, wrong channel. Bam Britt says, nacho fries. What the what? Linda says, Steven, your rash cream is in the background. Dr. GTI says, heck of an interview, Westside and Stiofán. Thank you, Dr. GTI. Bam Britt says, this is such a beautiful song.
Of course, Linda would comment that.
That's what they do too. You know, that they keep us humble. You know what I'm saying? The girls in our life keep us humble.
You know, I was texting her there in the little beer break. I was saying I was so anxious earlier, like I didn't know what to do. I was like super anxious, and I was like, you know, I know when I'm anxious when I'm like doing a lot of moving. You know, I'm very fidgety. And she's like, just meditate. And I'm like, geez, I feel good now. I feel like I'm loosening up.
Yeah. Well, because
I haven't done like an interview or anything for so long, man.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't had to talk about myself, and it just, as I said, like earlier, and I touched on it, it just makes me feel like it's against my nature.
Yeah.
Like the person that I am now, like I'm very much the person I try to be is like, I want to know what's going on with you, what's going on with your life. And that's
Right.
the type of friend that I want to be, this type of husband I want to be, this type of, son or brother. And I'm like, I understand. Like, I want to understand what's going on with you. And talking about this stuff is very against my nature. But I'm getting used to it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I would react to being interviewed myself, because I'm not big on self-promotion myself. Sometimes people, they'll tell me about, like, oh, you did this on this old channel, and you brought this to another level, and I'm like, it wasn't me, it was a team effort. I don't know how I would react in an interview. Nobody ever is going to interview me, but I enjoy being the interviewer, because, like I said, I have my notes of things that I want to write, and I did want to kind of, you're my homie and all, but I wanted to make you a little uncomfortable in the beginning. I wanted to kind of get you to a point where, I get you a little bit emotional. I get you kind of thinking and things like that. Like I constantly say on the show, like classic West Side, like I like to bring people up here and make it funny and get people laughing and be irreverent. But then I also want to bring people back to earth. So you watch my shows and things like that. Like I'll just be talking about ridiculous things, and the next thing you know, I'm talking about COVID or minimum wage or mental health. Which is a big theme on my channel. Is I love talking about mental health, because, like we were talking about the song "Wait," and how everybody holds things in. I am a proponent of always talking about mental health and making it so part of, just making it so normal that even the toughest person isn't afraid to talk about mental health and afraid to open up. And obviously, what happened to your friend a long time ago, things like that still happen. But I think as talking about mental health becomes more normal, you may have less and less incidences, because it'll be so normal to talk about that it's just part of the conversation. And then people who are struggling with things, they could just talk about it and not feel judged, and not feel, like when I was growing up, if you talked about depression or mental health, people, especially being a guy, people were just like, you're a pussy. You're just being a pussy, man. Stop being a bitch. It's like literally words that they'll use to you. And you could be telling someone like, fuck, I don't know how to fucking, I don't know how to go on sometimes. And they're like, you're just being a bitch, which is not what you want to hear. If you're struggling.
And sometimes, you're so kind of, what should I say? At kind of gunpoint to your own culture and to what that you say those things to yourself.
Yeah.
Like when I start to feel a certain way, it can be very easy for me to be like, just man the fuck up. You know what I mean? And just like stop. And I think, like, not to keep bring Linda up or anything, but having somebody to tell you and talk to about those types of things and tell you it's not good, like talk. Like,
yeah.
You're not like, to be told you're not any less of a man for like discussing some stuff.
Right.
Like that's a godsend. You know what I mean?
It's priceless. It speaks volumes, because like, I have still some friends to this day. Shout out to my best friend and worst enemy, Pete Ramirez, but he's the type of person.
Pete.
Fuck Pete. But like, we love Pete, but fuck him.
We love Pete.
If I ever hit up Pete and said, I'm feeling depressed, I think one of his first reactions might be, you're being a bitch, you're being a pussy. But also, he does care about me, and when I am at my lows, he wants to know. There is that love and friendship there. But woo, it just started dumping out here in Portland. But I still have people in my life who are, I guess like socially masculine, and you're not allowed to talk to about those things. But my girlfriend, who also struggles with mental health issues, we both have kind of an agreement where one thing I always talk about is take the wheel. You know, having a partner in these kind of issues, she could tell when I'm struggling with something, you know, when I'm quiet, and she'll say like, "What's wrong?" And I'll be like, "Nothing." And that's like a key right there. If I say nothing's wrong, something is wrong, you know, because I'm the man who talks about everything, you know, and she'll get it out of me.
You have your tells.
And we have a code word basically that is like, take the wheel. You have to take the wheel tonight. Like, I can't grasp everything right now. So you take the wheel. You tell me what I need to do. You point me in the right direction. You ask me the questions. Bring it out of me because I can't do it myself. And the same vice versa for her. There's times where she's going through something and she just looks at me and she's like, "You need to take the wheel tonight." And we take the wheel for each other. And thank God that we have people like that in our lives, because like we talk about, you know, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, we didn't have people to take the wheel for us, and you saw the fucking kind of trouble we would get into, you know, straight up. Dude. You know,
my idea of taking the wheel back then was like, let's go out and keep the night going.
More drinks, you know what I'm saying?
More drink, and it's not beers, it's not anything like that. It's like just hard liquor,
which
like
is ironic because the more you drink, the less physically you could actually take the wheel. You know what I'm saying? Like we talk about metaphorically taking the wheel. You're more out of control than you ever were the more drinks you have. And you know, to have someone in my life who could be my designated driver, not only behind the wheel but like mentally, you know, you got to drive the car right now because I'm just not in the right space. And you know, she grounds me and leads me in the right direction and brings me out of that. And, you know, my life has been exponentially better since I've had someone that I could, you know, get in the passenger seat and say, "Yo, you got to drive this machine right now," you know?
Yeah.
Fuck. My cat just peed in my sister's room. Fuck. My bad. I didn't.
Is that a first?
No, he's like kind of making it a habit right now. Like it's kind of like a rebellious thing where like if I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
No, it is. No, it is my fault because I was meant to clean his litter box last night. My cat's really finicky. So like if you don't clean his litter box like every couple days. Like I clean this, we're getting into a tangent, but I scoop the shit out. But if he walks in there and he's like, if it smells funny to him, he'll look for other places to pee. And now he basically has like chosen my sister's room as his spot. And this is the third time it's happened. And a cat's not like a dog. You can't really like shove their nose in it. They don't understand what's going on. So my bad.
Yeah.
Gizmo.
Shout out to Ayla, by the way.
Shout out to Sister Ayla, man. She's been holding it down so long. Before I had my significant other, Ayla was, you know, my co-pilot. And she still is. You know, like I always say, like Ayla's not only my sister, my family member, and someone I've known for, you know, shit. I've known Ayla for her whole life. You know, hey, it's just payback, you know. Payback.
That's not fair. One time.
I've changed diapers and there's been accidents. So Gizmo's just like, "Hey, yo, I know what you did." But yeah, thank God for Ayla in my life and everything in my life, you know, and I don't know if you feel this way, but all the experiences I've been through, I can't take away the good. I can't take away the bad because it all kind of leads me a certain direction. And Ayla was the person who basically brought me here to Portland during the quarantine. You know, like I was having a real tough time during the quarantine. And you know, Los Angeles was not a healthy place, especially when you struggle with mental illness. We were going through COVID. We were going through, you know, George Floyd protests. The city was getting locked down. You remember the Mar Vista neighborhood, everything getting boarded up and shut down. And
I remember trying to persuade you to go to Portland.
Right. And it was something that I fought. And finally, you know, listening to Ayla talk, and she was just like, I'm here in the Pacific Northwest and I'm hiking every day and I'm tanning and I'm reading 60 books. And like, she literally read 64 books last year. 64 fucking books. Yeah. That's crazy. Her goal was 100, and she felt bad that she didn't read 100 books. I'm like, girl, you read 60 books. That's more than some people read in their entire life. You know what I'm saying? And just hearing her story, and I was like, I could make that happen for myself, but I have to really change everything and take a huge chance, almost like what you did moving from Ireland to Los Angeles. It's a huge decision, and you don't know which way it's going to go, but you have to sometimes be brave and make that choice, and then make it physically happen. And after I made it physically happen, everything changed. Everything changed for me. You know, I did have, of course, I was still struggling with drinking, and I took a couple months, maybe 2 or 3 months, where I just fucking drank, smoked weed every fucking day, and was getting fucked up. And then once January hit, I was like, I need to change everything. January 2021, and that's when I started researching stocks and crypto. And during all that, you know, becoming an investor, that's when I fell into the other channel that I used to work for. And even all the little aspects of that were very serendipitous. And it led me to a point where I learned about investing and taking control of your financial future. I learned about YouTube, social media, and I found my passion for broadcasting, which, as you know, I love being a writer and I always want to be a broadcaster. Yeah. I got that job at the other channel, which led me to meeting the love of my fucking life, which led me to this beautiful apartment overlooking the Columbia River. And it led me to this channel and this passion, which I know now is something that I'm going to keep on doing. Even though I don't have, you know, my channel is a new channel. I can only have 25 live viewers, but I'm just going to keep on. Thank you. My girlfriend just cleaned the litter box. Yo, she just cleaned the cat's litter box.
She's the best.
She's the fucking greatest. But it led me to, like I said, love of my life, passion for career, a real direction in life, and having those things, it breaks you out of those mental health struggles, because a lot of people just need a direction or a passion in life. And I got that all from, you know, the push by Ayla. So, you know, I'm always going to be in debt to her. I mean, she's my sister. We're going to love each other forever. But the bond that I found with her at this point in my life is just like indescribable, priceless, everything. You know, it's just been everything in my life, you know?
Yeah, and like, just because I feel a little bit more comfortable, like taking the conversation away from me, man. Like for you at that time, you know, you were like, you know, I think it would be fair to say you were struggling a lot, and we had a lot of, we had a lot of conversations about it. And I said to you, which I distinctly remember saying to you, I said, you know how grateful and how lucky I would feel if I had somebody within the distance of you having your family that wanted you there, and you being able to go and having probably a better quality of life. You would be extremely lucky, you know? And we had many a conversation towards the last few months of your time here in LA, where I was just telling you, man, like the only person that you could say probably cares about you here in LA is me. But I'm like, you know, I can only do so much for you over here, you know.
There's almost a point, you know, where you would, it's almost like the Goodwill Hunting thing where Ben Affleck says, you know, every day I go, you know, to work and I look over there and I hope you're not there, which is like a really mean thing to say. Like, I hope you're not there, but you always were like that. Like, I hope I wake up one day and you're not coming to the bar. I hope one day I wake up and you're just not here. Not because I don't want you here, because I know you're going to be somewhere better. And you would always tell me, like, when are you going to quit that job? when are you going to move? When are you going to move out of the city? And I didn't understand it at the time, but it was out of love. And you were definitely the biggest proponent of me getting away, because you saw what it was doing to me. It was deteriorating me. And you've always seen, you know, kind of my true talent and things like that. And so it took that push to get out of that damn city. And I still love LA. You know, I was born and raised there, but
100%, yeah.
I do want to, because we were talking about mental health. D-Grade says, I don't want to talk about my mental health. Well, D-Grade, you know, we don't need to talk about mental health, but, you know, I always say, look for those cues. You know, if somebody texts you out of nowhere, respond to their text. Give people time, because you never know what the cue is. It could be someone sending you a YouTube link of a video, and you're like, why is this person sending me a YouTube link? Like, I have no interest in this video.
Yeah.
They might just be trying to get a response. They just want you to respond to them to start a conversation there. And D-Grade's one of those people. Like, D-Grade is one of my viewers. He's a truck driver, so he spends a lot of time by himself. And so anytime that D-Grade hits me up and he's like, yo, if anybody's bored, like, let's hang out, I want to talk, because I know it's got to be rough just being on the road by yourself, city to city to city, not having a real base and stuff like that. So, like, the online world becomes our base sometimes. And you know, I always like to shout out to D-Grade, and he's a huge supporter of me, and he boosted the fuck out of my Discord, and I owe him fucking so much. And I always want to be there for him and all my viewers and subscribers and things like that, and friends, because you never know who's struggling and how they reach out. You know, it could be a simple text. It could be a call about nothing, and it could turn into a 4-hour conversation. But just be open and receptive to people who are kind of reaching out to you in life, because you never know what the underlying thing is, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see. Bam Britt says, D-Grade, if you ever do, hit me up in the Discord for sure. Use the Discord to whether it's mine or Stiofán's Discord. Use that general chat session to reach out and make friends with new people, because it's a really great way to kind of interact and form a community. Discord is really good at forming a community around people, and you could just have these conversations. You could post something where you're just like, hey, I'm working on a car. And guess what? Maybe one of the people in the Discord are also working on a car. Boom. You now have a bond. You now have a friendship, and you could take it to DMs. You can keep that conversation going. But it's like, we need connections these days and times. We've been locked down for a minute. We've all been through so much. And there's no one out there who is not... There's no one who is impervious to, like, what we've been through for the past couple of years. Like, we have to kind of reacclimate into society in a lot of ways, and we could use what the tools we've been given, which is like Zoom and social media. We've used that to kind of form connections. Keep using these tools to form the connections, and let it expand from there. And Kareen says, my soon-to-be ex-husband suffers bad from depression. It was a rough 11 years. I suffer, but nothing like how he is. It hit his mind like his worst enemy. Yeah, my worst enemy is my depression and my mind. You know, Brian Joel says Gizmo can have an infection. He doesn't have an infection. He's 16 years old. You know, and like I always say, I get up to pee at least once or twice a night. You know what I'm saying? Like, his prostate is probably fucking, you know what I'm saying? He's 16 years old. He pees a lot, and we give him hell of water, and he's very fit. He's always been this way, though. Gizmo's always been this way, where, like, if his litter box is a little dirty, he searches for other places to pee. So he's just, not only does he pee a lot and he's old, but he's also very finicky. Kareen says, I've read 6 books my whole life. Yeah, add a 4 to that. I don't even know what the number is now. Ayla's probably like 70 or 80 books, which is wild to think reading. I don't know. How many books do you think you've read in your life?
I'd say overall maybe like 20 or 30.
Right?
Maybe.
This girl did 3 times that in 1 year. It's
That's
amazing.
wild, man.
Like if you look at the bookshelf behind me, all those books there, she's read every single one of them. It's crazy. Doobie Wah says most kids today don't know 64 words. They just push buttons and say like 1,000 times a day. Justice Cynic laughs and says the other channel. I can't say the name of the other channel for legal reasons as well.
I'll say it. Bulldog Trading.
I can't.
Bricks. Never liked them.
I can't say it.
I never liked them. I heard they all got herpes.
Hair pieces. Cassie said, I used to read a book a day or two, but I quit reading for some reason. Cassie, keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Justice Cynic says, the girlfriend, nice. She deserves some tonight, bro. They have a bet going on in the Discord of it's up to $100 tonight that you're going to get laid. And I'm like, that's not even a bet. Okay, me and Stiofán are getting laid tonight for sure. I mean, we have girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just inevitable. Like, that's the cool thing also about having a significant other. Not to get nasty or anything like that, but I don't have to worry about it anymore. It's just like, you mind? Can we?
It's good as long as you just are there to listen to them. At the end of the day, you'll get what you want.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And I have an agreement with my girlfriend, basically, like if she needs to be satisfied, if I need to be satisfied, we're gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We're always gonna figure it out. We have plenty of appendages that Anyways.
Okay. On that note, I'm gonna go take a quick pee break. Give me 2 minutes.
All right, he's gonna take a pee break.
Look.
I'm gonna play another song.
Look through the comments.
Let's go. I'm gonna play a song. Let's go with Oh, This Is a Love. Oh wait, I'll play that after. This is a song called What We Came Here For by Stiofán, which really talks about the struggle of being an artist living in LA and why did we come here? To make some art.
Think I got it all figured out. No more sleeping on the couch, no eviction notice at the door. Lyrics on the rewrite, smoking on a weeknight, working on the things that we can't afford. Think I got it all figured out. No more sleeping on the couch, no eviction notice at the door. Drinking all my time up, broken, but it's hard luck, working on the things that we came here for. Hey, bad with it, who I'll be. Like your man did entertain before I D.I.E. Roll this in, Wheel of Fortune, no I may not need, but more for me, no I'm fun, I'm about no 2 G's deep. Hey, bad with it, who I'll be. Now who the
Banger.
best, now who compares, now who come close to me. No scary days, no more fears, no more post-draft fees. A life of pause, hold applause, we gon' find our feet. Think I got it all figured out. No more sleeping on the couch, no eviction notice at the door. Lyrics on the rewrite,
Smoking on the late night.
working on the things that we can't afford. Think I got it all figured out. No more sleeping on the couch, no eviction notice at the door. Drinking all my time up, broken, but it's hard luck, working on the things that we came here for. Now I'm just a gravestone man, writing who I'll be. Work day to day, no getaway, no gods are bigger than me. You stay the same, say I've changed, no I'm changing the team. I'm hitting fame where I come from, this was never a dream. Just a ball type player, wanna build you a stand. The only girl that I'll be dating, wanna give me a hand. I'm on that high life, I ain't too much in advance, but I'm a boss so fast, you can bet on that.
Banger!
Boss so fast, you can bet on that. Boss so fast.
You could bet on that. It's a banger. All right. So that was What We Came Here For, which was all about that LA struggle. So this is, I'm playing right now in the background, This Is a Love. And I do want a couple of thoughts on this song, because This Is a Love is a song that you wrote for Lisa and Kyrian. Syrian or Kyrian?
This is love. I think it was Kieran and
Kieran. Lisa and Kyrian.
Our
Kieran,
first
yeah.
kiss was in Lavery's. Mary's pub in Belfast. I was just out in town. The day that you came to me took my world and it turned around.
You hear this shit, people?
This is a love that when it's all we have. This is a love that when we're on our backs. This is a love, the one they won't see cracks. This is a love two souls intact. This is a love, the one that's forged down deep. This is a love, the one the world won't beat. This is a love that when we're gone we keep. This is a love, it's you and me. We take a trip to the beach, hold hands in the golden sand as the sun goes down. On birthdays, drinking mimosas in bed, not a care, no plans, we're just happy out. We buy a house on Blackwood Street, get it out, get me by this family now.
This is a beautiful song.
Very own thing, use your very own ring, getting married. Wow. This is a love that when it's all we have. This is a love that when we're on our bikes. This is a love.
So, this is a song that you were you kind of commissioned to write. This is a love.
Not commissioned. By the way, I just realized when I was looking up there, I'm like, it looks so bad visually to see me like looking down or looking somewhere else when like you're playing my music. But it's only because, just to let people know if they're new to the stream or whatever, it's just because I can't hear it through this.
Yeah.
So I have to put it on the TV next to me.
Yeah.
And so like what I'm doing is I'm putting it on the TV next to me. So
oh, that's all good.
I'm like, I know you know, and because I explained it to you and stuff, but it looks visually, it's like, it just looks visually disrespectful, or it looks like as if I'm uninterested or something. And I'm very hyper aware and hypersensitive to that type of stuff. So
no, don't even worry about it.
I just want to make sure people. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
I turned the volume down, but it is kind of playing in the background. But what is the story behind "This Is a Love"?
"This Is a Love" was a song that arose from something that was quite heartbreaking again. So Lisa was a cousin of a friend of mine from back home.
Mm-hmm.
Her name was Deirdre O'Donnell. Shout out to her. Really nice person. She just turned 30 recently, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
A really good friend, but her cousin Lisa was diagnosed with cancer.
Okay.
If I can recall. And she didn't have long. And she was in a relationship, and they were engaged to be married, and she asked me if I could write a song for her cousin. She said herself and her cousin were listening to my music. If I can recall that, like, I don't want to say for certain because it was so long ago, but I think she said that her cousin was like a big fan of my music and was like listening to everything that I was releasing. And I said, of course I would, it's something that I would love to do. So she contacted me, and like a day later I had the song ready. And I was like, this is something that like I'm going to release, if you're happy with it. And they all loved it. And it turned out that the day I released the song, Dee Dee told me that she was able to play it for her cousin. And I think a day later, the woman died, which was terrible. But it was something that was really special for me to do. It just, obviously, it's like a horrible circumstance, and me doing this song at a moment like that is nothing in comparison to everything else that everybody else is thinking about. No one's thinking about the song that I'm doing, but for Dee Dee, it was something that she could do, especially for her cousin, and gave me certain circumstances within her cousin's relationship and her for the guy that she wanted to marry. And it was really special for me to be able to write that and to know that it'd be played for her. And then when I heard that she'd passed away, it's heartbreaking.
It is.
Heartbreaking, but it's like you also take from it, it's probably the most special song externally that I'll probably ever write in my life.
I don't know you as a person who really writes songs, not like in another character, but that was one song where you didn't draw from personal experience like directly. But it's like a tearjerker of a song. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
like every time I hear it, I have to hold back.
Yeah, I just said to her, thank you, man. I just said to her cousin, I'm just like, tell me things about her relationship. Just like tell me things that you know about them. And then I wrote the song around that.
Yeah.
And I wrote it from like a personal point of view, so that like when she would listen to it, that she could hear. And like, to be honest, to this day, I still think the first two lines of that song are my favorite first two lines of any song. Like when my vocals kick in, it's like, look what you did to me. Took my life and it turned around. And I'm like, everyone can connect to that line, and it hits you. And I think when you hear about the story behind that song, now is the only time that I've probably ever talked about it. But when you hear about the story behind that song, you kind of get, what should I say? You kind of get hit back. You kind of just like it's a punch in the gut, and you just kind of, it forces you to take a breath and kind of, you're like, holy fuck, it was so special for me. It was a opportunity, a moment for me to bring some goodness to a horrible thing, a horrible situation. And I don't take that with any slight disregard whatsoever. But it's one of these things. I also hope that the song could get more plays, that her story, or her significant other Kieran is still alive. I don't keep in contact with the family. They've got their own life, so like I hope that if anything, that this song could kind of live and do successful, and so that they could hear it and it could bring them some joy.
Yeah. It's healing, in a lot of ways. Music does that. And I think all of us have these kind of circumstances in life where we could connect to a song like that. And it definitely like hits me in the gut for sure. Like I said, every time I hear that song, and like not only the songwriting, but your vocals on it are very, you could hear the emotion in the song. And it's just one of those songs just like, fuck. Another beautiful song that you've written, and I know a lot of the audience right now is hearing these songs for the first time, and it's just like, you got to realize this is the reason why Stiofán is my first interview, and why I back him fully as an artist is because you're hearing the range of this man in his songwriting. He can go from pop to hip hop to songs that can just absolutely make you want to cry. Peace out, Justice Cynic. Justice Cynic's got a jet. Peace and love, all. Bam Britt says, "Oh my God!" ... After listening to that song. Jen Matt says, "Centro, a little after hour pop. Yeah, it's about time that pops off. You know what I'm saying? It's a EV company. It should, it should be worth a lot more, but." I like playing these songs, especially for the audience, because they could see the range and why I value you so much as an artist. Because, and the reason why I wanted to be down with the team is because I believe in you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and your team believes in you because we've heard the music, we've seen the process, and we know that you're at that point. You're at the tipping point right now where. Like, I really believe if I could buy stock in Stiofán, I would buy stock in Stiofán Well, actually, you can in a way, because this is an artist that I'm interviewing right now that I really believe that in 2 years from now, you're going to be a hard interview to get, because this is all going to pop. I haven't even played, the real bangers yet. I'm going to play Lilies and Daisies later, which to me is like one of the fucking, it's just a fucking great song. And the story, actually, let's play a little Lilies and Daisies right now. You mind if I do that?
No, go ahead.
Let's hit them up with a little Lilies and Daisies here. Most of my audience, because I pushed this song and I played it before, have heard it, but all right, I'm gonna hit play. Boom. The piano and the simplicity of it, beautiful. This is Lilies and Daisies by the artist Stiofán, which I think is your greatest song, man.
Like a touch from a shooting star, you put your hand in my open palm. Can't explain how we came along, but love, it was you. Growing more with the days we spent, writing poems to say what you meant. Yeah, we knew this would have to end, 'cause you weren't whole. I know he's gone and you cry sometimes. I felt the pain, he was on your mind. I swore to love, I would hold the line. How about lilies and daisies for you? And even though that you can't move on, I'd cross the earth, I would write you songs. I'd tell the world you're the one I want. How about lilies and daisies for you?
It's dope. So tell me a little bit about the process of this song. So I know a little bit of backstory. I'm just going to let it play in the background, but I'll turn the volume down. So Lilies and Daisies. We talked about Mia. How did the song come about? Because I know the story, but tell a little bit about this song. Oh, wait, hold on. I lost your audio, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay. So Lilies and Daisies was a song at a time that I wrote when I was seeing this girl over here. She was great. She was amazing. Obviously, she was a wonderful person. But her story, I feel like this is like, it's getting crazy because like I talked about weight, and then this is a love, and it's like all like on a common theme. It's like, oh shit, like it's just heartbreaking, but this is also death, because Lilies and Daisies, the girl that I was seeing at the time, Eden, who is a wonderful person, she had just lost her boyfriend, someone that she was with for the longest of time. I think she was with him for over 5-6 years, but they were like together. They were like soulmates. He ended up dying while they were still together due to illness. And she was heartbroken, obviously, you would be if you lost your soulmate. And she had just lost him within a year before she met me. And I was working security at a bar on the west side. And I met her, and we kind of clicked it, and we hit it off. And it was it was great. It was a nice relationship at the time for what it was, and we were good for one another. And but every time it'd start to get serious, the same problem would come along. You remind me of him.
Right.
You evoke the same emotions out of me that he used to evoke out of me. And to know that makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. And so, we would be hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold for the longest of times. And I remember one time it started to get pretty serious, and it was just like had the same conversation, and I'm like, I'm not trying to replace anybody. I don't want to replace anybody, and I can see that you're thinking of him, you know, and that hurts me. You know, it hurts me, but I also have to look at it from your point of view, and to know that, of course, you're going to be thinking about him. You know, of course. Um, and it sucked, but I had to look at it from her point of view, and for her to say that she cared about me so much and she liked me so much that being around me, it was a reflection of what she used to have, and that's not what she was looking for. She was looking for a distraction, you know, and that I understood, and it was just like Lilies and Daisies was just a song that I could write, where I could be like, okay, I could kind of put to paper everything that was going on, and it was just like the lyrics of Lilies and Daisies. It's like, I know you think about him, and it is what it is, you know. But if anything that I can do, I can get you your favorite flowers, which were lilies and daisies, and I can get you your favorite flowers, and I can give you a moment of, even though it's fleeting, a moment of happiness. You've been through so much. You lost your soulmate. I'm not looking to step into their shoes. I'm not looking to be the love of your life, but you know, I can get you your favorite flowers and make you happy. And that's what Lilies and Daisies was.
Right.
And
And then I
granted, I
think you
think,
bought lilies and daisies for Mia one time during that
yeah,
span.
yeah, because I remember I bought Lilies and Daisies for Mia, and Mia loved them. And I was seeing that girl at that time, and she said, "That's funny because lilies and daisies are also my favorite flowers." And that's how I found out that lilies and daisies were her flowers, you know, her favorite flowers. And if I didn't get the gift for Mia, I wouldn't have known, and the song would have never have been born. But it's just a crazy story, you know. And I think over time you start to realize that, like, it it was great for what it was. It was a beautiful story, and it was like another catalyst to allow me to mature,
Yeah.
to allow me to stop thinking about myself and stop thinking about my own selfish needs and wanting someone to be at a place that you're not at, and understand, stop thinking about you, you know. And I think everything before allowed me to be that person and be that man, to be like, this is not about you right now, you know. It's come look at it from her point of view, um and understand that it's not that she doesn't like you, or it's not that she's not there. It's because she lost the person that she loves most in the world, you know. And it, like, try and understand how hard that must be, and then to understand, you know, the worst thing you want to do is be the man after the man. You don't want to be the person after the person that they love most.
Right.
So, you know, just say goodbye and be like, I hope for that moment that you provided some happiness during that time. You got her favorite flowers. You put a smile on her face, you know? And because she's a wonderful person, like, I hope to this day she would look back on it and look at it with happiness and kindness, and be like, you know, at the time when I probably was my most vulnerable, this person, all they wanted to do was just make me feel loved and make me feel happy. And that's one of the few moments where I feel like, looking back in terms of relationships and how I treated women and stuff, that's one of the few moments where I look back and I'm like, I was a gent, you know. And I'm proud of myself. It's one of the few moments where I could say I'm proud of myself, that I did everything that I could to try and just make her happy, and that's all I focused on. Even when it was in contrast to what I was going to be feeling happy from, you know. And everything worked out, you know. If it didn't, I wouldn't have met the love of my life right now,
Right.
you know? And I'm sure she's doing great. And I hope that, the time that we had allowed her to be like, there is a life after this darkness, There's a life after all of this tragedy. Um, and as I said, no matter how insignificant or significant a part I was in her recovery, that if I was any way positive, that would be amazing.
Totally. I'm a firm believer in not holding on, especially selfishly, to relationships that sometimes people in our lives and vice versa. I could be the person in someone else's life where maybe we're only friends for 2 months. We'll be friends forever, but maybe we're only there for each other for a small section of time, but it was meant to be that short or long. And I wouldn't take anything away from my life, and I wouldn't add anything to my life, because it was just meant to be that relationship. And maybe I healed them, or maybe they healed me. And when I was younger and more immature, I would try to hold on to relationships and say like, well, why aren't me and this person friends anymore? Why don't we talk every day anymore? Why don't we text? Why aren't we in a relationship anymore? But then when you start to grow and mature, you say, oh, that's why. I was meant to just learn from you or grow from you, or vice versa. I was meant to heal you or grow together, and then you separate. But it's those little life experiences that create these kind of moments. So without this, relationship that you had, whether it was short term, a beautiful song comes out of it that can not only, affect the world in a lot of ways. People will listen to that song. I'm a firm believer that people will be listening to that song well until after we're, dead and buried. It's timeless, and it's all because you're able to accept the fact that I'm only supposed to be in this relationship for this amount of time, and I can't selfishly hold on, or the other person can't selfishly hold on to something that's just not meant to be there longer. And it's a form of maturity when we could say like, we're going to be friends, but we're just not going to hold on to that moment in time. That was that moment, and we both grew and learned from it, and we come out the other end better in a lot of ways. So
Yeah.
it's a beautiful song. It's definitely like, I always say that's probably like, in my eyes, that's just the, you've done so many great songs, and a lot of them that we've listened to today. But to me, that's just like it hits me the hardest, because of the simplicity of it. It's just two flowers, it's just lilies and daisies. And going to a farmer's market and buying a bunch of flowers for your boss, that little moment right there of you just buying flowers for Mia turns into what I think is a timeless record, and
Yeah.
it was just this moment, and you didn't hold on to it too long, and you didn't, abandon the moment too soon. It was just that perfect amount of time, and the maturity to recognize that, and out the other end comes beautiful art,
Yeah. I just think, there's some people that come across your way, and I'll say this, there are just some people in some relationships that are meant to come into your life, even though they're fleeting, to make a significant impact and to significantly alter your course.
Yep.
And that's what I would say about her, and you've known me long enough to know when I've been in different relationships, and I would talk to you about them and stuff. Some not
Some completely
influencing for the better,
uninspiring.
uninspiring, some that completely take my course in a negative direction.
Right.
But she was one of the good ones,
Right.
and one of those people that, like, even if I ever met her, that I would love to introduce my wife to her and
Right.
just be like, it was just an amazing person for allowing me to be the person that I am today,
Right.
and be comfortable knowing I don't love her in the same way
Exactly. There should be no
today.
jealousy there whatsoever.
There should be no jealousy there, but just being like, if it wasn't for this person, I wouldn't be the man that I am today, you know? And wouldn't be the man that I am for you.
Right.
That's an important distinction, I think. We all have those people that allow us to be the best person for another, you know, and I honestly believe I am meant to be with the woman I'm with today.
For sure.
But if it wasn't for the people before her,
Yeah.
like that lady, I wouldn't be as caring, because what could be more selfless as stop thinking about yourself. She just lost the person that she loved.
Right.
You know, the person that she was with died. So stop, you know? It doesn't matter how many times she texts you back. It doesn't matter how much you talk this week. It doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't matter about how you feel. Think about her.
Yeah.
What you're going through now it pales in comparison. And that's what I think is the most important.
Straight up. I love it. I love the song, and it's, like I said, it's one of my favorites, absolutely. And when I get married, it's going to be the song that me and my wife dance to, you know, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And just to let everybody know, you wrote that shit. You know what I'm saying? All the songs we're playing here, like you've written every song that you performed, right? There's nothing that you performed that you haven't written.
I would never not perform, or I would never perform something I didn't write. Yeah.
Right. Unless it's like a true cover or something like that.
Yeah, and I would.
Yo, Jamil is in the chat. Yo, shout out to Jamil Carter.
Oh, Jamil.
Jamil. What up, Jamil? We were just talking about you earlier. Shout out to Jamil, another young man doing his thing, doing his creative thug thizzle out there, man. Jamil is part of our story as well. You know what I'm saying? We were the crew.
Can we just say how fucking an awesome human being Jamil is?
There was nothing better than coming into work and seeing Jamil there. You know what I'm saying?
It would just make you happier, right?
For sure. He was such an outgoing and gracious personality. And, you know, and I know we talk, like we were just talking about lilies and daisies. Some people were meant to be in our lives. Me and obviously we don't work with Jamil, so we don't talk to him every single day. But the times we had together, we grew as people, and that was meant to be. And we've kind of gone, the three of us have kind of gone our separate ways. We're always going to have a connection, and I am grateful just to have known him and be influenced by him, because he's the type of person who pushed, you know, he pushed me, seeing how hard he worked, putting together the clothing line, putting together the restaurant, putting together now the drinks and music and just like
the liquor business. Yeah.
Yeah, and smoking blunts in the studio with them. So, you know, and you can't hold on to those relationships to say, like, why don't we talk every day? Well, because we already talked every day, you know what I'm saying? And we influenced ourselves and took ourselves to the next level. And, you know, hopefully one day we could all kind of be back again to, you know, to being kind of a unit or, you know, whatever. But we're always going to have that connection. And we grew together, and he was an influential part of my life. So shout out to Jamil. Welcome to the channel, man. Love and miss y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
Love you, bro. Love you so much, man.
Yeah, yeah, he's fucking fantastic.
Fantastic.
And I will say this about Jamil too. I will say this about Jamil. Like, there is a thing to be said for someone that you can come into work being at a place that you don't want to be in.
Right.
Yeah, in the first place, and have a conversation about stuff that you are so passionate about.
Right.
And like Jamil was that type of dude that you could come in and he would be like asking you about what you're doing and
right.
what the next goals are. And the guy he got it, you know, he wanted more for himself. He was always looking at new opportunities and stuff. And they were the conversations that I had with you too, man. And I was just like, just to have people that like understand. Yeah, we're the guys that are serving food. We're serving fries to people. We're not proud about it.
Right.
We expect more from ourselves, and we want more out of ourselves, you know? And having those types of people that you can have those conversations with, that was awesome.
Yeah, he was one of the few people who always was asking me like, "What are you writing? What are you working on?" And if I wasn't writing or if I wasn't working on something, I would feel bad. Like I got to report to Jamil that I'm doing something in my life. He's doing so much, and he's so talented as a writer. And I hope I hope you're still doing it. And I hope you're still leaning into that, because dude had like scripts upon scripts upon scripts of things that he'd written on top of all the other endeavors that he's amazing at. And on top of everything, he had this laugh that, like he had this amazing laugh that just everyone can hear it, and it made everyone smile. And, like the cheeks were up when Jamil was around, man. He definitely
Dude, I'll tell you a story about Jamil, right? So he invited me over to Thanksgiving dinner one day. I don't think you were there, right?
No.
He invited me over to Thanksgiving.
I got the leftovers though.
You got the leftovers.
I got the leftovers.
So he invited me over to Thanksgiving one year, and I was seeing this one girl at the time. She was one of those girls that wasn't a good influence. You remember the type. Her daddy was a former NBA player.
Oh, the NBA,
You remember? Yeah. Anyways, so it wasn't a good time, right? And dude, I got so messed up at his Thanksgiving dinner. I remember like dealing with his family, and because like, you love Jamil, like you hope that you put your best foot forward, right?
Right.
Dude, I got messed up, man. And I all I remember is not remembering the end of it, and like her coming to pick me up and it going from bad to worse, and just waking up the following morning, and I'm like, that's what happens when somebody invites you over for Thanksgiving dinner and you just make a fool out of yourself. You just embarrass yourself. That's it. But that boy deserved better.
Well, that's part of the goal is to the people that we kind of not wronged, but if we embarrassed ourselves in certain situations, we grow, we mature, and we could show those same people like, hey, there's a better side to me, there's a better side, and we had great, when we all hung out that one time, I remember, that was the night that me and you were, the other night that we came over, and I think it was another Super Bowl party that we viewed at our house, and we just got fucked up. And Jamil, he doesn't drink, so Jamil was just kind of there.
Jamil doesn't drink. He just smoked weed.
Right. And he was watching us like, you guys are fucking maniacs. Like, you guys are fighting. Yeah. Like, we're going from highs to lows. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And he was so caring, because that night, not to like, I kicked you out of my apartment, because that's the relationship we used to have. And I remember he was just like so concerned, like, is he gonna get home okay? Is he even fine walking down the steps? And I was just like, hey, fuck him, man, like, you're gonna go fucking follow him, fuck you too, it was just like one of those things. And it just shows the caring part. Like, even you could be a maniac in front of Jamil, and he still is just like, but how's he gonna get home? And I was like, he's fine, and you were fine. But that was the relationship we had when we were fucking going ham. But yeah, Jamil, shout out to Jamil,
a good soul.
Definitely
a good soul, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. Thank you for tuning in, Jamil. Yeah, it's been crazy. Let's talk about, since we're a couple beers deep, let's talk about football for a minute. So like,
wait, I'm feeling like it's getting deeper in the conversation. I'm like, more people are tuning in, and I'm feeling like everything's getting better, man. Everything is like, there's more people tuning in. Everyone is just like, this is a lot more fun. And I'm like, dude, we're good now. I'm like, let's talk about whatever you want.
All right. Well, so everybody knows that Westside Weed Smoke is not only my name, but the channel started from fantasy football. And one year I hit a kind of wall where I needed more people to join my league to fill out the league. And so I was asking everyone around, like just trying to get anybody. And I remember confronting you and being like, yo, man, you have any interest in being part of the fantasy football? I know you don't know anything about football, but I know you love talking shit. And this is a social group.
Oh, I love it.
And we're going to talk shit. And you were like, yeah, sure. Let's try it out. And I invited Stiofán to my fantasy football league. He knew nothing about football whatsoever. He joins the fantasy football league and dominated the fucking league. He dominated the league. And it was so frustrating to all of us because we were like, okay, we cannot let this outsider, this fucking immigrant, win our league. I think you went like 10-0 in the beginning before you took a first loss or something like that.
Yeah, I actually think it was like 12-0.
Oh my
and
God.
then I lost my first loss. Yeah.
You got all the way to the playoffs and finally lost. And
Due to an injury, Saquon Barkley got injured.
Thank God.
Thank
God. But yeah, that's how, we really started bonding and things like that. And that's how the Father Murphy persona came about. And so in my fantasy football league, I told him, like, look, it's all about trash talking. And I said, find a persona, stick with it, and talk trash from that persona. And you were like, I have an idea. I'm going to be a dirty priest, basically. I'm going to be Father Murphy. And your shit talking was on such another level. You came into the league as a newbie, but after 1 year, you were Rookie of the Year. We have a separate award that we call the Most Offensive Player, the MOP award. And between me and Pete, it had been going back and forth of who is the most offensive person in the league. But you came into the league and you were by far the most offensive person. I mean, you can imagine what, we all know the stigma behind Catholic priests. And you took that and ran with it. And there was so many things I can't even repeat here. And my channel is 100% like open and we say terrible things, but I can't even repeat the things that you were saying. But you were Father Murphy. That's how Father Murphy and the whole persona came about. And then the next year you turned into, what was it? Cardinal Murphy?
Cardinal Murphy. He did good, so he needed. No, it was actually the following year was Bishop Murphy.
Oh, Bishop Murphy, that's right.
Bishop Murphy, and he did good again that year, so he went up to Cardinal Murphy. And I think last year was Pope Murphy.
Pope Murphy, yeah.
And I did very bad, so I turned into an atheist Murphy.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, like the fantasy football league, the Westside Weed Smoke Fantasy Football League is just out of control, and thank God for that.
Fantastic,
and I hope we keep doing it until the day we die. You know what I'm saying? And I want to see, I want to see Pope Murphy come back into the mix, man. So like, you knew nothing about NFL football. Like I think at that point you never even watched a game. So where do you stand now with like the NFL and American sports and things like that? Like you follow it still?
I love American football now.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, the only reason I love American football is because I got super into fantasy football.
Right? It wraps you up.
It was honestly, it was the catalyst to making sure that I got into something over here. And the NFL was like, the moment I got into that fantasy football league, dude, it was so much fun. It was like, what's kind of fucked up though, I never told you this, but Father Murphy I got from because my mother's side is Murphy, and my granduncle, so my grandfather's brother, was a priest, and he was called Father Murphy.
Oh,
he was the sweetest guy. He was the sweetest guy in the world, but I was just like, let me play on fucking Catholic priests, and dude, I went in on it, man. I had the most fun. But this is what I'm saying to you at the beginning of even this interview and stuff, and the beginning of the show today. I'm like, if I'm like talking shit about like other things that like don't really mean much to me, like fantasy football or Call of Duty or like, soccer or something, I'll talk shit all day long, and I'm the type of person that I like most people don't like confrontation and they don't like aggression. I love it. Like, I fucking love it. So I'm like, I always love it when people like talk shit to me. I'm like, okay, you're like poking the bear. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, you're giving me exactly what I want. So I love it. But when it comes to stuff that mean more to me than everything else, which is like my music, my relationship, my family, I'm like, I hate talking about it.
Right.
And I'm like, just please stop. Just stop. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just stop. But other than that, like sports and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, I love it, man.
Right. The same like we were talking about earlier, the personas, like Johnny White isn't like, this is not Johnny White, this is West Side. And
Exactly.
Stephen Ford is not Father Murphy. You can become this persona and say, okay, as Father Murphy, I'm going to say terrible things. D-Grade says, I bet you showed West Side how to open his throat so you can get those high notes like the choir boys. Yes.
You bet I did.
Yeah, I took a really bad. I took a really bad throat fucking.
Confessional box.
Yes, D-Grade. Did he treat you like one of those choir boys that lost his voice? Jamil says, good times. Appreciate the love. We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, we love you, man.
Yeah, and I find the same thing is,
we were at like 4 listeners there like maybe 10 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Almost capped out.
Yeah, we hit 20 for a second there. And like I said, for a small channel like mine, that's fucking huge, and the replays on this are going to be phenomenal. I already know. Yeah, this is the fantasy football thing was really fun for us to kind of bond and kind of release those alter egos and things like that. And I can't wait to see what happens next year and the year after that, the year after that. Do you still follow soccer or football, actual football?
Yeah, I love so like, as you know, my favorite sports are soccer, and then I'm big into MMA and boxing.
Yeah,
like I love combat sports. That's that to me is my favorite. Big into it, not just because I take part in stuff, but just it's always been my love ever since I came across it. I love NFL. I love American football. Gaelic football I really like too, which is like our national sport back in Ireland, as well as hurling, but I'm not the biggest fan of hurling.
Well,
and
that's like done some hurling in my bathroom, in the hallway.
In your bathroom. To be fair, your roommate's room decor made me sick.
He opened my roommate's door and threw up. Just opened my roommate's door and threw up in the room, and then closed the door and walked away. I was like,
what I'm saying is, you're looking at it from a different point of view. The way you should be looking at it is, I cared and loved you so much back then that I was like, how dare anyone think that they're good enough to live with my Johnny White? And let me see if they are up to scratch to live with Johnny. And then when I opened his door, I was like, this motherfucker makes me sick. And then I just threw up all over in his bathroom. And that was it. I was like, he's not good enough to live with Johnny. Exactly.
Cassie said this has been great. Bye, everyone. Thank you, Cassie. Number one person, always tuning in. You're always the first person here. Cassie, thank you so much. Love to have you here. Thank you, everybody, for watching and listening today. You're really listening to not only my first interview on the channel, but an epic interview with one of my best friends and who I really, really believe is a phenomenal artist. And that's why I'm so glad to be down with the team, Down with the fucking team, man. Let me know when you're ready for a refill, because I'm almost there as well.
When I went for my pee break, I brought back one.
Oh, okay.
I took advantage.
Well, I didn't want to because I got the heater on right now, so I didn't want to. I don't like a warm beer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into that. But yeah, I'm definitely going to grab another beer here in a second, and it's a perfect time for me to play another song.
I'll use it as a pee break.
Yeah, I'll use it as a pee break too. Trust me. We're drinking beers here. It's finally 2 p.m. This is the longest show I've done on the channel. Let's see. I'm going to play.
I feel like we're just getting started, by the way, man.
I got 4 beers left, so we could do this. Let's go with. So I played the struggle song, the song you wrote about, kind of the LA struggle with, which is, to me, the eviction notices on the door. It was really like at a time where we were all feeling that struggle. And then
by the way, that was Jamil's favorite song. I remember playing that for him. That was his favorite song.
Yeah. And because we were all feeling that struggle, you know what I'm saying? Jamil as well. Like we were at that age and at that time where we were like working hard, and we were just trying to, living in LA, the rent is so exorbitant that all the money we were making was going just to keep a roof over our head. And there wasn't much kind of play money going along. And it was just a song that really wrapped up the struggle. But then later on, you wrote "There'll Be Light Again," which was almost like coming out the other side of that. And so I'm going to play that real quick. We're going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'm going to grab another beer. And this is "There'll Be Light Again" by the artist Stiofán, who is joining me today. All right, I'll be back.
Hand on my lap in the dark, I think it's over, here we go. Pardon all my problems in my head that they just don't show. Million things about me, there's some things that you just won't know. Building all these bridges and his pictures by the bolo. Heaven on my mind, but there's a guy underneath, he won't believe in you. Took a couple bad bruise beatings, now he's eating up. He's hanging on, but there's a knife, it's sharp, it's leading up. It's late, it's hard, it's heating up. These words just won't cut deep enough. To the world is always laughing in. To the dark is there to dancing in. To the hurt, I know what's happening. But happy we'll be back, and then in the morning there'll be light again. To the world is always laughing in. To the dark is there to dancing in. To the hurt, I know what's happening. But happy we'll be back, and then in the morning there'll be light again. Feels the same, make up pain, wake up but no can't complain. Can't afford to put the blade up back on my that nickel vein. Camera lane, almost sane, all but light, I lean to fame. But the hero of my movie, all these powers that I can't contain. Gotta wait that long, make a song, make it downtown, make the dawn. Make it so my people live up equal, they be letting on. The presence of my purpose, now my peers say I'm worth betting on. I'm putting way more work into this life before I'm dead and gone. To the world is always laughing in. To the dark is there to dancing in. To the hurt, I know what's happening. But happy we'll be back, and then in the morning there'll be light again. To the world is always laughing in. To the dark is there to dancing in. To the hurt, I know what's happening. But happy we'll be back, and then in the morning there'll be light again. To the world, to the dark, to the hurt, and in the morning there'll be light again. To the world is always laughing in. To the dark is there to dancing in. To the hurt, I know what's happening. But happy we'll be back, and in the morning there'll be light again. To the world is always laughing in. To the dark is there to dancing in. To the hurt, I know what's happening. But happy we'll be back, and then in the morning
There'll be light again.
happy we'll be back, and then in the morning there'll be light again. Happy we'll be back, and then in the
Tomorrow
morning
there'll be light again. Oh, another banger by my man Stiofán. All these songs I'm playing right now, written and performed by this man right here, Stiofán. Stiofán or Stiofán? I always fuck that up. I'm American, so
Stiofán.
Stiofán. Sometimes like I say it right 100 times, and then that one time I'll say it wrong. Cheers, my friend.
You know that song I always thought I would finish a concert with
Uh huh.
because just the way it goes. I always thought that like if I was doing a gig, doing a show, it has to be finished with "There'll Be Light Again."
Yeah,
You know,
it's a good closer.
one, just the message.
Yeah.
Two, just the way it goes. You know, it like I could imagine like fucking, especially where the chorus kicks back in at the end, and like balloons get released and just like, you know, that like there's just this moment of euphoria and kind of triumphantness where it's just like, doesn't matter what you're going through, you're good, you know. And I want you to go home knowing that if there's anything that you take from like coming to my concert or my gig tonight, that you go home knowing you're good. Like there'll be a bright light tomorrow. You know, it's called the sun, and it always comes back every single day.
Right.
You know, you're good.
Tomorrow there'll be light again, bro.
Exactly.
I love it. Absolutely love it. And yeah, like I said, all these songs, and for anybody who doesn't know your whole catalog, like we're playing banger after banger here. You're a prolific artist, man. Like you're literally you've and don't like sell yourself short here. Like these songs are amazing songs, and I feel really blessed and grateful that I'm talking to such an artist, because I've known a lot of people who not I don't want to say they want to be they're just not there yet. You know, I know a lot of people who are performers, singers, songwriters, and they're not there yet, and either they don't push through all the bullshit that you've been through, they let the world bring them down, and they eventually either stop the art, they plateau. But you're just someone who's constantly working to make your songs better and better and better. And like I told people, you have so many songs that you haven't released yet. In our promotional meetings, I'm listening to these things and I'm like, dude, the Hollywood Sign song. There's another song that I was like, this is my favorite song. D-Grade says, that one has to be my favorite so far. Mitchell Wayne says, when are you coming to Kansas? D-Grade says, I'm giving him the Viking death metal challenge. He wants you to make a Viking death metal song. Hey, you are part Viking.
Hey, man. That's where I get the red hair from.
Exactly. Have you ever seen the show Vikings?
Yeah.
Dude, fucking hardcore, bro. My sister got me into that.
I always thought I could have auditioned to be in the show if I stayed in Ireland.
Yeah.
Because it's filmed in Ireland. I had moved to LA when they first started filming.
I remember you told me about that.
And I had the long hair and everything at the time, so I'm like, I could have fucking... And you remember me, I had a big beard as well, so I was like, fucking perfect for it.
Yeah, you had the whole thing. Oh, Linda's back. What's up, Linda?
Oh, shit.
Conversation's still going on, man. We're doing the marathon over here, Nipsey Russell style. Nipsey Hustle.
That's the love of my life right there.
For sure, bro.
She's working a full day's work right now, so bless her for trying to make sure that she keeps coming back in.
Keeping the lights on, keeping the fridge cold so you can have these beers.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. No, she's keeping my anxiety levels down because I keep telling her, I'm like, I don't know why, man. I'm like, I think it's just because I haven't done it in so long, just talking about myself, that I'm like I was so anxious. I've been up, as I said, I've been up since like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I haven't been able to go back to sleep just because it's, you know, it's nerve-wracking. You know, I'm like, I always worry. Like, dude, I'll tell this straight to you, man. Like, I've told you 101 times in private. I'm like, there's so many instances of that time period where I was like in my late teens, early 20s, after everything about like that I was telling you about the weight song and stuff, things that I did that like I'm not proud of, moments I'm ashamed, embarrassed by. But I have a photo of me graduating. I'm at a graduate party right, in my university. I'm so fucked up, right, in this photo. Everybody else is taking like a normal class photo and they're just smiling. And I'm like this, and I like have my hands stretched, and I'm like, like, look at me type of thing. I look at that photo all the time. That's like my reminder, dude. Like, that's not who I want to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I look at that all the time, and I'm just like, so I get anxious when I talk about myself because I don't want to make it like a look at me scenario. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's just not the person that I want to be. So I just try and make sure that I take a few deep breaths and like make sure I'm like, it's a, that I want to make sure that I get across that I'm like, when people do listen to my music, I am extremely grateful that people do listen to my music. It's not something that, is cliche, because I know that type of thing is incredibly cliche nowadays. That like, oh, I've got a million streams. I'm so grateful that you listen to my music. It's like, you don't give two shits, The person that's listening to your music is just another person that's putting money into your pocket. You honestly don't care,
Right. They want the clicks, they want the likes, they want the followers. Whereas you're making absolutely timeless music. You know what I'm saying?
And I hope I am.
I know you are.
And thank you, bro. But yeah, man, I just hope that, my thing, I feel like I hope that when people do listen to my music, that I am not a person that takes that lightly. That I do appreciate every single person that listens to my music, because if there's anything that someone can take from this show so far, that I've wrote so many songs that mean or that are bigger than myself, which seems so aggrandizing and can seem so ridiculous. But when you listen to the stories behind the songs, they are bigger than myself.
Right.
If it's giving a moment of relief to someone that's dying, or giving a bit of happiness to someone that lost somebody, or even giving a moment of relief for myself when I'm like feeling like I'm the biggest asshole in the world. It's just like there are like my music can do something, and I have faith in my music, but I'm like, I hope people also realize that I don't take it lightly. If people do listen to my music, it's the only thing I know how to do. It's the only thing that I've ever known how to do, that I know I can do better than most. Like I always say to Linda, I'm like, if we ever have kids, I'm like, I'm not going to be harsh on my kids, but I always say, if they do take up a passion, I'm going to make sure that no matter what they decide to do in life, that they always strive to be the best in the world at what they do. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it.
Right.
Always try and be the best in the world at what you do if you have a passion for it. If not, then don't do it at all. Always try and be the best.
There's so much time we have in life, and we put these timelines on ourselves where, even you were saying earlier, being in your 20s and looking at other people who made it before you, it's just like we put these timelines. But when you really think about it, and I talk about timelines a lot on this show as well, we have these kind of numbers stamped where 20, 30, 40, you hit these timelines if you're not at a certain point. But you got to realize, like, I lie about my age all the time. I'm 44. I know I don't look it because of the Lancome, but if I think about
and
life,
because of every other cream and lotion, can we just give Can we just give a shout out to every other lotion and cream that you have?
Yo, man, you gotta take care of the T-zone, baby. You gotta make sure that you're well moisturized.
You got more creams than there are declarations in the Declaration of Independence, man.
Yo, man, I gotta stay looking fly, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the visage right here is the money maker, baby. You know what I'm saying? And I smile and laugh a lot, so that's gonna create a lot of lines. So I gotta make sure that I'm rubbing the cream. Shout out to my sister Ayla for letting me know. You gotta put the creams in. You gotta rub away from the wrinkles. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to make sure that your T-zone is supple and dewy. But yeah, you know, we put these timelines on ourselves, but when you really, really think about it, you know, if you're going to live to be, I mean, obviously we fucking brutalized our fucking livers and our bodies, but there's a possibility that I'm going to live to be 80. There's a possibility I'm going to live to be 90. There's a possibility I'm going to be living until I'm 100, maybe even further. That means that right now, I still have 50 years on this earth. Holy shit. It doesn't matter if I'm just getting started now at 44, because I still have 50 fucking years on this goddamn earth, which it's a blessing and a curse. You know what I'm saying? Like, so people who are really holding themselves, I love Gary Vee. Do you know Gary Vee?
Yeah, I love Gary Vee. Yeah.
So he's very into like letting people know, like in your 20s, you could fuck up for 5 years, 10 years, and still come out the other end and reinvent yourself. Do what you want to do now, because college is always going to be there. Jobs are always going to be there. So like concentrate on your passions and don't like put these timelines on yourself, because guess what? The second half of your life is still the second half. If you thought going from 0 to 40 or 0 to 30 was a struggle, guess what? You still have another fucking 60 years on this earth. Like, don't waste it working at a Target and not to knock people who are working at a Target. Maybe you fucking love it. But like, if you don't love it, what do you love? You know what I'm saying? Is it fucking, is it working, putting floral bouquets together? Is it, you know, doing massages or haircuts? Is it, you know, writing songs? Oh shit. What is it that you want to do? Concentrate on it and make that your passion and make that what you wake up in the morning to do. So like, don't just think like you're at the end of your timeline because you hit a certain mark. You know, oh, I'm 30 and I haven't made it yet. You still have 60 years. You know what I'm saying? That's a long time, bro. That's a long time.
But you know, I'm not trying to turn this conversation or this conversation into like the interviewee becomes interviewer.
Interview me.
One of those like one of those YouTube clips. But this is what I've been saying to you, bro, for the longest time. You know, I felt like you were in a rut for so long, and I felt like the last couple of years of our relationship in Los Angeles, you know, you were falling into that pattern of just being like, this is what life is.
Right.
And I felt like I had so many conversations with you of being like, it's not too late. And the only reason I was able to discuss those things with you is because I was going through the same thing.
Right.
I was looking at those Wikipedia pages and I was telling myself those same things. And I'm like, I think you're made for better. And I knew over numerous conversations, you were a huge fan of Howard Stern. And you loved Howard. You would talk about Howard Stern until the fucking sun came up. And his podcast and his show. And I'm like, I think you could do something really special along those lines. And so when I'd have conversations with you, I didn't know exactly that you would go into a talk show too, like Howard Stern, or go into like a podcast scenario. But I was like, you're made for more, you know, you have such a creative spirit to you and a creative, what should I say, factor to you, that you should really lean into it. And I think you were just beaten down to the point where you were like, I don't know if I can do anything else.
Right.
And I'm like, just go to Portland. You know, you're going to feel happier. If you want to come back, you can come back, but take the chance. You know, just take that chance. And then once you got into it, lad, I was so happy for you. Like beyond belief, I was incredibly ecstatic for you. And now I feel for the first time since I met you that you are doing what you were born to do.
100%.
Which is being creative and having that like talk show setting, that which I believe you were meant to do. I still think you're meant for more. I think this channel should grow to represent and to reflect the talent that you have in terms of what it is that you do. But I'm like, this is what you should be doing.
Right.
Like talking to people, entertaining people, because you have such a natural ability for that. And I think everybody that's listening to this show right now would echo the same sentiment.
Right.
You know, this is what you should be doing. And ever since I met you, man, like, especially the last few years, I'm like, this is who you are, you know? And to be able to communicate that with you was super special at that time. Little did I know that someone would actually listen to my advice. But it was, dude, like, to see where you are right now, it makes me feel proud. You know, it's one of those things that I can say in life that I'm like, there are things that I've done in life and things that I've said to people that have turned out to be super beneficial, and that I can look back at myself and be like, you might have helped somebody.
You did.
It may not be direct, but maybe there are times when we had those conversations that you took some things and you were like, you might be like, maybe I was already thinking those things, but you know that you might have took it to heart, and it helps cement.
Well, like, honestly, there were times where I would have conversations with you and I would leave and I'd be like, fuck, dude, Stiofán doesn't accept me. Like, why won't he accept me as this person that I am? Like, what if this is me? Like he constantly wants me to be more than I am. And like, fuck, just accept me for who I am, man. I'm just a fucking dude who works at Sunny Grill, you know? And I would be kind of upset with you, just like, fuck, man, why you always got to turn shit? Why you always turn the conversation around on me and make me feel bad about myself? But it wasn't you making me feel bad about myself. It was you seeing so much more for me. And there would be times where I'd be like, oh, I'm going to go hang out at Stiofán's bar. Wait, I know where the conversation is going to go. He's just going to make me feel bad about myself. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't you making me feel bad about myself. It was about you fucking wanting to push. And, like the Howard Stern thing, like, I honestly feel like I am Howard Stern now. I'm becoming him. I am, like, honestly, how many years does Howard Stern have, you know, to do his job? I'm the fucking next Howard Stern, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm the dude who's gonna fucking talk for hours and hours a day and bring up random topics and have hours and hours of long interviews, deep interviews with people. Like, that's me. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I've trained myself for, and that's what I've worked towards. I didn't know I was doing it, you know, but now I'm in my element, you know, and as much not trash that I talk, but as much shade that I throw at the other channel that I worked for, it taught me
trading asshole.
It taught me to be this person and put me through the kind of crash course of being the guy in front of a camera who can talk and interview people. And, you know, like we say, the good and bad in our lives, like, I wouldn't take one fucking thing away. I wouldn't take one thing away, because if that element was missing from my life, I wouldn't be here right now talking to you, doing this show, talking about amazing, poignant things. So, yeah, and it was the push from friends, family members, and people like you who saw so much more than me and were almost upset at me for the person I used to be. Just like, dude, come on, do fucking more with yourself, bro. Do more. We know you can do more, you know? And now we're here, and we're all on that same team of, you're on Team Westside, I'm on Team Stiofán. We're promoting each other's Discord. We're using technology to our advantage, and we're pushing forward to create fucking awesome art and creativity.
I will say this in defense of you. Like, even during those times, it's not like you were doing nothing. You still were working behind the scenes on your writing and on other things.
Oh yeah.
I just felt like being proactive and making those big leaps sometimes you just need to like step off the ledge. You know what I mean? Um, and especially when you have such potential. And I'm like, because I knew you, because I knew your age, because I knew your goals. I'm like, dude, like you have so much going for you. And I'm like, your story isn't uh, finalized with you working at a restaurant. Your story is yet to begin in terms of being the best writer in the world, or what I always thought you would be is being the best host in the world, which is why I feel like this is the first time that I are like for the last year where I'm like, you're doing what you were meant to do because you love talking with people. Like that is what you love to do most. And when you are talking with people that you are interested in and that are doing things that you are personally inspired by yourself, I'm like, that is when your talent shines because you are genuinely curious. You're not trying to come up with questions to make a show interesting because you are already interested personally. And that's why it comes across as super organic.
Right.
And that's why I tell you all the time, man, I'm like, you are doing what you are meant to be doing. And I couldn't be more proud of you, you know?
Linda says, we believe in you, Johnny. Mitchell Wayne says, Ryder for life. Mitchell Wayne is like my fucking, at this point, Mitchell Wayne is like my executive producer on the channel. He's the person who tells me, we talk after the shows most of the time, and he'll tell me like, yo, you cuss too much on that show. Work on this, work on that. And I have to take that criticism and just say like, you're right. I listen to the things back and I'm like, fuck, I did cuss too much. Fuck, you can't share this show with your mom if I'm constantly saying the F word. There was I think it was episode 2 or episode 3 on this channel where I said the F word more than the Big Lebowski, and it was just like, part of it was nerves. But I needed someone to kind of put me in check, and it's just kind of, we have to have a team around ourselves. Just like Stiofán, you have Lauren, you have Dean, you have Shane, me, and people who believe in you and see that future for you, and there were times where other people saw it for me. I didn't see it for myself. I was just like, my YouTube channel, which has been around for fucking years now, my YouTube channel is just for fantasy football. My YouTube channel is just for making diss tracks for my fantasy football members. Yeah. I didn't think that I could be that kind of persona, even though I was training myself in the background to be this dude right
exactly.
Here.
Subconsciously.
Right.
And imagine if you were doing this years ago, imagine where you could have been now.
Or maybe I wasn't ready,
Exactly. And maybe this is the way it's meant to happen. Maybe like, as we talked about, like, I honestly believe, how like people shit on Justin Bieber all the time for how he acted when he became famous and when he became successful.
Right.
Like what I say to people all the time is, imagine if I got his level of fame and level of success at that age.
Ooh.
Like, I would have put that boy to shame in terms of the fucked up shit I would have done.
If cameras were on you in your early 20s?
Dude.
You wouldn't be here.
And, dude, at that level of success and that level of fame, I'd be in the ground, okay?
You'd either be in the ground or I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Exactly. I would either be in the ground or I would be locked up for life.
For sure.
And that is a 100% honest, what should I say, examination of myself.
Right.
And, I'm like, I think some people are just meant to find what they are destined for at certain points in their life. And I think you are destined for this. And I think everything that has led you to this point has led you to achieve it at this time in your life. Because I think if you may have found it earlier, you wouldn't have appreciated it
Nope.
the same way that you do. Because I think the people that tune in every single day, Mitchell Wayne, Degrade, Cassie, they all say the same thing, or they all view the same thing, which is you are humble as fuck and you appreciate one listener as you do 2,000 listeners.
Right.
And I think that's why I think you are ready for it, which is that you would appreciate the little things as much as you do the most, and you're ready. Just like I'm ready in my music because I am already the person I'm going to be for the rest of my life now. I've gone through all of that I'm not proud of, and I've gone through everything that I'm ashamed and embarrassed by. And if I came across it now, if I came across the success that I hope I have, the only thing I ever really want is just to be a good husband. The only thing I ever really want is to be a good father to my kids if I'm lucky enough, you know? The only thing I want is just to make music for the rest of my life and hope that my music touches people. These are the only things that I want. And I can say that with 100% sincerity and know that I actually mean it. And, you know, because I always question like when I say things, do I actually mean it? Like I'm always like, ever since, you know, since I was a late teenager, I'm like, are you saying things because you say it or because people want you to say certain stuff? And then, you know, you start to think you're an asshole because you lied to yourself or something.
Right.
You know? But so that has forced me to be honest and be like super, what should I say? Hyper aware of what I say and make sure that everything that I do say going forward is exactly what it is I want to say. And yeah, man, like I can say I'm ready for the success in my life.
Same
Just
here.
like I feel like you're ready for the success in your life. And I feel it will come because we're doing now what we should have been doing, but it just wasn't the right time.
Right. 100%. You know, if I started doing this years ago when I first invented the YouTube channel, me and my cousin, the content I was making and the mindset I was in, I would have been canceled for sure. 100%. I'd be canceled and I'd just.
And you know I would have been canceled before you were canceled, man.
100%. 100%. We say outlandish shit. By the way, Linda says you're an amazing husband. Mitchell Wayne wants to give away an NFT now. Mitchell Wayne, let me know how we can make it happen, bro. If people want to get that, what is a Kate Music and Monster Vision Music NFT, let's give away that NFT here in the chat. We're going to give away a Green Beer NFT in the Discord. Mitchell Wayne says, keep working hard, boys. Your time is coming. By the way, Mitchell Wayne's like, I look up to Mitchell Wayne. You haven't personally met Mitchell Wayne, but hopefully we're going to bring it to that point where we have a conversation.
I have a massive respect and admiration for Mr. Wayne since I heard about him.
Mitchell Wayne is he's gone through a lot of hard times like ourselves, and he's created this wonderful life for himself and this house and this home, and his children are talented and happy, and his wife is amazing. Like she's a beautiful woman and a beautiful soul. And I look at him and I'm just like, that's the level I want to get to. And he's a very giving person, and so giving that he wants to give away an NFT. And you know, these days, NFT, like, you know what I'm saying? You want the NFT. So Mitchell Wayne, let me know how you want to go through with that. Let's give away an NFT right here during the live stream. We're going to give away a Monster Vision music NFT. Let's do this shit, baby. Monster Vision says, hey, what's up, Monster Vision? Says, hey, peace to Mitch. Much respect. We're going to give away an NFT during the live stream right now. So if you guys are watching right now, you are lucky because you are one of 15 people who have the opportunity to get an NFT. NFT. Everybody wants an NFT these days. Since we're talking about NFTs, let's talk about the monetization of your music and how you are doing that right now, Stiofán.
So how I'm doing it is through a few different means. One of those is through streaming. So everybody that listens to my music helps, obviously. The more you play my music on Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, Amazon, YouTube, it helps. Even though it's a little, it's a lot of little, it helps. Another way is if anybody is listening to the stream today and is into investing, all of my songs are actually for sale, not for listening purposes, but for owning purposes. I do currently offer the opportunity to own up to 49% of all my music, of every song. It allows me to make more music. So say if the theme song of I'm on my way, Johnny says that he wants to own that.
I want it.
So say like up to 50%. So if you want to own 50% of that song, say like most of my songs, I charge $1,000 for 50% of it. So for the rest of your life, you will own royalties of that song that you purchase. So if that song does really well, say if Johnny, for example, purchased 50% of I'm on my way, if I'm on my way got 1 billion streams and Johnny just paid the $1,000, he would make back all that money back for the rest of his life.
Easy.
Every time that song got played, he would be paid, and the paycheck comes every single month. How I do it is through my distribution website or through my distribution platform. It's very easy for me to set up a direct deposit to whoever wants to purchase rights to any of my songs. So I would just input your email address through my distribution website. They would send you the exact breakdown of the song that you purchased every single month or every single 2 months into your bank account. You would see an exact breakdown calculation of how much you should be owed, how much you did get, and know that I have no way of interfering after you purchase, so that, say, if I wanted to keep any of the money myself, that's impossible because it is no longer in my hands. So it's 100% above board. I do it because I want people to have a direct correlation with the success of my music. Not only do I want people to enjoy my music, I also want people to have an invested reason to enjoy my music. So say if someone purchases rights to my music, if they know they can make money off of my music, promote that to the end of the earth, and to know if this song does really well, they'll make their money back and then some.
All right. So
and if the song does really,
so Mitchell Wayne says the first person to name a Stiofán song in the chat, the first person to name a Stiofán song in the chat gets an NFT right now. So Dr. GTI did kind of quote a song here, but let's start it right now in the chat. After Monster Vision's post right here, he said, "This is super dope. Do you do it from the smart contract standpoint or your masters? Do you mint only?" After that comment right there, the first person who drops a Stiofán song, any name, any song title in the chat right now.
Corinne just did it.
Boom. She dropped that Lilies and Daisies on us right there. Kareen just won an NFT. Dr. GTI, you get a special shout out. We're going to hook you up, Dr. GTI, too. But Kareen, you got an NFT coming your way. Mitchell Wayne is going to handle that. Thank you, Mitchell Wayne, for dropping that free NFT in the chat right now, man. Thank you so much. Dr. GTI says second. Dr. GTI says I'm good. We're going to hook you up. Dr. GTI is a friend of mine, man. He's from the Bay, too.
You know what I'm going to do?
What's up?
I just for today, and because I feel super lucky and grateful and humbled, I'm going to do something which I feel really privileged to do, which is so to Johnny, to Dr. GTI, to Kareen, to Mitchell Wayne, to those that have been listening since the beginning of this interview. I'm on my way. It's been a song that I never had much belief in, but Johnny found it as a massive thing, and took it as the theme song. So that 50% that I was going to do, I'm going to divide it amongst all of you. And I'm going to give it without free of charge. And I'm like, this is your song now, as well as it is mine. And I'll hook you up. So just get in Johnny's Discord, leave your email addresses. I'll hook you up to the rights of the song. I'll put you through my distribution platform, and you'll be getting paid the rest of your life as long as that song is online, which is to the end of time. So I'll give you the rights to that song. I'll give Johnny, I will give you 40%, and I'll divide the rest of the 10% amongst everybody else.
What?
Yeah, just because I owe you.
What? I got out of my way, baby! Yeah! What? Yo! GTI, yeah. Kareen. Who'd you say? Kareen, GTI, and who else?
Kareen, GTI, Mitchell Wayne, D-Grade, and Old Raven Farm.
Yo! Yo! That's the great cleanup on aisle 3. Mind blown, says D-Grade. Yo! Brandon's giving claps all around. Standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Oh, I got out of my way. I knew it. I knew it, baby. Oh, my God. Yo, Kareen says, yo, no way. Yo.
It's just because ye have been promoting this song for so long that, since the beginning of your show, that it means a lot to me. And it's one of these songs that I didn't think would make a significant impact in this world for the wildest time. But you promote it, you love it, and I'm willing to, it's one of these things where I'm like, I feel like I owe you. So I will give all of you up to 50%, and for as long as you play it, you'll make money off of it for the rest of your lives, and if I hopefully become as successful as I hope I will be, you'll be getting paid good for the rest of your lives for having done nothing,
Oh my God, dude, I don't even know what to say right now, bro. Old Raven Farm says this is incredible. Kareen says, yo, no way. Old Raven Farm says, bro. Mitchell Wayne says, mind blown. Thank you, bro. Monster Vision says, huge, y'all. Flowers. Kareen says, oh my God, and my nephew loves that song. Old Raven Farm, this is incredible. Mitchell Wayne says, holy smoke, I'm paying for your flight and a gig cost. I'm paying for your flight and gig cost to come to Kansas City. Let's fucking go. Kareen says, I'm going to rep that song. I'm going to share it all over the place. Yeah. Dewey Watt says, congrats. Yo. Wait. Baby, let's go. This is not the end of the show. I'll pause it right there.
It's not the end of the show, but I wanted to say it because I just wanted to say I'm like super grateful for all of you, and that's huge thing for me. But also don't get ahead of yourself because as you know, streams and royalties, you're earning of a cent all the time and every time somebody plays your music. But it's passive and it's for the rest of your life. So as long as people keep playing that song, you'll keep earning money. I don't want to give that to you because you're the ones that are promoting that song. So I appreciate it.
It's not even about the money. It's just about the thought and the statement that it makes that like I have a part of this song. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Yo, man. Yo, just let the live audience know. I had no clue this was gonna happen. I had no clue. He did not tell me about this shit, bro.
I was saying it. I was saying it earlier this morning, and I was like, I'm going to do that today, and I'm like, I'm super to be honest, I'm just super grateful, man. I'm like, that is the only way I can think of that I can say thank you for everything that you did with my songs and everything that you're doing right now. The only way I can give back, because I can't give you money. I'm not rich. I'm not anything. I'm struggling just like you are. But to have people listening to my music and promoting my music, it means the world to me. And as long as people keep promoting my music, that is all I can ask for. And if I give you ownership of the song, it gives you an extra incentive also from my own point of view to promote the song, and that to me means the world. So I hope you all enjoy it. We're all going to be owners of that song. So hopefully we promote the song and just keep going.
Yo, I own 40% On My Way now.
No way.
He just gave me it. Oh my God. Dr. GTI says I'm beside myself. Hella great Tuesday. It's Tuesday? What? It's Tuesday. This is the end of the week for me, man. That's it, bro. Yo, cheers everybody out there. Cheers, Stiofán, man. Thank you so much, bro. This is amazing, dude.
Of course, man.
I didn't see this happening, dude. D-Grade says too much. I shoot that protein right into my mouth. Thank you, D-Grade. Old Raven Farm said, I've never seen something like this happen. Nice, man. Kareen says, I'm speechless. I'm never speechless. Me neither. Yo, dude. Thank you so much, man.
You're welcome, brother.
Thank you so much,
man. As I said, I'll need your help with this. So if everyone can leave their email addresses in the community chat. I'm still trying to get the hang of Discord, so forgive me.
Yeah.
But if everyone can, please leave their email addresses in the community chat of Discord, of your Discord, and then I'll sort everything out. And what I'll do is I'll take screenshots of everything, and I'll message everyone individually. And I'll message everyone as a group so you can see that everyone has been added truthfully and authentically. And like I said, my main thing is when I say this thing, I mean it. So there is no way of me interrupting. Say if I'm on my way became the biggest song of my life tomorrow, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. When I do this today, that there'll be no way of me interrupting it or me getting in the way of it, that I could somehow mingle it to reflect higher on my portion. Once I add G, that's it. I can't change it. So it's all yours, and I'll need your help, Johnny, to make sure that I get everybody's email address. And this is something that I will not intend and do not intend to ever change.
Holy
that I mean
shit.
It from the bottom of my heart.
All right. Well, write those names down and text them to me or DM me. Linda says, congrats, everyone. Linda says, lucky me with a 4-leaf clover. I have rights to the artist. She's the CEO of this shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Damn right she is.
Mitchell Wayne says, Linda, smart lady. So, like, man, I'm blown away right now, man. I'm blown away right now. I got to compose myself. Hold on. So, like, I can't believe you just did that shit, bro. Dr. GTI says, Westside, I have the same look on my face. Yo, I'm on my way, baby. Yeah. You know, I love that song, man. I don't know what it is, man. It's just, it's become, obviously it's become the theme song to the show. I wanted something that, I wanted something where there was like initial notes so that when people heard like a note of a song, it connected them to my show. And there's something about the intro to that song with the dum 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 that as soon as you hear those notes, you know the show's beginning. You know what I'm saying? I everybody knows how I do my show. I try to start early, but I have my cup of coffee because Red Fox a long time ago, the great comedian Red Fox used to come on stage, and he would sit there on stage and be silent, and he wouldn't talk, he wouldn't perform, and he'd sit there and have a couple drinks. And people would start to chatter in the audience. He'd be like, come on, motherfuckers. Like, you start working when you get to work. You know, and it always resounded with me because whenever you get to work, you always bullshit for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gets to work the minute they start at work. So I always want to get in and kind of bullshit for a second. That's why when I start my show, I play a couple clips. It's also a Howard Stern thing. Howard Stern always starts his show with some clips to kind of warm up the audience. And then he comes on with a theme song. And the theme song he has is a song that is by White Zombie. And it's not the greatest song in the world. It's not White Zombie's best song, but it's something that he found that connected. And when you hear that song kick on, you know you're about to hear the show. And with I'm on my way, it's like as soon as you hear those initial notes, it triggers you into knowing, yo, the show's beginning. We're about to have some fun. Release all that bullshit in your life and let's go. And so it's something about, and you know me, I listen to every fucking song you've made. And that song just fucking connected, especially with what I've been through with the other channel. It was just like, I'm here and I'm on my way. And the sonically and with the hook and everything just connected with me. And you know, we talked about using your songs for even the other channel. And I was going through the music, and that was the one song that was like always there, always there. I'm on my way is always going to be like, I was just like, dude, I'm connected to this song for some reason. And now it's become the thing like, Old Raven Farm says, hearing that song always puts a smile on my face. I wanted a song that I could play in the beginning of the show that people like, kind of like the Pavlov dog reaction. Not to say like, you know what I'm saying, but I wanted something that triggered people to know, like when you hear that guitar riff in the beginning, it triggers you to know, all right, time for all the bullshit to go aside. Like the show's starting. We're going to have some fun. And man, to own a piece of it, dude. Bro.
Well, the reason why he would say something like that too is because of you. Because, you know, that song is nothing without the association of you talking afterwards and having a good time afterwards. You understand? Which is why it feels compulsory for me to do this. I'm like, I am incredibly grateful to you taking that song and wanting to use it on your thing. And because I've been such an advocate for you for so long to pursue this passion of yours, to do something creative, that I'm like, any way, man, that I can like help in any bit. When you said that you want to use my song, I'm like, hell yes. When you wanted to use I'm on my way, when I'm like, people aren't using it, I'm like, dude, of course, it goes without saying. So I'm like, of course, I'm like, you deserve it. Like, it is your song. Like, when you take something from it, it is your song.
Respect.
And I feel the reason why I'm saying 40 as opposed to 50, I'm like, I also believe, and I'll shout out to your audience. I'm like, your audience also deserves it, because without your audience, there wouldn't be your show either. So I'm like, they deserve some part of it too. And the people that have been listening to it for so long, and I think that core audience of the people that I mentioned, I think they deserve it too.
God damn. God damn. Mitchell Wayne says, every time I hear that song, I think of you both and how I can help. Mitchell Wayne says, for real, when can we get you to the Midwest? The last topic I was going to talk about is the current promotional push, but we are really pushing, the team is pushing Stiofán to break out of his shell and really do live shows and be the person who's, promoting himself. Cause like we've talked about, he's not very comfortable with that role. He's super comfortable writing a song and doing songs in the studio. And you as a songwriter and a performer that you're amazing, but you're kind of green at live shows and shit. But I really do believe that
very, very green.
What Mitchell Wayne is proposing here, I really think that that's going to be something that happens within this next year, is you going to the Midwest and hooking up with Mitchell Wayne and doing live shows, not only just in California or locally in LA, but going somewhere like Kansas and putting on a live show, being an opening act or for his homie and shit. I'll show up. I'll do a little stand up and introduce and be the MC and shit like that.
If he does, I'll go too.
I would love it.
Oh yeah, Ayla got family out there. Hey Ayla, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you hand me one of those beers?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. Ayla helping me out right here. Doobie Wah says, funny how I hardly watch the other channel very much anymore. Hey, I heard that the other channel doesn't get as many subscribers anymore. They used to get 50 to 100 subscribers a week, but for some reason,
they don't have good theme songs.
They don't have good theme songs, and they're missing a West Side from their repertoire. Hey, cheers, brother.
There you go, brother.
I love you, bro.
I love you, man.
For real.
Hey, we both said I love you, man.
I love you, man. I seriously love you, man. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me today. Old Raven Farm says, are we celebrities now? Basically, right? We're now like, we're in the music industry, Old Raven. Doobie Wah says, since you are celebrities, can I at least be a groupie? Let's go. Let's go. Old Raven says, let's bring Stiofán to the moon. Nufo says, acapella. I was gonna try to like hit you with some like performing on the spot shit, but I don't want to do that to you. But I mean,
yeah, I'm not the best with that, man. As you know, I'm like this is a lot for me today.
For sure. I want to stay within your comfort zone, but I think the next time we do something like this, I am gonna make you grab that guitar in the background and do a little something. something.
That's fine. I've been working on that Spanish song, so maybe I can sing that Spanish song.
All right.
The next one.
All right, for sure. Kareen says, let's see. Kareen says, Dr. GTI says, can we get Stiofán here in the Tri-Valley? For sure, bro. Right there in the Bay. Let's make a little road trip. Mitchell Wayne says, thank you, Stiofán. Thank you, Westside. I'm so excited. Kareen says, they don't have us anymore. Exactly. Look, I didn't mean to poach an audience. The audience just followed because they knew where the love and positivity really was at. It's here on this channel. So thank you, Kareen, for coming over here. Kareen says, LOL, I'm a groupie. Daniela Centeno says, throwing in love. How many beers are you on to now? How many beers are you into?
By the way, Daniela's my ex-roommate.
Daniela, yeah.
Yeah, you remember Daniela, right?
Hell yeah, I remember Daniela.
Yeah, Miss Ecuador.
Yeah, she looked good too, bro. I got a girlfriend, but Daniela, shout out. I remember I hit you up. I was like, so what's her situation? Yo, what's up, man? Shout out to Daniela, man. Yeah, she looking good. D-Grade says, got the semi. We can move the instruments in the States. Kareen says, baby steps West Side. Old Raven, nothing but hearts and love coming our way, man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, Daniela, for tuning in today. I didn't even know. I forgot. Yeah, she was cool.
Yeah, awesome person, man.
You looking
Another
after that
awesome
dog?
person. It's like, some people that just come into your life that are just good for you,
Yeah.
just good people. Um, but yeah, man, it's like I think we're on what, 4? I'm on 4.
I'm on 5, but your beers are bigger than mine.
But you're bigger than I am, so there's a difference.
So yeah,
Okay.
I'm 4 beers deep. I'm on my 5th, uh, and I got a Guinness over there to cap off the show when we finally get there. Thank you, Daniela, for tuning in
Oh
today.
shit.
Irish. I was like, yo, is there a fucking Irish beer in the house? And there was a fucking Guinness staring me in the face. I was like, let's go. I don't really drink Guinness, but we'll do it. We'll do it. So
Okay, well, I'll be honest. The last, like, we're on 3 o'clock my time now. The last 2 hours have flown by.
oh, for sure. The first hour and a half was excruciating though, right?
La- I feel like the first hour you were plucking my fucking nails off my toes.
Yeah. No, but like I always say on the show, like classic West Side, like I like to on my show I like to start off with humor and then all of a sudden I'll come really into something serious and like really like hit you
Yeah.
guys with something like and bring people into an emotional state. It's a roller coaster. It's not just a comedy show. We have heart, we have comedy. And so I wanted to, like, I'm your homie and all, but we talked earlier, and you had said like I don't want to know what's coming, and I talked to you and little peek behind the curtain. I talked to you and said like, is there anything you don't want to talk about?
Last night, yeah.
And you were like,
Yeah.
no, we'll talk about
I'm,
everything.
I'm like, yeah, I'm very much the type of person. I'm like, let's talk about it, but I prefer it being as organic as possible. Like, if you do come across something that you do bring up, I'm like, I prefer to talk to you on the air and be like, I just don't want to go too much in depth into this.
Right, and it has been
You know?
orgasmic. I mean, organic.
Yeah.
Mitchell Wayne says, everyone be sure to send me your wax wallet in the Discord. Join the Stiofán Discord and drop your wax wallet address. If you don't know what that is, Google it. It's so easy to do. It's so easy to do. It's not like having a MetaMask wallet. It's not like all that. Create a wax wallet. This is the future of NFTs right now. And Mitchell Wayne is my my NFT guru at this point. So create a wax wallet. You could do it with the simple push of like 4 buttons. Go to Wax Wallet, Google Wax Wallet, sign in with a Google address, hit another button, confirm that shit. Boom, you have a Wax Wallet. You can accept NFTs. We all heard NFTs. If you don't know what it is, now you know. Oh, and get down with the sickness. Ooh, wah, ah, ah, ah. Get down with the Wax Wallet. Get down with the Wax Wallet. Mitchell Wayne is he's executive level in Westside Weed Smoke Channel. He has been helping me
Mitchell
out so
Wayne
much,
is incredible.
and he's a giving person, and he wants to help my channel grow. And one of the best ways that he's found is to give out NFTs. The NFTs he's given away to people, and he's given out many NFTs to my audience. It is it's invaluable because I'm telling you right now, in months, a year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, if you just all you have to do is sign up for the NFT Wax Wallet, the WAX Wax Wallet. Google it, sign up. You'll get an NFT. Mitchell Wayne will be gracious enough to give you an NFT. Hold it and just wait. Like the Stiofán song says, just wait. They're telling you to wait. I'm telling you right now, man. So thank you, Mitchell Wayne. Doobie Wah says people will be wondering why I'm smiling when I get to the bowling alley tonight, and I could say it was a great day on YouTube. Thank you, Doobie Wah. It's been a fucking great day.
Thank you, Doobie Wah.
We're not even done
And
yet.
by the way, Doobie Wah, you're a part of that for those people, by the way.
For sure.
They've been there all day long.
For sure.
You know, they're Bibiwa is a part of those people that are getting it right too. I'm on my way as well.
Awesome, bro. And you know, before we go, the last thing I want to talk about was the current push. I wrote current push down. I circled it because I wanted to talk about your current promotional push and what we are doing right here with Stiofán.
Are you done? Are you done?
No. But this is. I just want to hit that last topic. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 beers left. You know, so we are. You know,
I'm good.
we're talking about the wax wallet. Well, we're waxing and waning right now. We're in the wane mode. Lil Wayne. But I did want to hit that before, you know, everything gets settled. I want to talk about the current promotional push for Stiofán. And I'm lucky enough to be a part of the team. Of course, shout out to Lauren, Bite Size Management. Shout out to the fucking, I gotta say, man, Dean from Playback LA.
You got a man crush on that guy, man.
I do. He's so cool. He's so cool. He's like Matthew McConaughey level of fucking handsome and cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we had the first promotional meeting, he's sitting there on a fucking balcony with a river behind him. I mean, I have a river behind me too, but like, he's wearing a cabbie hat. He's smoking a cigarette. He's got the facial hairs perfect.
By the
I was
way,
just like,
I'm gonna clip this and I'm gonna send it to him to make him feel good about himself.
Dude is, and he's sitting there like, I'm just here because my wife wanted to get out of LA, you know, because she's pregnant. And it's like, I'm like, dude, that's the dream, bro. That's the dream. And he is, yeah, man crush fucking Tuesday. But no, shout out to Playback LA, a great studio. They revamped the studio right now. So if you are in the LA area and you want to make some music, just like Stiofán himself, Playback LA with Dean, Bite Size Management. Lauren has been absolutely like, I can't even.
Incredible.
I mean, you know, we can't even put a price tag on what Lauren's done for us.
I will say this: Lauren is the most invaluable player to the team.
Absolutely invaluable. The way her mind works and the way she can get the team together and delegate. It's like nothing I've ever seen. And I'm just, it's almost like I'm at school when I'm listening to her talk. She has such a way of fucking getting us knuckleheads to work towards a goal. She sets goals that we can actually hit, which we did. We have the YouTube channel. We have the Discord. She's way underrated, and people like that who are not in front of the camera, they don't always get their dues. So shout out to Lauren, Bite Size Management. If you are into some kind of creative aspect and you're looking for a management group, please shout out to Lauren at Bite Size Management. And if you want to make the music happen, hit up Playback Studios in LA and talk to your man Dean. And of course, over there on the other side of the ocean, your man fucking Shane is doing big things for us. I'm sure they're gonna play this shit back. What time is it in Ireland right now?
11.
Yeah, right. They're sleeping. They're good people. They're sleeping. Kareen says, thank you so much, Mitchell Wayne, Westside, and Stiofán. You're gentlemen. You're amazing. And I'm glad I'm a part of this. And I'm glad you pushed Westside to get you back on the mic. I love this so much. And the fam here, thank you so much, Kareen. Kareen's been like the biggest supporter of what we're doing here. Kareen's over there in New York City doing big things herself. And a level-headed person who's gone through a lot this year, and a lot of people who have gone through what she's been through, and I'm not going to get into it, but she's been through so much drama and trauma, and it's really amazing that she's the positive person that she is, and I really got to thank you, Kareen, for just really supporting me and being here every single day, and with a full-time job and everything that you deal with. Thank you, Kareen. And Mitchell Wayne, of course, executive level on Westside Weed Smoke YouTube. Thank you so much for giving away those NFTs for us. And I couldn't thank you more. I got a team, and you got a team, and what are you
We
doing?
got a team that makes it work.
What are you doing with the team? Like, what are we doing with the future of Stiofán right now, man?
Can we hold it for a pee break?
Fuck yeah, let's play another song.
Okay, play another song.
Let's go
I'm
with.
done for a pee. We're going hard in terms of my tolerance lately.
All right, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play our best days as we take a little pee break here.
That is the most Irish song for St. Patrick's Day.
Yes. Oh, let's talk about St. Patrick's Day when you get back. So right now we're gonna play the song "Our Best Days" by Stiofán, and this is a fucking amazing song, dude. Let's go.
Thank you, man.
All right, we'll be right back.
Walking up and carry mountains, holding hands we save inside home. We chase each other around the farmers' fields, from water balloons to the bones we both were sold. Taking trips up to Galway Bay, we'd see the races and the coast. I tell you, darling, some life we live. Though time's past, our love roams with the ghosts. To warm your heart like bring up by potatoes, singing songs you drink amongst the lights, dancing up on tables to the morning calls. Those were our best days in Irish life. Here on the walls which I know now, see monks come through the old compound. But oceans away, there's a land called out, an emerald isle where we once swore we would stay. From Blarney Kiss to the Carrigon shore, from Diggle Town to all those days that you mourn. Wrote a book of love, and now this is all the time that you wanted, the time that we counted. Come on, warm your heart, I bring a bite of potatoes.
Love it.
Singing songs you drink amongst the lights, dancing up on tables to the morning calls. Those were our best days in Irish life. Warm your heart, I bring a bite of potatoes, singing songs you drink amongst the lights, dancing up on tables to the morning calls. Those were our best days on Irish land. Up on tables to the morning comes. Those are our best days on Irish land.
That was the single "Our Best Days" by Stiofán, a mad Irish song. You know what? Let's follow that song up with another Irish tune. This is Carry Boy by Stiofán. I absolutely love this song. Absolutely love this song. Let's go.
They'll go and hold my mother. They'll ask her, how is he? I know it must be hard, my love.
I'm playing Carrie Boy
to
now.
have a son who chose his life across the seas.
It's really heartfelt.
They'll think I'm so courageous, even wish me well, or so they'll say. But he wants to be
Okay,
the
I'm back.
next
Sorry
big
about that,
thing
brother.
upon
All right,
this
I just
world.
played Our Best Days. Now I'm playing Carrie Boy.
Oh, Carrie Boy's good. Jamil wrote that one, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, me and Jamil like went hot on this song.
Yeah,
Just the Carrie
both
Boy
of you
getting
love
carried
that
away.
Getting carried away. Oh, I've lost my mind. Just a Carrie Boy
And the
getting
drums.
carried away.
Ba, ba, boom, ba, ba.
They'll go and greet my
We're getting Irish here,
father.
yeah. Daniela, perfect for St. Patrick's.
Come now, oh, how is he? It's been too long, I hope he's safe and calm. He's holding on, there's life and loss, there's home for what he needs. But if you say that you love me, then go love me. Just believe and let it be. Show support and put it on display. Or if you think that you'll hate me, then go hate me. I won't judge you, don't judge me. Just a Carrie Boy getting
Carried away.
Getting carried away. Oh, I've lost my mind. Just a Carrie Boy getting carried away. Getting carried away. Oh, I've lost my mind. Just a Carrie Boy getting carried away.
Woo!
It's been too long, I hope he's safe, he's calm, he's holding on. There's life and loss, there's home for what he needs.
I'll just let this song play
But
out.
if you say that you love me, then go love me. Just believe and let it be. Show support and put it on display.
Show support and put it on
Getting
display,
carried
baby.
away. Oh, I've lost my mind. Just a Carrie Boy getting carried away. Getting carried away. Oh, I've lost my mind. Just a Carrie Boy getting carried away.
So, all right, the song just ended. So, I played Our Best Days and Carrie Boy. Real quick, let's talk about those songs real quick. Carrie Boy, what's the meaning behind Carrie Boy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was just texting Linda. She was making sure. She was just telling. She was giving me words of encouragement, and she always does.
Yes, exactly.
She was just saying I was doing. She was just saying I was doing great and stuff.
She said
that
you're
to me
fucking
means
killing
so.
it. You're killing it, husband.
Yeah.
So what's the story behind
She
what's the story behind Carrie Boy?
Carrie Boy is pretty much everything that I was insecure about, that I was telling you about earlier. Carrie Boy is the story of me being insecure and feeling like I'm crazy. You know, everyone telling me, what, you think you're going to be the next Ed Sheeran? You think you're going to be the next Justin Bieber? You think you're going to be the next whoever? Like, you're just from Carrie. You know, you're getting carried away, you know, you're fucking crazy, you know? And that's what Carrie Boy was to me. It's just where I'm from. Everyone is amazing in the sense they're loving and they're caring, but there's a real problem with Irish culture in the sense of someone that wants to be bigger than themselves and do something bigger than themselves. I'm happy to admit that, you know. I love Ireland. I love where I'm from. And Irish people are so magnificent in so many ways, but like if you saw someone driving a fucking Lamborghini,
if you saw an Irish person driving a Lamborghini around the town, the first thing that someone would say is, "Who the fuck does this person think they are?"
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And there's that type of mentality.
It's so much more acceptable in the West for someone to drive a Maserati or a Lamborghini, you know?
Like where I'm living right now, it's like it is what it is.
It happens all the
It's
time.
like, so,
you know, you don't even bat an eye.
happens all the time. It's just fucking normal, you know? But in Ireland, it's like, you think you're going to be the next fucking Bob Dylan? You think you're going to be the next Bruce Springsteen? You think you're going to be the next Michael Jackson? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? It's that type of mentality. And I'm of the mind. I'm like, Michael Jackson was Michael Jackson before he was Michael Jackson.
Right.
He was just a boy, Bob Dylan was Bob Dylan from the small town he was from. Bruce Springsteen was Bruce Springsteen from the small town he was from. And I'm like, I even use it as bigger. Before I ever left Ireland, I was speaking quotes and I was like talking about Gandhi and everybody, and I like looking back and I'm like, I must have sounded fucking mental. But speaking quotes allowed me to heal, and it allowed me to become the person I am today. But I'm like, they're like, do you think you're gonna be the next Gandhi? I'm like, no, but before Gandhi was Gandhi, he was just the fucking
Mahatma,
poor boy in fucking India. You know what I mean? And that's the type of philosophy I have. And Harry Boy was just that. I'm like, stop limiting my potential if you don't know my potential,
So yeah, I also played. So that was 2 Irish songs back to back. Not to say Irish songs, but they had a theme. But Our Best Days is like one of my favorites because I've never been to Ireland. Obviously, I've never been out of the country, but it transports me. And what was the process of Our Best Days, which is an amazing song, which I just played.
The process of Our Best Days was, there is no process whatsoever.
Okay.
It was one of those days where I just came into the studio and I'm like, let's make a song. There is no inspiration I have coming into the studio today. There is no idea or something I want to make today. Let's just make a song. So the person that I was working with, Austin at the time, started playing the guitar, and I'm like, you know what? You make me want to make an Irish song. Let's make an Irish song. And so then he accustomed his guitar playing to the Irish song. Whereas nowadays, after COVID, because once COVID hit, all studios closed.
Yeah.
So a quick segue, all studios closed, so I wasn't able to get to studios. 1, because I wasn't able to make a living and afford studio time. 2, most studios were closed because of COVID. And I started learning how to do everything myself. So I play all the instruments myself now, and I produce all my own tracks and mix and master all my own tracks.
As of now,
at that time,
or during COVID.
Sorry.
So like, he produced this song, Austin.
Yeah.
Now you're doing your own shit?
I for the last 6-12 months, I produced all my own stuff.
Fuck, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I've been doing courses and classes. So I took COVID as a real good opportunity to self-educate. And the type of person I am. The thing that I despise most in this world is wasted time.
Yeah.
Wasted potential. So over COVID, I was drinking a lot at home and stuff, but I said I would sign up for all these classes and all these courses and make sure that I came out of it a better person than I was. So I learned how to do everything myself, so I wouldn't have to use a middleman. And that's what I did. But to take it back to our best days, I went into the studio with Austin, and I just said I don't really have an idea. He came up with some guitar. I'm like, you make me want to make an Irish song. And he was like, let's make an Irish song. And I'm like, okay, these are the things I want to do. These are the instruments I want to incorporate. And we just did it. And I'm like, let's use a harmonica.
Yeah. The harmonica,
and
the
that's how it
whistling.
happened.
Talking about the potatoes. Like, it's so Irish.
Exactly. I just talked about places in Ireland. It was as insightful as possible, in the sense it was so direct. It was just say places in Ireland and just make it sound pretty, and that was it. That was the message of the song.
The cool thing about it is it transports the audience. So when you listen to it, I could listen to it as a West Sider and kind of get the vibe and the spirit of the Irish land. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
it just has this vibe and the sound and the spirit of it where I'm with you. I'm with you there in Kerry County. I'm with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think the one thing that serves me well is my voice naturally is if I'm allowed to say something that sounds like objectively, just like listening to my own music. Like my voice is so unique to the point that I kind of naturally am to the higher tone than what you would usually register with Irish music. That when you hear my own music, you're like, shit, it's kind of velvety, like higher, like you just kind of like, oh shit, you know what I mean? So like when you hear me do like the second verse and stuff, and when I hit those high notes,
yeah,
you're like, I'm not used to that, talking about Irish music.
It's more sensitive when you go higher.
Yeah, it just makes me feel like, for the listener, you listen to it, and I'm like, I can not only appreciate the Irishness of it, but the technicality of it. Because if you know anything about music, for a singer, especially a male alto, which is like a male higher singer, like a tenor or something, for them to sing that high, it takes a lot of skill.
Yeah.
And I usually take a lot of pride in hearing people listen to my music and being like, oh shit, because the amount of work that I put into making sure that I could hit that note for that day. You know what I mean? And that's what people don't understand about me, because I'm not a good singer naturally. I was never a good singer naturally. I was never a good rapper naturally. Everything about me has been hard work. And that's what I would love, if people take anything from me, that I had a dream, and I have a dream, and I did the work in order to make it work. I couldn't even carry a note, but I said, look, I'll do singing lessons every single day, and I'll make sure that I can sing, because I can write a song.
You killed it on that song. And it's a song that it transcends Ireland. It's a song that everybody can listen to, and wherever you're from, if you're from a small town, it transports you back there. And I think that's one of the reasons why we listen to music and why people are so connected with songs, is that we want to take ourselves away from, whatever we're experiencing. I live in the city. I've always lived in cities, but I could listen to a song like that and be transported to Ireland. And for 3 minutes, I'm Irish, or however long that song is. It's just like I feel it. The words you're saying, and the melodies and the production on that song Shout out to Austin, a fucking amazing producer.
Incredible.
He's a genius. I watched him work. We get taken there, and that's kind of like one of the things, like you mentioned Bruce Springsteen earlier, like even though Springsteen is from New Jersey, he's like, well, I just want to take you back to when I worked on the farm. After the farm, I'd go to the docks, and I
love Springsteen, man. I love Springsteen.
But he transports you there, and you could be a dude from the city and say, like, I feel like I worked on the docks or wherever the fucking Bruce Springsteen worked at. You feel like you're part of that. You know what I'm saying? And you take us there. You want an artist to kind of take you from where you are and put you somewhere else and take you away from your personal reality for a moment, even if it's a 3-minute song. Like, at least for 3 minutes, you're fucking away from the shit you're fucking dealing with,
Yeah, and like a lot of those artists that I just mentioned only came in terms of recognition of them in later years. Like, when I really started becoming the artist that I want to be, that was when I came across them.
Yeah.
Like, I knew who Bruce Springsteen was. I knew who Bob Dylan was. I knew who people like Otis Redding, Marvin Gaye, etc. were. But when I like looked in and I'm like, let me like just figure out who I want to be, I started listening to everybody. And that was when I was like, shit, now I respect it.
Right.
Because back in the day, like, an artist that you've heard me talk about a lot that I love is Phil Collins.
Old.
A lot of people do not respect Phil Collins.
What?
And yeah.
Give me their names. I'll fuck them up.
Because, Phil Collins was like the Justin Bieber of his time.
Yeah.
Phil Collins was the artist that was taking pop music in a direction that people thought was like pathetic. You know what I mean? They thought that he was what's the word? Degrading, or what's the word? Like, to bring it down.
Degrading or degrade?
Degrading, like that he was degrading like pop music and like popular music through his style of music. Well, like, I honestly think, listening back to his music, that he was so ahead of his time, that he was
way ahead of his time.
Incredible. Yeah, incredible. And that if he released music nowadays, like, I could imagine, who I could imagine vocals being over some of Phil Collins' stuff? Which sounds so crazy, but Drake.
What?
I could imagine like Drake vocals being over a lot of Phil Collins' stuff nowadays, and absolutely killing it. It just, a lot of his stuff was like so ahead of its time, and I'm like, that dude was incredible. And Drake obviously isn't a singer, but I could imagine like, type of vocals from like Find Your Love and stuff like that. And like, classic songs like In the Air Tonight, like Drake having vocals over that, and I'm like,
wow,
that could have fucking killed it.
Mind blown right now. I'm imagining this right now, like Drake doing Susudio.
Dude, I don't know about Susudio, but I could imagine him doing like In the Air Tonight and stuff like that.
Right. Invisible Touch.
Like, if Phil Collins to me is just like what pop music should have been.
Mm-hmm.
And that, and also Peter Gabriel,
I love Peter Gabriel, man.
Peter Gabriel's incredible.
In Your Eyes. Like, that's the fucking banger. You know what I'm saying? The banger.
Like, I just, I think as I get older, I start to appreciate musicians more.
Yes.
Because you also want to, as an artist and a musician, to be respected as a musician. Because as I said to you earlier, as I start to become, as I start to like put hours and hours and hours into like my craft, whether it's my vocals, whether it's my guitar, whether it's my keyboard, I put hours into production lately because I wanted to like cut out the middleman. I wanted to like do all my own stuff. And I feel like the more time I put into it, I'm like, I wish somebody could like listen to my music and be like, the amount of work that was put into being able to write that song on guitar. Because it's not just the case of playing G to D to A minor to C. It's all these little licks in between and all the hours of finding out what works and what doesn't work. You know? And if you're not a guitar player, you don't know. But like for the like, I think when you're a true musician and you listen to people doing things that you're like, shit, you know that took work.
Right.
That's what means the world. And I do put a lot of work into some of these songs that I'm writing lately, where I'm like, I'm just trying to impress my peers. Like, I'm trying to impress my peers as much as my audience because I'm like, I know the audience, if you make a song that's aesthetically pleasing, that's all that matters. That's the audience nowadays.
Yeah.
It's not to say that the audience is unintelligent. It's just like, that's the standard.
Right.
Like, you think of like WAP by Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. Like, it's a good song in the sense that it's aesthetically pleasing, but there's no artistic talent there, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure we can agree there.
100%.
Yeah. So I'm like, as long as you make a song that's aesthetically pleasing, then you're good. I just think for my own personal gratification, I'm like, just to write songs where musicians can like listen to and be like, oh, that was a really good play on words that he had.
Right.
Or how he played the guitar there, that was fucking incredible. Or like, the dude only just started playing piano last year. How the fuck did he come up with that melody? Like that type of stuff is what triggers me because, as I said to you, I'm the type of person, I love to prove people wrong. I live for that reaction. I live for that, like, you think I couldn't do something? Just watch me.
Check it out.
Yeah. Exactly.
I love little Peter Gabriel. I remember we were talking about Phil Collins one night at Art Bar, and it was sad to know that like
I always talk about
he's not going to tour anymore because he literally said like, I'm too old. I can't memorize lyrics anymore. I can't move across the stage. And it's like we have this this group of artists now that we all love and respect that are they timed out. And there needs to be a new kind of rebirth of the art form and not just, I as much as I love Drake, but there has to be a new rebirth of the art form where there are artists who can live perform and write their own songs, which is a huge deal. And the singer and songwriter is kind of like, I mean, who's the biggest singer and songwriter right now? Taylor Swift? Like, fuck, bro, we need a little more than
then
that.
I don't even believe it.
Well, I mean, half the songs now, her most current things and the things that she's most known for are written by a team. That's why I'm really glad that you brought me to Dermot Kennedy, the Dermot Kennedy concert, because I was able to see like the singer-songwriter, it still exists. You know what I'm saying? And Power Over Me is actually like me and my girlfriend's kind of song right now. And I ache for more of the singer-songwriter, And it's, I don't know, unfortunately, it's kind of not we the current not we but the current audience doesn't value the singer songwriter like we used to, you know, and that's why like Stiofán is such a big deal to me, because we have a singer songwriter right here. We've played so many songs today. Everybody can attest to the fact that we are playing a singer songwriter song. Every song is a banger, guys. Every song is a banger. I have not played one song today that you cannot admit it's not a fucking track, bro. It's a track. You know what I'm saying? It's a heater. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Don't be humble right now. Like, you're killing it, dude. You're singing and writing your own fucking music, and it's timeless, classic songs. And we're part of a group of people who are blessed enough to fucking... We're stock traders. You know, most of my audience are investors. And we know a good thing. Like, you know, we put our money on the right horse. You're the fucking horse, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all backing you because we're seeing someone right now who is a singer-songwriter who's doing this shit from the ground up. And we're so fucking proud. That's why the audience is so gracious right now. Like, we cannot believe what we're seeing and what we're hearing. Every song I've been playing today, everybody is just like, yo, these are bangers. These are bangers. So we're lucky enough to be able to, like, kind of be, I feel like, at the ground floor of the next push, which is the topic that I want to get into, is the push, bro. Like, we're pushing this shit from here on out. Like, what is next? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's next for you, bro? Where are we going with this shit?
For me, fucking everything. I hope to get my music to the point of view where everybody knows, shit, this is a Stiofán song.
Right.
I hope to get my music to a point of view where it pays the bills, obviously.
Of course.
I hope to get my music to a point of view where at the very least I can feel like all the sacrifices, everything that has led up to this moment has been worthwhile. If I can get there, I'll feel okay. Because I don't know if I've told you this, but like something that hurt me more than anything else, and I don't want to keep taking it serious or anything or like deep.
Let's go.
Like, I feel like a lot of this, yeah, but I feel like a lot of this conversation's gone deep, but I'm like, it just so happens that a lot of my stories and stuff are deep. But when I left Ireland 6 years ago, everyone was good. You know, I left my family good. I left my grandparents good. I had 3 grandparents and it was good. But since the time that I've been here, 2 of my grandparents passed away. My grandfather and my grandmother. And because of my status, I wasn't able to go home for their funeral and to be able to say goodbye. I wasn't able to see them deteriorate. I wasn't able to see them on their last days, you know, and thank them for everything that they did for me in my life, because I'm super close with my family. And I just think at this point in my life, I'm just like, I need to justify my reasons for being over here.
Yeah.
You know, I need to justify all those sacrifices I made. And I'm like, I took a chance on myself. I took a chance on my career. I said, I'm going to be the biggest artist of all time. Now go make it happen. I was over here. I lost my grandparents. And I'm like, you better fucking make sure that happens, or else you're spitting on the graves of the people that you love the most. So that's where I am right now in life. You know, there's a lot of pressure.
For sure.
But I wouldn't change it for the world.
No.
I'm like, there's just people I love most in the world, which is like my wife and my family, and I just want to keep making music and just prove that the sacrifices I made were not in vain.
For sure. And that's what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a team around you right now that is pushing so hard because we understand the sacrifices that you have to make to get to this point. You know, like many sacrifices, especially you being an Irishman moving to LA. Like, there's so many sacrifices you have to make. There's positives to what the move was, but fuck, you know what I'm saying? Being that far, like literally, you're not like within the regions of America. You know, like for us, it's easy for us to move within the boundaries of the United States. You know, if something's happening in Ohio, I could pop over there real quick. Like, you're literally across a fucking body of water. You know what I'm saying? And you have so many obstacles in your way to visit family and to recharge your batteries, because we need that in life. You know what I'm saying? Like when's the last time you saw your parents?
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's tough, bro. That's tough. I mean, for us who have parents, it's like fucking. My stepmom, who's like a mom to me, is 15 minutes away. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I ever need to recharge that battery, boom, I just pop over there. And it's got to be rough for a person like you. So we got to understand, like, behind the music is a sacrifice that you're making, and you're making those sacrifices for not only your art, but you're trying to fucking give music to people, and what you've done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, you know, everybody understands that shit. Kareen says, I'm so sorry. Old Raven Farm says, all in on Stiofán. Linda says, he's a stallion. Kareen says, it's a marathon. Let's see right here. Dr. GTI said, you heard it here first, baby. Kareen says Phil Collins is a musical genius. We're going back a couple minutes. Doobie Wah says, after today, I have more faith in Stiofán than the mother of all squeezes. Yeah, like I said, man, I'd rather invest in Stiofán than AMC any fucking day of the week. Stiofán has recently put together a fucking team of people. We talked about Dean from Playback LA. We talked about Lauren from Bite Size Management. Where are we going, bro? You know, where are we going, and when is the fucking live show happening?
The goal is, if I'm going to do a live show before the end of the year, I just want to do one where I feel I can give it my all and be proud of it. Like, as you know, I'm very self-critical, so I'm like, I don't want to put my all effort into something if I don't feel like I can get the rewards of the result that I want. But yeah, man, where we're going is just, as they said, the moon. Hopefully. I hope I can go the same place where SOS is gonna go.
Shit. You're gonna blow up before SOS. By the way, Stiofán,
so, man.
Stiofán is an investor yourself, right?
I'm an investor myself, and I have invested far too much in one company called SOS Limited, and I am waiting for that company to give me my money back.
Do you have any thoughts on investing? Like, with all your research, how do you feel about the state of cryptocurrency and stocks?
It's very volatile.
For sure.
Very, very volatile. I'm a firm believer of cryptocurrency in general.
Yes.
In terms of the future of cryptocurrency, I'm a firm believer. I did a lot of research into it, and I believe that the future is in digital currency as opposed to physical currency.
For sure.
I just believe that because it's unregulated, and right now, due to the current trajectory, it's too volatile. and I am taking a lot of gambles in terms of my own personal wealth. But it's gambles that I want to do. It's like if it pays off, it'll pay off, and I can live the life that I've always dreamed of. And if it doesn't, I lose the money, and what I keep struggling. I'm used to that though.
Yeah. Well,
So
I
it
think
is
at the
what it
end of the
is.
day, like most of our investments and the things we invest in, whether it's cryptocurrency or stocks, time is the money. And I always talk about timelines. Like you just need to get past. We think where we were a year ago, we didn't even know about fucking investing. You know what I'm saying? We didn't know even how to invest any dollars. And now we're at the point where we could talk about cryptocurrency. We could talk about stocks. So I think a remove ourselves, because we're thinking on like a minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day timeline. But when we really look at things month by month and year by year, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the money's going to double and triple itself. Everyone in this room right here, at least most of us, are investors in some sort of way, and we all know, like once we buy something, you buy something at 37 cents, and it dips to 27, you hold on, and in 2 years, it's going to be a fucking different story. Especially when we come to cryptocurrency, and you're invested in SOS, which is connected with cryptocurrency. It's a stock that has a connection with cryptocurrency. As soon as Bitcoin comes back up to 50 G's, all-time highs were what, like in the 70,000, which is Bitcoin is obviously going to surpass its all-time highs eventually. It's going to bring all these other stocks up. So an investor like you who has SOS, eventually within the next 5 years, you're going to be sitting on a fucking landmine of money, So yeah, let's see. Jen Matt says Doge to the moon or whatever. D Grade says I was about to say you better not say anything bad about my cryptos. D Grade's a huge crypto investor. Has a lot of insight. Nufo says Doge. Let's go. Mitchell Wayne, let's do a small venue in the KC or Omaha or Lawrence area. A few dozen to start. Mitchell Wayne is ready to push you in the Midwest, bro. Like, whenever you're ready to fucking do some live shows, bro, we're ready to roll, dog.
I'm ready.
Mitchell Wayne got venues. Mitchell Wayne's got, he's the connect. You know what I'm saying? West Side connecting. Bing, bing, bang. Is there anything you want to say to like your Irish audience? Obviously they're probably not watching live because it's the middle of the fucking night for them. But is there anything you'd like to say to your Irish audience? Maybe drop a little Gaelic on them motherfuckers, man. What you got to say, bro?
To the Irish audience?
Yeah.
Look, I'll be back in June, and I'll be singing a few songs over June. And that's what I'll say.
All right.
And other than that, I'm just like, please keep supporting me,
For sure.
I'm just trying to promote my music and keep pushing my music. And I'm like, as I took you to Dermot Kenny's concert, but I'm like, someday I hope I'm held to the same regard as Dermot Kennedy.
For sure.
So when people bring up Dermot Kennedy, they're not bringing up Dermot Kennedy. They're like, who's the greatest artist from Ireland right now? And they're thinking like, well, there's U2, there's the Cranberries, there's Sinead O'Connor, there's Dermot Kennedy, but then there's Stiofán, and he's been doing so fucking well. I think who do you think would take it? And that to me would mean a lot.
For sure. Drop a little Gaelic on me, bro.
Tá tú go hálan Macara.
I don't know what it meant, but it sounds dope as fuck, bro.
Cuig me go dí an siúpa né le me cearda. Tá tú me cearda. Tá tú me cara, should I say.
I don't know what it means, but it sounds dope as fuck. Hey, what you got to say to the West Side audience?
West Side audience, I'm just grateful, man. Honestly, just grateful that everybody listens to my music, and more than anything, just that people are listening and taking something from my music and supporting. And as I said, just grateful, man. Just grateful, honestly.
Hey, we're grateful for you, bro. Like, for real. Like, thank you for coming on the show. And, yeah, man, like, you're not only one of my best friends, but you're an amazing artist that I support. And, oh, shit. What does Daniela say? Ciante? I don't know what that means. Can you read the chat?
Plancha.
Ciancha?
It means cheers.
Oh,
So when Irish people have a drink, they say sláinte. You know how other people say cheers,
yeah.
but sláinte means like to your health.
Cilantro. All right, cilantro, bro.
Sláinte, yeah.
Cheers.
I told you, she's a good girl, man. That girl.
Daniela?
She's,
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you know, you remember Daniela, right?
Hell yeah, she's thick, bro. She's fine. I got a girlfriend. Old Raven Farm says barn show at the
Nah,
Old Raven
Daniela-
Farm.
Daniela-
Yo, Old
Daniela's
Raven
super
Farm.
sweet,
You
man.
got it going. A barn show at the Old Raven Farm. Yo, we could do a little Stiofán show, a little intimate setting at Old Raven Farms, and tape that shit and make it, tighten that shit up. Mitchell Wayne said we got a headliner band. Jen Matt says, I think that Gaelic translates to buy MC AMC. Daniela says, I think it means cheers. You got it right, Daniela. Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Man, I'm like,
I just opened up a new can too, so I'm good.
all right, you got a new can? I'm gonna pour my last beer and we'll end this shit. Hey, let me play one. Let's take one last break,
Okay.
if you don't mind, because I gotta go use the restroom. I'm gonna play this song called 4 Letters. What can you tell me about 4 Letters, my friend?
It has 4 letters. 4 letters is like my favorite pop song. It's like possibly in my top 2 or 3 of my favorite songs I've ever done.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hit play right now.
No,
Oops.
Okay, we'll be back in 2 seconds.
All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Hold on one
the
second.
sense of shame is the same old crying. Hope in the middle of the night. There's silence on the telephone line. I took a chance on a one night of fun. Played my cards and tossed my cares. Little good that I done. Go to bed, you get my guilt when you taste my tongue. I took a chance, now see what I want. Trust breaks and you run. Don't matter, her bags are off high. Left home to her friends, they seem mad. It won't matter, she makes me sound bad. It takes just 4 letters to know that she had. Slow dancing in Hollywood vibe. Cold shopping in West Vermont's kind. It won't matter, she learned this in time. It takes just 4 letters to know that she's mine. $1 flowers and flowers to send you away. I make a promise, you face your fantasy. When I know she may not call me, but case you dare to stay, I'm embarrassed and I'm just chasing the star. I better say it now. You're the person I pushed, but I was pulled in. I put a foot in at first, but now I'm all in. It's better for us, and now my heart is headed home. won't you come to the door? Let us be alone. Don't matter her bags are all packed. Left home to her friends, they seem mad. It won't matter, she makes me sound bad. It takes just 4 letters to know that she had. Slow dancing in Hollywood vibe. Cold shopping in West Vermont's kind. It won't matter, she learned this in time. It takes just 4 letters to know that she's mine. I took a chance on no one night of fun. Played my cards and tossed my cares. Little good that I done. Go to bed, you get my guilt when you taste my
Banger.
tongue. I took a chance, now see what I want. Trust breaks and you run. Don't matter, her bags are all packed. Left home to her friends, they seem mad. It won't matter, she makes me sound bad. It takes just 4 letters to know that she had. Slow dancing in Hollywood vibe. Cold shopping in West Vermont's kind. It won't matter, she learned the same time. It takes just 4 letters to know that she's mine. She's mine. She's mine. Just 4 letters to know that she's mine.
Another fucking banger. Another fucking banger. How many bangers have I played today? Like, for real. Anybody who's listened to the show today knows every song I played has been a banger. This is an artist, I'm telling you, this is an artist in the truest sense of form. Bro, every song I played is a banger, and we're all sitting here wondering, like, yo, what the fuck? Why don't we know about this motherfucker, bro? Why don't we know about this motherfucker? Because I discovered him. I discovered this motherfucker, Stiofán, man. Sorry, Stiofán. I'm telling you, dog. I'm telling you.
man.
I'm telling you. All right. Last beer of the evening for me.
Johnny? Lad, you're the first beer that you pour into a proper beer glass. What's going on?
Because this is the last beer of the evening. This is my Guinness, bro. That's a dark motherfucker, too, bro. Fuck. Look at this shit. That's a dark. I don't drink Guinness. I don't drink
I'll
Guinness.
be honest.
You
I'll be
don't
honest,
drink
you
any
pour
Guinness.
that like an absolute fucking rapist.
What do you mean?
That's terrible. Look. Put up the glass. Put up the glass so I can see it. Lad, look at the head on that.
I love head.
Ah, lad. You make me feel sorry for you. Don't believe it.
I don't know, bro. I don't know the fucking rules of pouring a fucking Guinness. I don't drink this shit. I bought this shit for you.
You know, brother, as the beers have flowed, I have felt more comfortable. I'm having a fucking great time.
Me too, bro. Well, it reminds me of like old times when we used to kick
All
it.
times, except we're just being recorded. That's all.
Right. And there's an audience, you know?
There's an audience, but what I'm thinking though, and I'm like, you know, it's just, I don't know. You said you have no plans for today, right?
Well, I do have to go bowling at 6, so when this interview is over, I'm probably gonna like try to put my head down for an hour. But
Yeah.
I'm going bowling, so you could be drunk to do that shit. But I'm officially drunk right now. Like, just to let the audience know, I'm drunk.
Yeah.
It is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we're
Yeah. I'm just like, it's been a while since I've had a few. As I said to you, I don't drink anymore, really. It's very rare. So like I'll drink once every few weeks. I'm just grateful that my tolerance level is pretty good. So I'm like, I'm enjoying this, man, and I'm like, you know, as long as you're here to have me, I'm like, I don't have anything else planned today. So I'm like, dude, the moment that you are like, we're done, I'm going to the hot tub, I'm going to the pool, and I'm like,
Oh,
I'm
that sounds
relaxing for a
good.
second.
That sounds awesome. I would love to hit the hot
Yeah.
tub. We got a hot tub here. By the way, Stiofán's apartment complex shits on my apartment complex. Like, for real. I thought I had the bomb ass apartment complex, and I saw yours, and I was like, what the fuck? Damn! My apartment complex sucks. Because, yeah, your apartment complex got, like, dude, Stiofán's apartment complex is so fucking sick. They have a fucking, a vending machine for pet supplies. You could literally go to a machine and buy a leash. You could, you know what I'm saying? You could buy a leash for your dog. It's like a little Petco. And I was like, yo, my apartment's the best ever. Your apartment has a fucking heavy bag, a speed bag. Like, my gym sucks compared to your gym. Your apartment complex is the shit. This motherfucker lives in Koreatown. And his area is the shit. I don't know if anybody out there knows about Koreatown, but you live in the heart of Korea. I don't want to give too much away. Not like you're gonna get stalkers. Your apartment complex in your area is the shit, bro. Like, honestly, if I move back to LA,
Thank you, man.
if I move back to LA, I'm moving to your neighborhood. Your neighborhood is the shit, bro.
At this point, man, you'll be moving in with me. I'm like, sorry, Linda. I love you, but we got a kid right now. Okay, our kid probably is the age of our combined ages, but we got a kid right now. Okay, and he's moving in with us.
Nah, man, like, the next time I move to LA, like, because it's going to be happening one day. You know, obviously, I'm going to start a family of my own. Yeah, I really feel. Or I really
Where
hope.
does your girl want to move to?
My girl, you know, she has a base in Northern California. So after Portland,
Okay.
we want to move back to the Bay, around the Bay, so we could be closer to her family. But once her child gets of age to travel, I personally would like to move to. It just depends on what the climate of the world is. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now the Bay Area is really expensive, but I love the fucking Bay. I love the Bay. But there's no denying the fact that LA has many amenities, and I'd love to eventually move back to LA, but you can't live in LA if you're poor. You know.
Yeah.
LA is the best if you got the fucking money, bro. If you got the Maserati, you good. So I kind of see my trajectory as Pacific Northwest for a little while, establish myself out here, Vancouver, Washington, Portland area, and then I want to move to the Bay Area. And then once her kid gets old enough that he can kind of travel, we might move back to LA. But it all depends.
Wait, she's got a kid?
Yeah. My girl has a kid.
This is the first time I bring this shit up on your fucking show, man.
Well, yeah, I don't talk about my fucking personal life on the show. I talk about West Side shit.
Okay, well then you need to start talking about it, okay?
Nah, bro.
What's going on?
You interview me and we'll talk about that shit, bro.
No. We're talking about you right now.
Nah, man. My girlfriend, she has a son, and my whole goal is to create a good life to where her child can call our home his home as well, because I'm not trying to, you know, take away anything from his father. You know, I'm never going to be the father, you know, but I could be West, you know what I'm saying? I could be West Side, you know what I'm saying? You know me, man, I got a lot of love in my heart, and I could give that love to another child, even if it's not my own. So,
Yeah.
but also it's a new relationship, and we got to work towards that goal. You know what I'm saying? That's a goal for mine, is to be there for her child as well. and hopefully bring another child into this world. But you know, that's future shit. But this ain't a West Side interview, motherfucker. What you doing, bitch?
No, keep talking, man. So what's the goals in terms of bringing in another life into the world?
Man, I mean, honestly, you know, if my girlfriend was willing and able, you know, I'd love to have a child. You know, I'd love to have like personally me, I'd love to have a daughter. I don't want no fucking son, bro.
Dude, I'm the exact same. Lad, I keep having this conversation with Linda. I'm like, if we're gonna have a kid, I want a fucking girl.
Yo,
I do
real.
not want a boy.
For real.
I really do not want a boy. I want a daughter.
For real. If I did have a son, like, hopefully you don't watch this shit, but like, I would love to have a daughter. I don't want to have to raise a fucking another version of myself. I would love to have a fucking daughter that I could fucking just like cherish. But you
100%.
know, of course, any child that I had, if that is ever a fucking thing, I would raise a fucking man, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking savage. But I've been through so much in my life that I just rather fucking have like a nice.
You're a softie, man.
Yeah. And I'm a very sensitive person, and I feel like that would work well with me. But you know, because most dudes are hella masculine. They're like, I want a son, man. You know, fuck that. I ain't Tupac, bitch. I just want to fucking. Man, honestly, at the end of the day, man, I just want a fucking family, and I want a family, a home, a wife, and I want to just bring new love into this world, whether it's a boy or a girl. But
any plans for getting married?
Oh fuck yeah, bro! Like, yeah, fuck yeah. Once we get settled,
what you're telling me is I need to pin out a schedule for. I need to make sure I'm available on certain dates for playing a wedding. Is that what you're telling me?
Nigga, I ain't proposing to you, bro. But like eventually I'm gonna fucking eventually, like, the girl I'm dating right now, it's so far transcended the dating like mindset. Like, I'm already there. I'm already thinking about proposals and house ownerships and what, you know what I'm saying?
Am
like,
I playing a wedding? Is that what you're telling me?
We're planning your wedding, motherfucker. Shit. You first, motherfucker. Shit. But nah, man. Like,
I take immense joy in putting this on you, by the way.
Yeah, I know you do.
I know she's in the apartment as well. I know she's listening.
She's in the other room, like, fucking listening to everything I say on a 2 minute. You're fucking me up right now, bro. You're fucking me up.
I love it.
But nah, man. Like, we've talked about all that shit. Like, we've hit those heavy conversations, and you know, it's you know, look, man, like, we can't really, especially like kind of in our age group, we can't really say, like, you can't put too much emphasis on these kind of things in the future, because you never know what the human body can or cannot do. If it happens, that would be like a fucking blessing from above. If it doesn't, we can't look down upon ourselves for not bringing another person into this life. But honestly, like, I'm the type of person who, you know me, bro. I have so much love and positivity to give that I would find.
Let me ask you this: do you want a kid?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Whether it's mine, or whether it's mine or whether it's adopted.
Okay. Let me ask you this: at your age, do you think you still want it?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I've talked about the timeline.
See, this is the fucking answers that I love, man.
Bro,
See?
at my age, I could literally have a kid now and be 60 years old when I'll die at 60 and the kid will have a whole lifetime with me. Or and I always say, like, and we're about to get serious. Some people
We're
in this,
about to? I thought we have been serious.
no, we're about to get serious. There's some people in this world who are able to deal with certain things. I could put all kinds of things aside and say I could adopt a child at my age.
Yeah.
Even if it's depending on the age, like what the age is. I can adopt a child, raise a child as my own, and not have like a mindset about it. I just want to make sure that someone has a good life, and like I've years ago I put marriage and having a child in the back burner, but I could even adopt a child that needs someone like me in their life, I guess.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
not in like a Woody Allen way, but like I'm the type of person who has so much love and positivity to give that I can adopt a child who is not my own and raise them and give them a fucking wonderful life. If I have the capabilities. I don't see.
Have you thought, like, with men there is no real like time constraints, but
Right.
still at the same time you want to be young enough to be able to like be active with the kids.
Right. I could still play ball. You know what I'm saying? Like I could still fucking like my child. If I had a child now, they still won't beat me on a one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? I'll still fucking hoop on the motherfuckers. So
Yeah,
as
but
long as
that's now, and I think that'll be the way for the next 5 years. But I'm like, you got about 5 years. Do you know what I mean?
me, look at me, bro. You really think I have 5 years left?
In terms of a one-on-one with a dude, your facial moisturizer can only go so far.
Bro, I'm a gangster, bro. Like for real. Like
You are.
I feel
You got a Native American spirit.
I feel like I have a good 15 years of like my prime. I still have 15 years from now until I am physically capable of doing everything before I'm like, I can't play ball. My kind of barometer for having a child is, can you play basketball with your kid? You know what I'm saying? Can you play basketball? Can you play sports? I
also think, I'm like, it doesn't matter about your age so much as it matters about the mother's age. Like, is she okay to like have a kid in the next 10 years?
And that's a big deal. It's like we kind of know in society, we know kind of like if you kind of have a kid after 39 or 40, there's a higher chance of like autism and other things like that.
In terms of mother, yeah.
Who would be my future baby mother, she's under that age limit, obviously. If there's anyone who could raise a special needs child, I hate to say this kind of thing, but if that did happen, like if there's anybody who is capable of raising like a special needs child, basically anything that comes out, I'm there, bro. You know me. Anything that happens, I'm going to accept fate, and it's the universe giving me a gift. So yeah, I'm very open to having a child, even at my age. Even though I look 28, I'm not. And if it doesn't happen, if my girlfriend, wife, or my significant other was down for it, I would definitely be down to adopting a child and maybe many children, who knows, and giving them a better life and showing them love, because I feel like I'm the type of person who could create a family. And man, I just want to make sure that if there's a child out there who can't find love and a good life, I could give that to them. You know? So we're going on a real deep topic, bro.
I know, but like, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Do I have permission? Do I have permission to be honest?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, you know, the times that we're talking about right now, where I was like 100% honest with you, and I was like, bro, I need to check you right now, and the times that you didn't even want me to check you.
Oh,
you know, where you were, you know those times where I was like, bro, I need to tell you, like, you're acting a fucking dickhead right now, you know, and the times that you were like you wanted to fight me because I was like checking you, and I was like,
I want to fight you right now
because I love you. Yeah, I'm only saying this because I love you, you know. This is one of those times where I'm like, I love you, man. I'm gonna say it on air, and I'm like, you were meant to be a father. You were meant to be a father. And I say this from my heart, man. I'm like, you were meant to be a father because you got so much love, man. And you have to help somebody grow into this world. I honestly believe that within my heart, you were meant to be a father. And I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna check you for it. And I'm like, you are not too old to do it. And I'm like, just experience it before your potential is gone. Because I say this with all my heart. I'm like, you are, like, I keep saying, you are meant to be a father. You are meant to experience that because you have gone through so much in life, and I feel you have so much to give somebody else.
Yo, respect,
you know what I mean,
bro? Respect, bro.
I just feel there's so many things that you've learned through life, both good, but most importantly through the bad, that you can like steer somebody else.
Respect, bro.
And I think you are really meant to be a dad.
Respect, bro. You ain't gonna make me cry, bitch.
No,
you trying to make me cry, bitch. Yo, you ain't gonna make me cry. Respect, though, bro. Respect, bro. For real.
But I seriously mean it, man, and I want you to understand that when I say it, it's not something to say, but I honestly mean it. I'm like, dude, you are meant to be a father. So just like have that in your mind. And I'm like, that's what you're meant to do in life.
Yo,
above
you just
all
drunk,
else.
Nigga. You're fucking with me right now, bro. I ain't gonna cry.
I'm not. Nah, man. Nah. I just have an idea about you, and I'm like, if I could like put into the universe a perfect set of circumstances for like my friends, this is what the perfect set of circumstances would be for you. You would be a YouTube host, a host of a talk show which would be extremely successful, like Howard Stern, but you would have a family. You know, a son or daughter that you could teach the way of the world after all the life's tribulations and trials that you had to go through. And I think you would be such a good father, because I think the people that make the best parents are the people that have been through the most. And I think as an adult, you have been through more than I have been. And I think I've been through a lot. So I'm like, dude, you would be such an incredible parent. You know, you've seen such an amount of tribulation in your life.
This motherfucker's trying to make me cry right now. Hey, yo, I'm not gonna let it happen because I'm an interviewer.
No,
so he said West Side Breed
parent,
Smoke.
man.
Don't don't make me miss LA. LA food trucks are the best. I'm trying to fucking divert from the conversation. You'd be a great stepdad. I'll be a great stepdad.
You'd be an incredible parent. We're talking about you being an incredible parent. Accept it. Talk about you being a parent. Let's talk.
I'm gonna be a parent no matter what. Like at the end of the day, I'll be a parent no matter what. If I can't have a child of my own, if my significant other can't have a child, we're gonna fucking raise a child, whether it's hers or we have to adopt or anything like that. Like, I got too much love to give to just have a cat or a dog. You know what I'm saying? Which I want to have plenty of cats and dogs and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Over in far said West
But
Side.
can we talk? Can we talk for 10 minutes just because I love you so much? Can we talk about the hypothetical situation?
The what?
Just because I feel in my heart this is what you were made to do, right? So let's talk. No, we're going to talk about it right now.
Okay.
Right? So I feel in my heart you were meant to be a father.
Yeah, sure.
In my heart. So hypothetically, let's talk about you being a father, right?
Sure.
Dude, would you love to take your walk your daughter down the aisle?
Fuck yeah.
Exactly. Would you love to take your son to the first baseball game?
I'll be the coach.
Exactly. This is everything that kind of reconfirms and re-cements my idea that, dude, you're meant to be a dad. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I'm like, people that think about themselves don't think about those things, but I feel that you think about one day walking a daughter down the aisle.
Damn,
you know what I mean,
bro? Hey, I know what you're trying to do.
Dude, I'm gonna make you cry. You're trying to get me today. I'm gonna get you, right?
That ain't how
it
works.
Get you. It's how it works, man. This is how we do.
Yo, honestly, like walking my daughter down the aisle is like that's one of my that's like a vision that I've had for my life. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking have the vision of like a son, you know, like teaching a son to do
I'm
shit.
the exact same.
But
I'm
like,
the exact same.
Like having a daughter and like you said, walking her down the aisle, or I've always been a protector of women. You know, I've always been the type of person who is, yo, who the fuck is interviewing who? What the fuck? Yo, fuck. What hey.
Talk about it, Johnny. Talk about
but
it,
like, I've never had the vision of, I've been able to, because I've had girlfriends and things like that in the past who had kids, and I was always a father figure to those kids. But I never really had a vision of myself having a son, teaching him how to ride horseback or shoot a bow and arrow or grow corn or any Native American kind of thing that we do. I've always envisioned myself as a father of a daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like in my wildest fantasies, it's the walking your daughter down the fucking aisle. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
But I think that came from the person that you later became in life. Because when you started looking introspectively about the person that you are and wanting to make a change, it became less about being the man that you want to be and more about being the person that you want to be in life. And I think I feel the same thing. Like my wife wants a son, but I want a daughter, because I think when you have a son, you have to raise a son to be a man in society. And whether we want it or not, you know, there is an expectation of being a man in society, and it's fucked up.
It's a hard job.
It's a hard job. It's a hard job in order to be a man in society. You know,
I have compassion to raise a daughter.
In terms of being, but with a woman, you know, you have to love them unconditionally and have compassion and deal with the emotional circumstances of everything. And I'm like, I feel like at this point in my life, you and we're done dealing with the macho chista of everything. Where we're like, we just want to love people, and we're just like, we want the daughter that we can love.
um, Mitchell Wayne says, put a ring on it. Kareem says, that's the truth right there. D Grade says, on Westside's interview of the week, two drunk guys talking, it gets deep. Preach, says Old Raven Farm. Kareem says a
See, this is
dude
what I
and a
love, man.
Kareem says a dude and a
This is
father
what I
until the
love.
end of women has a ticking clock. Let's see. Mitchell Wayne says, let's write a song about Westside being a father. Jen Matt says, grab the guitar, Stiofán. Did Dr. GTI says, what's the over and under on who cries first?
I love it.
Come to the Midwest. We'll get in the sweat lodge and talk about it after the vision. Kareem says, I got 30 Westside cries first. Hey, motherfucker. Cassie says, whoa, you still alive? Cassie's back. I raised two boys. I was a widow. He was about to sign the paper.
By the way, can I give a shout out?
Yeah, please.
Can I give a shout out to Kareem?
Please
for
give
what
a
she
shout
just
out.
Kareem, I just read your comment saying, I raised two boys alone. I was a widow at a young age, and it is hard being a woman trying to raise a man. I honestly can say that must be the hardest thing in the world. Because I always say to my wife, I'm like, trying to raise a son is something that I dread.
For real.
Because trying to raise a son, there's a lot of expectations in the world, how to be a man. And that's what I don't think a lot of women understand. And I'm not saying that trying to be like disrespectful or anything, but there's a lot of expectations of how a son is to be a man in this world. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. And, all my love and my heart goes to you trying to raise two sons. And it seems like the fact that you're here, that you did a great job. So my love and respect goes to you, Kareem.
Yeah, Kareem, the real deal, bro. Hey, if you want to go to New York, we stay at her house, bro. All right. But yeah.
There. So Johnny, so what you were saying was,
Westside.
you said that you want a boy, but you don't know if it's gonna happen anytime soon. Tell me, how much would being a father mean to you?
Everything.
Okay. When in a time period would you like to be a father? In the next 2 years, 5 years?
3.
3 years you would like to be a father?
Mm-hmm.
What are the moments that you think in your head would make you like tear up the most of being a father?
Shit. If I had, whether it's a boy or a girl, I would say seeing an innate talent of my child and being able to nurture that and being able to be the person who says like, you're a great artist or you're a great singer or a musician, and being able to nurture that talent and being able to say like, as an artist, like throwing my money and time into them being that, and not not taking any past experiences or what society tells me what they should be. Basically, if my kid was like, yo, I want to be a comic book artist, and being able to throw all my energy into that, and pushing them to that, not pushing them to a choose, and pushing all my efforts into that. So like if I had a young Stiofán, if my child said that they wanted to be a singer-songwriter, to be able to support that dream and see it happen before I die would be everything. Because I'm all about people being their true self. Everybody on this planet has a fucking path. We get misguided by society or whatnot. But if I had a child who said, I literally want to be an animator, and to be able to fund that and support that dream, that would be it for me, dude. For real.
And you said you want a girl over a boy?
I'd rather, because I think it's easier. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would
How
be
many kids?
I never really thought about that, but I guess I'm not a breeder. I'm not like a fucking Mormon. You know what I'm saying? But like 2, 3, if it's even possible. One is fine. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if I can't even have a child, I'll adopt a child. I just want to be able to show some child that there's a fucking world out there. You know what I'm saying? And all the love and positive. Bro, I got hella love to give. To give. Just to give it back to one person would be fine. It's not like I'm a fucking 20-year-old who can breed hella fucking kids and pop them out like a water slide.
You keep doubling right there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You keep doubling. For some reason, there's like reverb on whatever you're saying. So like everything you say is
it's your fault, fucker.
Itself,
but Bam Britt says 3 kids. I would have 3. 3 is a good number.
Everything you're saying is repeating itself twice. Can we like disconnect and reconnect again or something?
I mean, it's pretty much the end of the interview anyway.
Hell no, it's not.
Are you guys hearing doubles in the audience? Daniela says, with those questions, Wes is definitely crying first. Mitchell Wayne says, for me, it's seeing them learn from failing and falling, but never giving up. Yes. Jen Matt says, Daniela, I think that's what Stiofán is banking on. Kareem says, if it's the only thing I got right was to raise 2 amazing men. Smart. They treat women with respect. Bam Britt says, we will adopt 3 kids. Bam Britt acting like
Wait, let me do this thing here. Keep talking.
Let's play that old game, MASH. 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 Jen Matt, you get one of these. That's a thumbs up. Linda says 1. 1 kid.
No, I want 4.
Jen Matt says, I'm not hearing double, but I bet y'all seeing double. Jen Matt, you get another one of these. Cassie says, I would adopt a girl. but I don't have the money to raise a kid. And Mitchell Wayne says, play that exit song. A great interview, boys. I was just thinking what you're thinking, Mitchell Wayne. It's maybe time for On My Way. Now that Stiofán has turned the fucking tables on my ass.
No, see what's happened is you turn doubles. Take a look at the video I just sent you, so you can hear yourself. You're doing doubles right now.
Babe, is it doubled? No. She says no.
No, but take a look. Take a listen to the video I just sent you.
You're watching live, right? Yes. She says no. It's on your
No,
end.
but look at the text that just sent you.
That's you, bro. I mean,
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
We're wrapping it up anyway, so.
Hell no, man. This is what it's called. The midday. The mid.
This is my last beer. That's it.
There's a thing called Uber fucking Eats.
No, like, oh, see, this is the Irishman coming out.
Postmates.
Let me handle. No, like we're wrapping it up. We're doing good. We're doing great. You turned the tables on me, man. You fucking put me in a corner, bro. It was an interview on you, and now you fucking put me on some crazy shit. She said, "Not here."
Is the interview doing doubles? Seriously?
On your end, nobody else's.
Yeah, but I keep hearing it. Can you just listen to what I just sent you and see?
On live, listen to what you. It's an audio problem on your end. Nobody else is hearing it. Korean says, not here, laughing my ass off.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, no, that's not on anybody else's end, just you.
How do you think I can fix it?
Well, we don't have to fix it, man. We're wrapping it up.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, good job turning the shit totally around 360 on or 180 on me, man. Motherfucker. You don't know how the interview goes?
Good, man.
You're not going to make me cry, fucker.
No, but seriously, you want a kid, right? What do you think about having a kid?
It's going to happen, bro. And if it doesn't, I'll adopt a child. Some Vietnamese kid or some Nigerian fucker.
In the next 6 months or 12 months, what do you think?
Oh, no. We need more time than that, you know.
Like a year, 2 years, 3 years?
2, 3, yeah.
2, 3 years?
Yeah. My girlfriend right now has a child, so it's kind of more about establishing a home for that child before we move on to a next one. You know, I'm not I want to make sure that her kid has an established home and a family before we bring another one in. But it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't have to be my kid. Like, I could raise any fucking, you know, any kid and show them that love and positivity that Westside got, you know? So I'm not one of those cocky males who's just like, I want to see a fucking version of myself. I don't give a fuck, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as I know that there's another person out there who's going to have the mindset of love and positivity, and we're gonna fucking further the world, fine by me. It doesn't have to be my kid, you know what I'm saying? It could be some fucking Cambodian or whatever that is. Shout out to Cambodia.
Dude, I've had the fucking best time ever.
Hey, before we go, what's up with St. Patty's Day?
Look, that I just literally had Linda text me saying, I think that's enough. You need to leave him alone.
So what's up with St. Patty's Day for you? Is that a thing that Irish people celebrate, or is that just American holiday?
Not really, man. St. Patty's Day, Irish people do celebrate it, but it's not to the extent that American people celebrate it.
It's just a drinking holiday for us, right?
Yes, yeah. It's like Cinco de Mayo.
Right. a bastardized holiday on the West.
100%. Like, what I say to people all the time is, like, I'm not going to get into it, man, but like, how I tell you all the time, like, Americans, they're so sensitive, but they don't realize how fucked up some things are.
Right.
Like, there's a drink on St. Patrick's Day called the
Irish Car Bomb.
And they don't
Fucked
realize
up.
that's like the equivalent of going to a bar in Ireland and asking for an American 9/11, or or like an American school shooting.
Right? Let me get a Columbine.
Yeah, exactly. Can I have like a fucking Columbine shooting or something?
Right.
It's fucked up, man. But Irish people, I'm just like, I'm good as long as you keep the same standard for everything. You know what I mean?
So what does St. Patrick's Day mean in Ireland?
It's the same thing. Just celebrating the patron saint of Ireland.
I don't know. I don't know any of that shit. I don't know. Is he a fucking...
So St. Patrick is a Welshman, which is pretty funny because he's not actually Irish, but
he's Welsh.
Welsh. And he's the patron saint of Ireland, but he supposedly drove the snakes out of Ireland, which is
seems like a tall tale.
Yeah, seems like a tall tale. And like, people, the very first St. Patrick's Day was here in America. It was here in Boston.
Oh,
but the world celebrates it.
So it's an American holiday.
It was a holiday that was started here in America. My only problem is here, like with the green beer and like the over characterizations. I'm like, Ireland are a type of people. We don't care if you make fun of us. Be consistent. You know what I mean? It's like, our whole thing is we have the crack, which is called like having the fun. Like, take the piss out of us, but make sure you're consistent. Like, don't be what you have been, which is like, no offense to Americans, but like, don't be super oversensitive and talking about certain things, but then like in Ireland, like talking about leprechauns and stuff, but then say someone is racist for saying that someone is wearing a poncho or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, but you've been doing this for so long.
Right.
Just our type of thing is, we just don't give out about your racism,
Kind of like us with the Redskins and shit. Like,
but why we love like Native Americans and stuff is because it's like Native Americans have had to deal with it for so long. It's because when Americans think of racism, they think of it a monopoly as black and white.
Mm-hmm.
And they forget about Native Americans. They forget about the real fucking shit that happened. Right. And it's like, no, there's a difference between wiping a civilization and not wiping a civilization. And that's why I think Irish and Native Americans have such deep historical connection.
Yeah.
That I keep telling you. I'm like, there's just like a feeling of forgottenness in the sense of America.
Well, dude, Ireland is like a reservation. You know what I'm saying? Like, in a lot of ways.
Exactly. Exactly, man.
That's why we're
brothers. Who
brothers.
you going playing bowling with?
Ooh, someone's cooking something nice.
Who you going playing bowling with?
Who am I? What?
Who you going playing bowling with?
Alib, my girlfriend, and my family.
Good, man.
Yeah,
Good.
It's gonna be nice.
I had the wife tell me, wrap it up soon. She was like, it's getting too much.
It ain't getting too much, but I do have to, get ready to go and shit like that. But dude, we killed it.
Dude, it was incredible.
We killed it. Everybody knows, man. We hit every topic we needed to hit. We hit the highs and lows. We drank our beers, and we had a friendly conversation like we always do, bro.
incredible, man.
And I think we let the people know what at the heart of the fucking interview is the music, and everybody heard the music, and it speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've written and performed so many songs at this point that we can't even fucking keep track of what you've done. And I can tell the audience truthfully, you haven't seen shit. There's so much more music to come. And I'm lucky to get this interview with you now, because in a couple of years, it's going to be a hard interview to get. And I really believe that.
Linda's like not true. Yes,
let's see what this. Let's see.
She was telling me to rein it back. She was like, "Stop poking him."
Nah,
I was going too personal on you.
Nah. You look, man. I'm West Side, bro. You can poke me as much as you want. There's nothing you can't fucking hit me with that I'm not gonna fucking do my thing. Kareen says, "Laughing my ass off." Dr. GTI says, "When is the call-in show?" We're gonna do that soon. Bam Britt says, "Great hearing you, Stiofán. Love you even more now. Peace out."
That's
Kareen
really
says,
sweet.
St. Patty's. I love Irish soda bread. I love Irish cob horses. Kareen says, "That's like calling me a spick. It's degrading and hurtful. My people have been suppressed for so long. I feel that." You're not gonna invite us to go? Yeah, D-Grade, you can come bowling with us. Meet me in Vancouver, Washington. Mitchell Wayne says, "Great job, writers." Thank you, Stiofán, forever in your debt. And I think, like, honestly, this was, first of all, my best interview yet, my longest interview, and
Dude, there's so many people that are tuned in and stuff. It's like it's really gratifying and it's humbling.
well,
You know?
I gotta say, man, like, this is the longest interview I've done. This is the best interview I've done, but honestly and obviously, you're my friend, and
Yeah.
you know, I just want to, regardless of the audience, I just want to personally thank you, bro, for being here today and you know, going deep, bro. You went Jacques Cousteau on me, and you answered everything I wanted to fucking ask you, and we went there. And your music speaks for itself. You're a fucking
I hope
amazing.
I turned it on you, man. Did I turn it on you?
You turned it on me, bro, for sure, bro. You almost got me to fuck. Yeah. You turned it around on me, and I was trying to fight it, but you kept pushing, and yeah, you, bro. This turned into the West Side interview, but you know that's for another day. But I love that the fact that you went into the songwriting and like there's hard topics that brought up your songwriting, and you talked about it, and I think it gave an insight to the audience of like how you work and your music. It's so good. It sounds sonically so good, and then when you put the stories behind it, it makes it even better. And so we're all going to listen to your music tonight, and we're going to just like think of the topics that you talked about and realize like Lilies and Daisies has so much more of an impact now. You know, all the songs you've written has so much more of an impact now because we know how you wrote those songs, and we know that you have so many more songs in the queue to hit us with. And you're a young man, and you're going to fucking keep hitting us with songs. Like I tell them, man, you have like 10 to 20, probably 100 songs that you haven't released. You know what I'm saying? So like,
I write a lot of songs.
You write, and everything you heard today, every song you heard today was written by him and performed by him. You write so many songs. Like you said, you want to write a song a day. He's literally a fucking like a Russ where you're writing a song a day, except your songs don't suck. Russ sucks. So when I started this channel, I knew my first interview was going to be Stiofán. And not just because you're my friend, because I knew you're a fucking amazing artist and I knew people needed to know what the fuck was going on with you. So I'm glad you gave me that opportunity. I'm glad you drank some beers with me today, man. Cheers, brother.
Dude,
I got a little Guinness.
Love you, brother. Huh?
I got a little Guinness left, bro. Cheers.
No, I got another couple left in the fridge, so I'll probably go out in a second and finish those off.
Well, I'm done. I'm going bowling in an hour. I gotta be sober. But
you're gonna keep on drinking while you're bowling. 100%.
No, I'm done. I'm done. You think my girlfriend's gonna let me drink? Fuck no. I'm gonna sober up and I gotta work tomorrow. You know, but
yeah,
we're gonna end the interview. We've been live for 6 hours and 53 minutes. That's savage, bro.
6 hours?
Yeah. Live for 6 hours.
That's crazy, bro.
Savage. A savage interview for a couple savages. We went from being fucking co-workers to fucking best friends to talking about fucking marriage and family, bro. Like, can you imagine where we are in life now? You see this?
Well,
when we first met,
6 hours, man.
Did you imagine that we would be here now when we first met? When you were handing me a CD?
Hell no.
Fuck no. So happy St. Patrick's Day, even though it's an American bastardized holiday, bro.
You too, brother.
But thank you for kicking it with me, dude. And thank you for the 40% on fucking I'm on my way. You blew my mind and the audience's mind. And
which reminds me, please send me on the email addresses of everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna hook it all up. Is there anything
okay,
you?
Brother.
Let's do a couple parting shots. Do you want to say like a little parting shot to your Irish audience?
No, not so much, man. I just want to say I love you, man. To you, I appreciate you, love you. I love you to my wife. I love you to like my audience, everything, you know? It's just, I'm just very grateful. That's all it is. Just humbled and grateful.
Stiofán McGillnorth, right? Did I say it right?
There you go.
Yeah!
Stiofán McGillnorth.
So dope. I love fucking Gaelic, bro. Thank you, Mitchell Wayne. Thank you, D-Grade, Kareen, Dr. GTI, Old Raven Farm, Cassie. Thank you all the viewers for tuning in today and hanging in with the fucking marathon 7-hour fucking interview. It is 5 o'clock on the west side, 8 o'clock on the Eastern Standard Time. We've been kicking it all day. We fucking talked about all the fucking good shit. And
I had a great time.
And at the end of the day, Stiofán's music speaks for itself. And it ain't about interview, it's just about fucking what you do. And there is the fucking closing song, I'm on My Way by Stiofán. I play this every time I end the show. Every time I end the show, every time I begin the show, I play it with this song. And it hits so much harder right now. And I could actually play this song while you're on the camera with me, bro. I fucking love it, dude. And I love you. Lot of mercy.
I love you too, man.
You do. And there is the fucking closing song.
She's crazy and I love it and I want her myself.
I'm playing you on TV.
I know, I can hear it. This is the time of day where we fucking dance. If you know the song, sing along, baby. Sing along. Woo! What a day, what a day, what a day. Yo, I will see you motherfuckers back on Monday. I scared away Gizmo. Yo, I'm on my way. That motherfucker right there, Stiofán, is on his fucking way. Yo, baby doll, look at the camera. Yo, look at the camera, fucker. He looking at the TV. Yeah, say peace to your audience, bro. You got a parting shot? Say it, bro. Yo, I will see motherfuckers back on Monday. Say what's up to the audience, man.
I appreciate everyone for tuning in today. I honestly do. You all know me after today. I hope you do. I appreciate you, Johnny. I love you with all my heart, man. I honestly do. I can't thank you enough. And I mean it. I'm a man of my word. That I'm on my way thing is 100% true.
Respect.
Me on the email addresses. I'm going to set it up tonight. So send it on.
We got you, bro.
I love you guys.
I love you, bro. Let's jam out to that song, man. This is a song, bro.
There we go.
Wait. Woo! I'm on my way. 7 hours, bro. We did that shit, baby. And